Chapter 1443. Ellen, are you willing to let this old man try? Inside Taiji Palace. Duan Zhishuan turned to Li Zishuan and asked. Li Zishuan, whose entire face was hidden behind the visor, nodded without any hesitation. General Duan, if you want to try it, then go ahead. The purpose of this plate armor is to be used in the army in the future. If we don't test it in advance, then won't we be harming innocent soldiers on the battlefield in the future? Good. Marqiong, and is wise. Duan Zhishuan looked at Li Zishuan with praise. He didn't have any ill feelings towards Li Zishuan. In addition, Li Zishuan had invented the telegraph to resolve the crisis in Guan City, allowing the reinforcements to rush to the aid of the black armored army. No matter what, Duan Zhishuan owed Li Zishuan a favor in this battle. A few days ago, Duan Zhishuan, who was busy with the expansion of the black armored army, received news from Li Er that after the expansion, Li Zishuan's workshop would be responsible for all the equipment. As the commander of the black armored army, Duan Zhishuan was only in charge of leading the troops. Even if he had any objections to the logistics arrangements made by Li Er, he would not voice them out. Now that he had finally seen Li Zishuan forge armor for the black armored troops, how could Duan Zhishuan hold himself back? He wanted to test the toughness of this new armor on the spot. Thus, he turned to Li Er and cupped his fists. Your Majesty, please grant me a sword. Although the Tang people revered martial arts, regardless of whether they knew martial arts or not, they would usually carry a sword when they went out. However, they were in the morning court, and everyone had to hand over their weapons before entering Taiji Palace. Duan Zhishuan was no exception. Li Er thought for a moment, then pointed at the guard who had brought Li Zishuan into the palace and ordered, He Shengwu, give the sword at your waist to Minister Duan. Li Zishuan wanted to give the emperor's sword to Duan Zhishuan as an experiment, but he remembered that the emperor's sword was forged by Jianghu and was extremely sharp. If Duan Zhishuan used the emperor's sword to pierce through the armor and injure Li Zishuan, that would be bad. The current Great Tang could no longer do without Li Zishuan. How could the guard in front of the palace dare to disagree? He quickly took off the sword from his waist and handed it over to Duan Zhishuan. Duan Zhishuan took the sword. At this time, Li Zishuan said, this plate armor is mainly used for cavalry. Only in a battle between cavalry can its superiority be shown. If General Duan is willing, how about we go out and fight? Good. This is what you wish for, I dare not ask you. That was what Duan Zhishuan was thinking, but he was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Now that he heard Li Zishuan mention it, he couldn't help but have a good impression of Li Zishuan. Good. Since that's the case, then please follow me to the drill grounds to watch the battle between official Duan and the Marquis of Yong. Hearing this, Li Er quickly went with the flow. The officials in the hall naturally had no objections to Li Er's words. Furthermore, the new plate armor that Li Zishuan had brought today had piqued their curiosity. To be able to watch a battle between a veteran and a new soldier, no one would be unwilling. A few moments later, Li Er led the officials to the drill ground on the northern side of the imperial city. This was the drill ground of the imperial army, and the choice of this place showed just how important this competition was to Li Er. At this time, Duan Zhishuan was already wearing a Mingguang armor. He held a sharp sword in his hand and rode on a warhorse covered in armor. He was facing off against Li Zishuan with an imposing aura. This was basically a battle between an old cavalry and a new cavalry. Duan Zhishuan represented the best cavalry in the world in terms of equipment and battle prowess. Li Zishuan relied on the new armor to become a new cavalry. Whether or not he could defeat Duan Zhishuan, the legend of the strongest cavalry, would depend on the following battle. Marquis of Yong, and, for the sake of fairness, the two of us are not allowed to use internal energy in the following battle. How about we just compete with our moves? Before the battle began, Duan Zhishuan suddenly said. The reason why he said this was, of course, to take care of Li Zishuan, this martial arts junior. Although Li Zishuan was now also in the Grandmaster realm, Duan Zhichuan believed that he was also a veteran Grandmaster. Even if they were in the same realm, he could crush Li Zishuan with his advantage of experience. That was why he made this suggestion. However, Duan Zhishuan did not know that Li Zishuan was now completely different from him in terms of realm. Especially a few days ago, Li Zishuan had an epiphany at the foot of the Cloud Mountain and touched the threshold of the Grandmaster late stage. Now, his strength was already above Duan Zhishuan's. Li Zishuan heard this and did not refuse. He smiled and nodded. "Thank you for your kindness, General Duan." Without using internal energy, just using real swords and spears to compete with each other was more in line with the scene of cavalry charging on the battlefield. It was also better to test the effectiveness of plate armor on the battlefield. After his voice fell, Li Zishuan made a gesture, indicating that Duan Zhishuan could start the attack. "Hiya!" Seeing this, Duan Zhishuan's eyes flashed. He raised the long sword in his hand and then urged the warhorse under him. One man and one sword rushed toward Li Zishuan with an unstoppable force. Fast. From the moment Duan Zhishuan urged the warhorse to the moment he rushed to within 30 feet of Li Zishuan, it was only the blink of an eye. Many officials on the sidelines, especially the civil officials, did not even have time to react. Duan Zhishuan's long sword was about to touch Li Zishuan's neck. When killing an enemy on the battlefield, naturally, one had to directly attack the enemy's most vulnerable part. Cutting the throat with a sword was also the simplest and most effective way to kill the enemy. As the commander of the most elite cavalry in the world, Duan Zhishuan's kung fu was indeed invincible in the world. Some of the generals could not help but secretly cheer for Duan Zhishuan in their hearts. However, Li Zishuan's next reaction surprised everyone. He did not dodge, but directly used the lance in his hand to stab Duan Zhishuan's neck. Blood for blood, a life for a life. No one had expected such a desperate fight to the death before the start of the competition. Clang. Not only did others not expect it, but Duan Zhishuan, as one of the parties involved, also did not expect Li Zishuan to use such a method. When he saw Li Zishuan's lance coming toward him, Duan Zhishuan quickly adjusted his position on the horse. His entire upper body was slightly tilted back, and Li Zishuan's lance was close to the bridge of his nose and stabbed behind him. After dodging, his sword that was originally going to stab Li Zishuan's neck could only be lightly brushed by Li Zishuan's neck, making a tisk sound. However, this brushing sword did not leave a single mark on Li Zishuan's neck. It was truly inconceivable. Just think about it. If the two of them had not dodged when Duan Zhishuan and Li Zishuan had fought to the death, the final outcome would have been Li Zishuan's life and Duan Zhishuan's death. This was the key to the strong defense brought by the plate armor. Duan Zhishuan's attack did not succeed, so he quickly turned his horse around and slashed at Li Zishuan again. As a general who had fought on horseback for more than 10 years, Duan Zhishuan's equestrian skills were naturally much better than Li Zishuan's. Before Li Zishuan had finished turning around, Duan Zhishuan's incomparably sharp sword had already slashed at Li Zishuan's back. Clang. Li Zishuan, who was turning around, saw Duan Zhishuan's movements from the corner of his eye. After hearing a whistling sound from behind him, Li Zishuan did not panic. Instead, he calmly shrugged his right shoulder and straightforwardly sent his right shoulder under Duan Zhishuan's blade. Clang. The loud sound of metal clashing came from the drill ground. Li Er and the civil and military officials were all stunned. Who in the world would dare to use their shoulder to block a sword like Li Zishuan? But this was not the end. At this moment, Li Zishuan borrowed the force of Duan Zhishuan's slash to support himself with one hand on the horse's back and actually completed a beautiful turn. Immediately after, while Duan Zhishuan was still shocked by the abnormal defense of the plate armor, Li Zishuan used the sharp vanadium steel horse lance in his hand to fiercely sweep the long sword in Duan Zhishuan's hand. Kacha! In front of the sharpness of the vanadium steel horse lance, the fine steel sword actually had no resistance and was instantly broken. At this moment, Li Zishuan's big white had already turned its horse around. Li Zishuan then changed direction on the horse's back and looked at Duan Zhishuan. "General Duan, you've lost. You've lost." On the battlefield, when a soldier's sword was seized or broken, it was basically a declaration of defeat for the soldier. Silence. The drill ground suddenly became quiet. No one had expected Duan Zhishuan to lose in this competition, and no one had expected Duan Zhishuan to lose so quickly. But with such a result, everyone could only sigh in admiration at Li Zishuan's equipment. This was because in the entire competition, Li Zishuan had completely relied on the almost invincible defense of the plate armor and the invincible attack of the vanadium steel horse lance to defeat Duan Zhishuan. In terms of horsemanship, Li Zishuan was far inferior to Duan Zhishuan. In terms of strength, everyone also thought that Li Zishuan was inferior to Duan Zhishuan. Good armor, good horse lance. This old man concedes defeat. Duan Zhishuan was stunned when he heard this, but he was not upset by his own failure. Instead, he was excited and happy. This was because the better Li Zishuan's equipment was, the more powerful the black armored troops would be in the future. Back then, Li Zishuan was able to lead 3,000 black armored troops to destroy Wang Shichong. Now, Duan Zhishuan felt that if his 5,000 black armored troops could all be equipped like Li Zishuan, he could directly lead them into the lair of the Turks. In any case, you can't break through my defenses, and I can break through your defenses whenever I want. This sort of battle where there was a severe disparity in strength was simply maddening. Duan Zhishuan was already looking forward to beating the Turkic cavalry into a frenzy and grinding them into the ground. Your Majesty, this old subject earnestly requests that the weapons, plate armor, and horse armor made by the Marquis of Yong and be used in the black armored troops. Duan Zhishuan looked deeply at Li Zishuan and clasped his hands together. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Granted. My beloved officials, please return to the main hall for the morning assembly." "Yes, Your Majesty." Under Li Zishuan's lead, the officials returned to Taiji Palace and the morning assembly continued. At this moment, Li Zishuan had already removed his visor. The reason why he didn't remove the plate armor completely was because not only was it troublesome to put it on, it was also troublesome to remove it. The various straps on his body had to be removed one by one, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to do it alone in a short period of time. Thus, he could only remove his visor and stand in Taiji Palace for the morning assembly. It was just that it was strange for him to stand in front of the officials in such an attire. What do my beloved officials think of the plate armor and lance presented by the Marquis of Yong and today? In the morning assembly, Li Zishuan asked calmly. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but recall the duel on the training ground. Cheng Yaojin couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart, and he was the first to step forward and laugh heartily. Your Majesty, this old subject thinks that the plate armor and lance are very good. First of all, the plate armor can't be pierced by ordinary swords and sabers. It's like wearing a tortoise shell, and no one can hurt you on the battlefield. With this plate armor, our soldiers will die a lot less in the future. Moreover, this lance is too powerful. If we charge into the enemy's formation with this thing and chop the enemy's spears and swords into pieces, how will they fight back then? At that time, who will be a match for us? Thus, Your Majesty, on behalf of the soldiers of the left guard, I also ask Your Majesty for a batch of such armor and lance. When Cheng Yaojin finished speaking, Li Zishuan's face turned green. What did he mean by wearing the plate armor was like wearing a tortoise shell? Wasn't this King cursing him in a roundabout way? When did old Cheng become so immoral? Not only was this fellow immoral, he actually wanted equipment for the tens of thousands of soldiers of the left guard. Li Zishuan couldn't help but curse inwardly, "Old Cheng, you're really thinking too much. Your Majesty, you mustn't." At this moment, Xiao Yu stepped out from the crowd and cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan. "Your Majesty, although the plate armor's defensive power is better than the Mingguang armor, it must consume a lot of steel to make, right? If Your Majesty is like the black armored army and only uses a small amount of it in the army, it may be possible because the money in the national treasury can still meet Your Majesty's needs. However, Your Majesty is doing things according to Lu Gong's wishes and using the so-called printing of all the plate armor. I'm afraid you'll have to empty the treasury of Chang'an City. It's quite militaristic. I hope Your Majesty will reconsider." At this moment, Li Jing also stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, the plate armor made by the Marquis of Yong and can not only protect the whole body, it also doesn't affect the body's flexibility. These are 2 points that the Mingguang armor can't compare to. In addition, the lance of the Marquis of Yong and is far sharper than ordinary weapons. If such technology can be used in the army, it will be a blessing for the Tang Empire. However, Your Majesty must also control your actions. You must not use it all to enter the treasury and use it all to forge weapons. Chapter 1444. I know what you are all worried about. I am not a cruel and merciless ruler. Even though the plate armor and vanadium steel horse lances are good, I will only equip them for the black armored army. Furthermore, the Marquis of Yong and is willing to provide all the equipment for the black armored army with his own strength. In the Taiji Palace, Li Er saw Li Jing, Xiao Yu, and the other important officials step forward to persuade him. He couldn't help but smile. The moment he said those words, all of the officials turned to look at Li Zishuan. The armor and equipment of thousands of cavalrymen were all on a single person. No matter how one looked at it, the amount of metal required to make these armor and equipment was at least 200,000 jin. In the entire Great Tang, there were no more than 3 people who could take out so much metal. Coincidentally, Li Zishuan was one of them. Besides, excluding the cost of steel, the cost of labor was definitely not a small sum. This was especially so for the plate armor and vanadium steel horse lances. The cost of labor and equipment needed to manufacture a few thousand sets of armor would definitely be an astronomical figure. Li Zishuan was willing to provide so much manpower, resources, and wealth for the black armored army. How could they not be shocked? If Li Er had said it to anyone else, the officials would have probably cursed the other party without hesitation. However, since Li Er said it was Li Zishuan, the officials had no choice but to believe him. Because Li Zishuan did have the financial resources and the new workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion did have the ability to do so. However, they couldn't understand why Li Zishuan was willing to pay such a huge price to provide the black armored army with equipment for free. Under the gazes of the crowd, Li Zishuan stepped forward and clasped his hands. The rise and fall of the country is the responsibility of every man. As the Marquis of Great Tang, I naturally have to share your burdens. In the current world, Great Tang's strength is unparalleled. However, the Turks in the north are still like a pack of ferocious wolves, eyeing Great Tang's territory. This official's honor and disgrace are all bestowed upon me by your majesty. All of this official's wealth comes from Great Tang. When the country is in danger, let alone these several thousand sets of armor, even if you ask this subject to use all of his wealth to support the Great Tang army, this subject will not object. Only with a country can one have a home. If the Great Tang cannot defeat the Turks, what is the use of this subject's wealth? Li Zishuan's speech was impassioned and powerful. As soon as he finished speaking, the hall fell silent. All the officials looked at Li Zishuan with admiration, excitement, and respect. The people of Great Tang were prideful. This was an era in which the honor of a nation was unprecedented. Today, Li Zishuan's speech had caused many people in the court to be overwhelmed with emotion. Li Zishuan's image in the eyes of all the officials instantly soared. Ever since Great Tang pacified the north and defeated the Turks to rescue Liang Shidu last month, the entire Great Tang seemed to have entered a state of preparation for war. This was especially so for the officials of the court. Everyone knew that a fierce battle would soon break out between Great Tang and the Turks. At this critical juncture, Li Zishuan had offered the peerless armor and divine weapons. Furthermore, he had taken the initiative to provide the equipment for Great Tang's trump card cavalry, the black armored army. This not only inspired the officials, but also made them feel deep admiration for Li Zishuan. The Marquis of Yong and serves the country wholeheartedly. This old man admires you for your righteousness. Wei Zheng, who had been clamoring to impeach Li Zishuan an hour ago, was the first to jump out. He first clasped his hands to Li Zishuan in admiration, and then he bowed to Li Er. Your Majesty, the rise and fall of the realm is the responsibility of every man. The words of the Marquis of Yong and have deeply moved this old subject. This subject has decided that, starting from today, as long as the Great Tang does not destroy the Turks, this subject will not receive a salary. This subject is willing to use all of his salary in the future to forge weapons and armor for the soldiers of Great Tang. In Wei Zheng's view, if Li Zishuan, a rising official of the court, was willing to do so much for the Great Tang, Then how could he, an old official of the empire, remain indifferent at a time like this? With the country and people at stake, Wei Jing could also act like Li Zixuan and not care about personal gains and losses. Imperial father, this son is willing to take out half of the Eastern Palace's allowance each month to buy weapons and armor for the soldiers of the Great Tang. Li Qingqian, who had been standing below Li Heir, stepped forward and clasped his hands. As the heir to the throne of the Great Tang, his words had an extraordinary meaning. Your Majesty, this subject is also willing to cut his own salary to support the Great Tang in the war against the Turks. At this moment, Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui stepped forward and clasped their hands towards Li Heir. This old subject is also willing to cut his own salary and give all of the iron mines of the Jiangsun family to the Marquis of Yong, and for free to forge divine weapons and destroy the Turks. Zhang Sun Wuji stepped forward and said, speaking of which, Zhang Sun Wuji was truly the pride of the entire clan. It was all related to the Great Tang and the royal family. He was a relative of the royal family. His sister was the empress of the Great Tang, and his nephew was the current heir to the throne of the Great Tang, the future emperor of the Great Tang. Thus, when it came to donating money, Zhang Sun Wuji didn't hesitate at all. The only thing that made him a little depressed was that the first to jump out to donate money was Li Zixuan. At most, he was just adding flowers to the brocade, not providing charcoal in snowy weather. Be it adding flowers to the brocade or providing charcoal in snowy weather, at such a crucial moment, no one dared to drop the ball. At this moment, all of the officials and generals in the court bowed and said, this subject is also willing to cut his own salary to help the Great Tang forge divine weapons and destroy the Turks. Seeing that a good morning court assembly was about to turn into a donation gathering, Li Heir was touched. At the same time, he hurriedly waved his hands and said, my dear subjects, I appreciate your patriotism. However, the imperial court isn't in such a difficult situation that I have to rely on the salaries of all of you to survive. Thus, don't mention about cutting your salary. All of you only need to do your duty well, and the Great Tang will definitely grow stronger and defeat the Turks. Benefiting from the rapid development of maritime trade in the south, the Great Tang's current financial situation was still very healthy. At the very least, they didn't lack money or rations. Thus, Li Heir didn't have any intention of cutting his own official salaries. Hearing this, the officials hesitated for a moment before clasping their hands and saying in unison, this subject will do our best to assist your Majesty to create a prosperous era and defeat the enemies of the universe. Li Heir was overjoyed and said with a smile, good. Let us work together to create a prosperous era. What is there to fear about the mere Turks? Your Majesty is wise. The civil and military officials shouted in unison. At this moment, Li Zixuan stepped forward and clasped his hands. Your Majesty, other than plate armor and vanadium steel horse lance, this subject will also present vanadium steel horse armor and horseshoes. Li Heir frowned and said, this vanadium steel horse armor, we have seen it just now. It is indeed very useful for cavalry to charge, but what is this horseshoes? Why didn't we see it just now? Li Zixuan was about to explain, but Duan Zhishuan beat him to it and said, Your Majesty, this subject guesses that the horseshoes mentioned by the Marquis of Yong and should be something that is wrapped around the hooves of horses. Just now, when this subject was fighting with the Marquis of Yong, I noticed that the hooves of his warhorse seemed to be wrapped with some sort of metal. I think that it should be the horseshoes that the Marquis of Yong was talking about. As the commander of the Black Armored Army, Duan Zhishuan's observation of horses was undoubtedly more meticulous. Thus, he was able to notice such an inconspicuous detail. Li Zixuan nodded and said, General Duan has good eyesight. The horse that I was riding just now did indeed have metal wrapped around its hooves. Saying so, he clasped his hands to Li Heir and said, Your Majesty, in this subject's view, people need to wear shoes, and horses also need to wear shoes. When a horse wears shoes made of metal, not only will it not affect its running, it will also greatly reduce the wear and tear of the horse's hooves. Every year, tens of thousands of horses in my Great Tang will be abandoned due to the wear and tear of their hooves. If all the horses are nailed with horseshoes, this subject dares to guarantee that the average lifespan of the horses will be extended by at least 2 years. With these words, the officials were once again shaken, and they couldn't help but discuss in private. A moment later, Xiao Yu stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, if the Marquis of Yong'an's words are true, then this subject suggests that we immediately implement horseshoes in the army. Every year, tens of thousands of warhorses are eliminated due to the wear and tear of their hooves, and this is especially true for the warhorses on the front lines. If horseshoes can really protect the hooves of the horses, it will save the Great Tang countless amounts of money every year. At the very least, we can save 20% of our military expenditure." As the butler of the Great Tang, Xiao Yu helped Li Er manage the country's purse. He knew better than anyone else just how much of the annual expenditure of the imperial court on the military was used to purchase warhorses. Thus, when he heard Li Zishuan introduce the use of horseshoes, Xiao Yu was more excited than anyone else. Military expenditure will be reduced by 20%. Hearing these words, not only did many of the officials in the imperial court reveal expressions of shock, even Li Er, who was seated at the head of the table, could not remain calm. Old Li straightened his body and looked at Li Zishuan, asking, "Marquis of Eternal Peace, are you certain that not only will this horseshoe not harm the horseshoe, it will instead protect the horseshoe?" Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said, "This subject is extremely certain. Big White, which this subject was writing just now, is a living example. If your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can have someone bring Big White in. At that time, whether or not the horseshoes will harm the hooves, everyone will know with a single look." Li Er also wanted to take a closer look at how the horseshoes looked like. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "Permitted." A eunuch went out to help Li Zishuan lead the horse. After a while, Big White finally stood on the imperial court. 4 strong men came from the side and wanted to work together to overturn Big White. However, they were stopped by Li Zishuan with a wave of his hand. Li Zishuan stroked the tuft of hair beside Big White's neck and whispered something into Big White's ear. Following which, a miraculous scene appeared. Big White snorted and rubbed its head against Li Zishuan's arm. Then, Big White bent its legs and sat on the ground. Following which, it nimbly flipped over and lay on its back with its 4 hooves facing the sky. Big White understood human nature. This was already discovered by Li Zishuan when he exterminated the group of mountain bandits at Mount Beimang last year. After that, he often trained Big White intentionally or unintentionally and cultivated the tacit understanding between them. Thus, this scene appeared. Everyone in the imperial court, including Li Er, was stunned. At this moment, Li Zishuan said, "Your Majesty and all the ministers, please take a look. Is there a horseshoe nailed to the horse's hooves?" Wei Zheng, Xiao Yu, Duan Zhishuan, Qing Yaojin, Zhang Sun Wuji, and a dozen other important ministers took the lead to take a look. After looking, Duan Zhishuan couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder and said, "There is indeed a shoe made of steel nailed to the horse's hooves. However, in the battle with me just now, this horse's hooves were quite nimble and there were no signs of injury at all. Truly miraculous." "That's right. Why didn't I, old Qing, think of nailing a piece of metal to the horse's hooves in the past? This toy is good. However, little Xian, I, old Cheng, am more interested in your horse riding skills just now. If you have time, you must teach this old man." Qing Yaojin laughed loudly and said. Li Zishuan replied, "Uncle Cheng, this horse riding skill is just a small trick. As long as one is familiar with the horse, anyone can do what this nephew did just now." Qing Yaojin naturally didn't believe it. However, before he could say anything, Li Er, who was sitting on the dragon throne, had already walked down. After looking at Big White's hooves for a while, he said, "These horseshoes are indeed good stuff. However, with a piece of metal embedded in the hooves, does the horse really not feel any pain?" Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, actually, the dark outer layer of the horse's hooves is a very thick layer of hard cuticle. There are no blood vessels in it, just like a human's fingernail. Therefore, when the horseshoe is nailed, the horse doesn't feel any pain at all. Under normal circumstances, if a horse gallops for too long or if the road is too bumpy, it will cause the hard cuticle on the horse's hooves to be quickly worn away and split open. This way, the horse will become lame and unable to walk. This is why this subject wants to wear shoes for Big White to reduce the wear and tear on its hooves." Li Er roughly understood Li Zishuan's meaning and said in realization, "So that's how it is." Then, Li Er returned to the dragon throne. He looked at the officials in the hall and pondered for a moment before saying, "Beloved official Yen, hear the decree." Yen Lide stepped forward and cupped his hands. "This subject receives the decree." Li Er said in a deep voice, "Order the Ministry of Works to immediately rush out a batch of horseshoes. From now on, all the warhorses on the Tang Empire's front lines must be nailed with horseshoes." Yen Lide bowed and said, "This subject receives the decree." Li Er nodded and then looked at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was delighted. "Is Old Li going to reward me?" Li Er didn't know what Li Zishuan was thinking. He said expressionlessly, "Come forward and hear the decree." "This subject," Li Zishuan, "hears the decree." Li Zishuan cupped his hands in anticipation. Unexpectedly, Li Er said, "Mark Yong, and has contributed plate armor, vanadium steel horse lance, vanadium steel horse armor, and horseshoes. You have contributed greatly. In view of your knowledge of military affairs, I hereby appoint you as the Black Armored Army's registrar. You will assist Duan Zhishuan in quickly replacing the Black Armored Army's equipment. You will also incorporate the new equipment and come up with new training methods and battle tactics." "What? You want me to become a registrar in the Black Armored Army?" Hearing this, Li Zishuan was instantly dumbfounded. Not only was he stunned, but so were all the officials in the imperial court. After all, Li Zishuan had always been a civil official. After entering the imperial court, Li Zishuan's resume had been from the Imperial College's doctorate to the Yanhuang College's Yamacho to the Crown Prince Zhanshi to the Crown Prince's junior guardian to the Marquis of Yong. He had started his career as a civil official. But now, Li Er had appointed Li Zishuan as the registrar. Wasn't this branding? "Your Majesty, this subject feels that this is inappropriate." Before Li Zishuan could voice his objection, Wei Zheng had already started to scold him. He had spoken. Chapter 1445. Beloved official Wei, is there anything wrong with my conferment? In the Sweet Dew Hall, Wei Zheng jumped out to oppose Li Zishuan the moment Li Er announced his decision to confer the title to Li Zishuan. This made Old Li extremely displeased, and at the same time, furious. After all, this was a decision he had made after careful consideration. It was undeniable that Li Zishuan's talent in engineering was unparalleled. Furthermore, during his time as the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, he had been extremely diligent. However, on the other hand, Li Zishuan's attainments in martial arts and military affairs weren't lacking either. Firstly, his martial arts realm had surpassed all of his peers, and even the majority of the older generation couldn't compare to him. Secondly, the invention of plate armor, vanadium steel horse lance, vanadium steel horse armor, and horseshoes, as well as his suggestion to attack Liang Shidu, all of these showed that Li Zishuan was talented in military strategy. He was a good seedling. Apart from that, Li Er felt that a martial arts expert who was well versed in engineering was someone who was born for war. After quelling the rebellion in the city in the 3rd month, Li Er had a deep understanding of the importance of engineering in war. The Turks were powerful, and they had millions of soldiers who could control their bowstrings. If they could use the most advanced engineering in war, Li Er felt that Great Tang's chances of victory would be even greater. Li Zishuan was the perfect combination of engineering and military affairs. This was why Li Er decided to appoint Li Zishuan as the military secretary. He wanted to see what kind of different sparks could be created from the clash between engineering and military affairs. It had to be said that Li Er's mind was open enough and his ideas were bold enough. He did not see new things as different. Instead, he thought about how to make use of new things. If it was any other emperor, they probably would not have such a tolerant heart. Facing Li Er's questioning, Wei Zheng wasn't afraid at all. He clasped his hands and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, this old subject doesn't deny that the Marquis of Yong and has outstanding literary talent and vast knowledge. Thus, even though he was appointed as the junior guardian of the Crown Prince at such a young age, this old subject didn't have any objections. But the military would determine the rise and fall of the Great Tang. The Marquis of Yong and was skilled in civil affairs, so how could he be so rashly sent into the army? The consequences would be unimaginable if we were to delay the war. Once these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Li Zishuan, who was standing beside Wei Jing, couldn't help but frown. Although Li Zishuan had never thought of joining the army before, Wei Jing had made him sound so unbearable. Li Zishuan was a little unconvinced. Just as he was about to refute, Qing Yaojin spoke first. "Bah, Wei Xuanqing, don't try to flaunt your seniority here." When Qing Yaojin heard that Li Zishuan was going to be the military secretary of the Black Armored Army, he was very happy. Because from the beginning, old Qing wanted to let Li Zishuan gain experience in the army, because the Tang Empire valued military achievements a lot. So when he saw Wei Jing jump out to object, how could Qing Yaojin hold back? He quickly jumped out and unceremoniously retorted. "The Marquis of Yong, and studied under spiritual master Ling Su, and his martial arts attainments are not below mine. Moreover, because of Han Tianhu, the Marquis of Yong, and is a relative of the medicine master. If he wants to learn the art of war, won't he be able to learn it at any time? Also, the previous rebellion in Guan City and the punitive expedition to Liang Shidu, these two battles were won so smoothly because of the Marquis of Yong An's contributions. Such a good general seedling, why did you, Wei Xuanqing, call him a weak scholar who doesn't know anything about military affairs?" Li Jing, who rarely attended morning court, didn't expect to be used as a scapegoat. He couldn't help but shake his head, but he didn't refute. If it was really as Qing Yaojin said, if Li Zishuan wanted to ask him for advice on the art of war, he probably wouldn't refuse. Wei Zheng's face flushed red as he refuted, "Duke Lu, you are twisting words and forcing logic. During the rebellion in Guan City and the punitive expedition to Liang Shidu, the Marquis of Yong, and did make a great contribution, but that was only behind-the-scenes planning. The Marquis of Yong, and is not good at war. If His Majesty forcibly places the Marquis of Yong, and in the Black Armored Army, it will only backfire." In fact, the reason why Wei Jing was so vehemently against Li Zishuan joining the army was because he had a certain selfish motive. He admired Li Zishuan very much and hoped that Li Zishuan would have a better development in the field of civil affairs. Not to mention anything else, as long as Li Zishuan could develop Yanhuang College well, it would definitely benefit countless people. However, Li Er suddenly wanted Li Zishuan to join the army. How could Wei Jing bear to let such a good seedling be buried in the army? Qing Yaojin grinned and sneered, "Wei Xuanqing, I'm afraid you don't know what kind of position the registrar of the army is? Marching and fighting is the job of the great general. What does it have to do with the registrar of the army? In my opinion, with the Marquis of Yong An's current ability, he is more than qualified to be a 6th-rank registrar of the army." When Wei Jing heard this, he couldn't help but be startled. He was having a great time just now and had almost forgotten about this point. Li Jing took this opportunity to step forward and said, "The registrar of the army is a subordinate of the great general. He is in charge of the great general's records, and he is responsible for investigating good and evil. He is also responsible for strategizing for the great general. From this point of view, the registrar of the army is an official position in the army that is biased towards civil officials. For someone like the Marquis of Yong, and who is full of talent and knows a little about military affairs, that is the most suitable position." This, Wei Jing didn't expect that Li Jing, who had always kept a low profile, would actually express his opinion on this matter. He couldn't help but be caught off guard. Li Er, who was watching from the sidelines, saw that the time was ripe and announced, "What the medicine master said makes sense. When I appointed Li Zishuan as the registrar of the Black Armored Army, I also had this consideration. Furthermore, the Black Armored Army is the most elite cavalry of the Great Tang Empire. This time, for the Black Armored Army to change their equipment, it must be handled by Li Zishuan personally. Therefore, there is no need to discuss this matter further. Marquis of Yong, and are you willing to be the registrar of the Black Armored Army?" After saying this, Li Er's pair of tiger eyes stared unwaveringly at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan instantly felt a sense of pressure. This was because he wasn't mentally prepared to be the registrar of the Black Armored Army. Li Zishuan glanced at Qing Yaojin and Li Jing from the corner of his eyes. Seeing the two of them nodding vigorously at him, Li Zishuan gritted his teeth, stepped forward and bowed. This subject is willing to share your Majesty's worries and contribute to the Black Armored Army. However, this subject isn't willing to give up on Yanhuang College. Your Majesty, please allow this subject to take on 2 positions at the same time. Back when the Great Tang Army pacified Shuafang City, Li Zishuan had a premonition that he would participate in the future war between the Great Tang and the Turks. Now, he could make use of this opportunity to participate in the military preparations of the Great Tang Empire. Only by personally participating in the war could he be at ease. As the Turks were too powerful, the Great Tang didn't have a 100% chance of winning against them. At most, it was 50-50. According to the official history, the Great Tang Empire defeated the Turks in the 3rd year of Jingguan. However, the current Great Tang had deviated from the original history in many areas. Only the heavens knew if the Great Tang Empire could still achieve victory in this war. Thus, for the sake of insurance, Li Zishuan had to participate in the Tang army's preparations to increase the odds of victory for the Great Tang. Only when the scales of victory were completely tilted in the Great Tang's favor, turning the odds of victory from 50-50 to 70-30, or even to none, would Li Zishuan feel at ease. Otherwise, it would be too late for him to make a move when the war was disadvantageous to the Great Tang Empire. It was because of this consideration that Li Zishuan agreed to this task. Otherwise, with his mischievous personality that would never stand if he could lie down, it was impossible for him to find trouble for himself. This emperor approves. Hearing this, not only were Qing Yaojin and Li Jing overjoyed, Li Er was also overjoyed. He laughed loudly and said, "Duan Jishuan, this emperor will transfer the Marquis of Yong and into the Black Armored Army. You have to work together with him to build the Black Armored Army into the world's #1 cavalry. If the Black Armored Army's battle prowess is not up to this emperor's expectations, this emperor will hold you accountable." Duan Jishuan's heart skipped a beat, but at the same time, a sense of pride rose in his chest. He clasped his fists and said solemnly, "This official will do his best to build the world's #1 cavalry for your Majesty." Li Er nodded and said, "If there is nothing else to report, the court is dismissed." After he finished speaking, it was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but he turned his gaze to Li Zishuan. If he remembered correctly, Li Zishuan should have something important to report in the morning court. Feeling Emperor Li Er's gaze, Li Zishuan was taken aback. However, he quickly reacted and clasped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, this official still has something to report." Hearing this, all the officials in the hall turned to look at Li Zishuan. Today's morning court was really lively. It had been going on since around 7 in the morning and the sun was about to reach the top of their heads. Many of the officials who had not eaten breakfast were so hungry that their stomachs were growling. Originally, when they heard Li Er's words, everyone thought that the court was going to be dismissed. However, at this crucial moment, the main character of the morning court, Li Zishuan, interfered. This morning court was really full of twists and turns. What other matters does the Marquis of Yong and have? Say it quickly. Li Er pretended to be curious and asked even though he already knew the answer. Li Zishuan said loudly, "Your Majesty, this official requests to restructure Yanhuang College into the School of Engineering and the School of Medicine. As the name suggests, the School of Engineering specializes in engineering while the School of Medicine specializes in medicine. Although the 2 schools belong to Yanhuang College, they are completely separated. This official intends to use the teaching method of the Imperial Physician Department to open the School of Medicine. When the time comes, this official will not only recruit men who are interested in medicine, but also women who are slightly knowledgeable in medicine and come from medical families. This official requests for your Majesty's permission." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the imperial court, except for Li Er, looked at Li Zishuan in shock. Letting women enroll in the college, he really dared to dream. Many of the officials could not help but sigh in their hearts. Ridiculous. Simply ridiculous. Kong Ingda stood up angrily and reprimanded, "Markyong, and this old man will not stop you if you want to develop engineering in Yunshan, because your engineering can indeed bring a lot of convenience to the people of Tang Empire. But to let male and female students cohabit in the same college, This old man will definitely not agree. Since ancient times, there has always been a difference between men and women. If men and women are allowed to study together in the same academy, not only will it be immoral, it will also go against the Confucian school's 5 relationships, and it will also ruin the reputation of women. This old man will definitely not agree to this. As a descendant of Confucius, Kong Yingda was naturally the staunchest defender of Confucianism. Although he was different from those narrow-minded scholars who rejected other schools of thought, he would not make any concessions in terms of the moral principles of men and women. Li Zishuan retorted, "Chancellor Kong, I have already said that before the School of Medicine enrolls students, I will order people to completely separate the School of Engineering from the School of Engineering. In the future, this School of Medicine will be like the Imperial Physician Department, specializing in cultivating doctors who are interested in medicine. There will be no gender distinction in front of doctors, and the Imperial Physician Department will also recruit many female students every year. Why can't my School of Medicine enroll them?" Although he did not get along well with Kong Yingda in the past, today he was only discussing the matter as it was and not specifically going against Kong Yingda for revenge. Kong Yingda did not back down and said, "The Imperial Physician Department is the Imperial Physician Department. Your School of Medicine is the School of Medicine. The Imperial Physician Department recruits female students to cultivate female medical officers for the nobles in the palace. Why does your School of Medicine recruit female students?" Li Zishuan replied, "Of course it is to treat the common women. The Imperial Physician Department trains female medical officers for the nobles in the palace, so why can't the School of Medicine train female doctors for the common women?" Bao Gu of the Eastern Jin dynasty had excellent medical skills and was meticulous. She was good at acupuncture and was famous for treating tumors and warts. She followed her husband Gu Xianweng to Mount Luofu in Guangdong for a long time to refine pills and practice medicine. She treated the people and helped the people. Her reputation spread far and wide in the Lingnan area, and her name went down in history. As a great scholar, why can't Chancellor Kong tolerate the thousands of female doctors who aspire to become Bao Gu in his eyes? His Majesty has always loved the people like his children. The men in this world are His Majesty's people, so are the women. If a woman is sick, don't they need a female doctor? Hearing this, Kong Yingda was momentarily at a loss for words. However, after pausing for a moment, he still stubbornly said, "It is said that one can't hide their illness for fear of treatment. If a woman is sick, so what if she is treated by a male doctor? Furthermore, there is no lack of female doctors in the world today. There is no need for your School of Medicine to do something superfluous." Li Zishuan couldn't help but say, "Chancellor Kong, you just said that there is a difference between men and women. Now you are saying that one can't hide their illness for fear of treatment. Aren't you contradicting yourself? If a woman is sick with a very private illness, in order to protect her reputation, she would rather die of her illness than seek treatment from a male doctor. At that time, what would you say, Chancellor Kong?" Kong Yingda was instantly speechless. At this moment, all the officials in the imperial court were silent. Firstly, Li Zishuan had entered the palace today to present plate armor, vanadium steel horse lance and other new equipment. He had also shouldered the logistics of the Black Armored Army by himself, greatly increasing the military strength of the Black Armored Army. No one could deny such a contribution. At this time, if they stood out to reject Li Zishuan's suggestion, it would seem unreasonable. Secondly, which family didn't have a woman? Li Zishuan's words were right. Some women's private illnesses were indeed not suitable for a male doctor to treat. Therefore, in their hearts, they actually hoped that Yanhuang College's School of Medicine could cultivate more female doctors. Chapter 1446. In this debate regarding Yanhuang College's recruitment of female students, Li Zishuan won by a very small margin. The reason for his victory was mainly because Li Zishuan had performed a great service today. In addition, there was the precedent of the Imperial Medical Department. As long as Yanhuang College separated the medical department, it was basically equivalent to a second Imperial Medical Department. The only difference was that the Imperial Medical Department served the Imperial Court, while his Imperial Medical Department served the common people. After Li Er announced in front of the civil and military officials that Yanhuang College's medical department could recruit female students, he ordered the court to withdraw. The civil and military officials, who had long been hungry, hurriedly withdrew from the Taiji Palace and returned to their homes. Then, have you thought it through? Do you really plan to join the Black Armored Army? Wei Zheng suddenly asked when he passed by Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan stopped in his tracks and nodded. That's right. This marquis has already decided. Cavalry is what we need the most in the grasslands. If we can build the Black Armored Army into an invincible force, our chances of victory in the future war with the Turks will be much higher. When Wei Zheng heard this, he still felt that Li Zishuan was taking things for granted. He shook his head and sighed deeply. AI, you're still thinking too simply. The situation on the battlefield is ever-changing and complicated. It's not that easy to deal with. You're full of talent. You should be concentrating on teaching and educating people, but now you're going to join the Black Armored Army. What a pity! What a pity! After saying this, Old Wei sighed and left with his hands behind his back. Li Zishuan wanted to refute, but Wei Zheng had already walked far away. However, Wei Zheng's attitude towards him now seemed a little strange. It felt like heroes sympathizing with each other. This made him feel a little puzzled. He thought to himself, when did Wei Zheng start treating me so well? Little Xian, don't listen to Wei Xuanqing's nonsense. While he was deep in thought, Qing Yaojin's laughter suddenly came from behind him. Old Qing quickly walked to Li Zishuan's side and said, Wei Xuanqing, that stubborn old man, wants to keep you in the court to promote culture and education so that you can be an upright civil official whose name will go down in history. But Xiaoxian, with your martial arts and strategy, wouldn't it be a pity if you don't help our Tang Empire pacify the four sides? It's a pity that His Majesty didn't arrange for you to join this old man's left guard camp. However, Duanji Xian's Black Armored Army isn't bad either. It's a good place to gain experience. Little Xian, you definitely won't regret going there. Old Cheng had always had high hopes for Li Zishuan when it came to military affairs. However, Li Zishuan wasn't interested in joining the military in the beginning. In addition, he was the only child of the old Li family, so Old Cheng couldn't persuade him. Now, with Li Er's push, Li Zishuan had finally entered the military. Old Cheng was happy from the bottom of his heart. After all, in his opinion, how could promoting science and education be more satisfying than going to war and killing enemies? When Li Zishuan heard this, he smiled slightly and said, This nephew understands. As the saying goes, men should be hot-blooded. Serving the country isn't just one way to promote science and education. Going to war and killing enemies is also considered serving the country. Little Xian is right. However, you're proficient in both civil and military affairs. Even if the situation is special, it's best that you don't fall behind in both civil and military affairs. Qin Qiong had unknowingly followed behind the two of them and chuckled. He looked at the problem more comprehensively and profoundly than Qing Yaojin. He knew that Yanhuang College was likely to become Li Zishuan's strong foundation in the Tang Empire in the future. Therefore, he felt that while Li Zishuan joined the military, he shouldn't give up on Yanhuang College's career. After all, since ancient times, the country had been founded by martial arts and ruled by civil letters. Once the world was completely settled, the role of military generals in the imperial court would become smaller and smaller. At that time, promoting science and education would be the way to go. Uncle Qin, you're right. This nephew is indeed planning to do so. Li Zishuan nodded and replied. That's for the best. The few of them left the palace and went home separately. As Li Zishuan's main task for joining the Black Armored Army this time was to let the soldiers of the Black Armored Army get used to the new equipment and practice the tactics that were compatible with the new equipment. However, the Black Armored Army only needed a few sets of the new equipment and was far from being able to mass-produce them. Therefore, Li Zishuan wasn't in a hurry to report to the military camp and be on duty. After handing over the plate armor and lance to Pang Feiji, Li Zishuan urged his horse and headed towards the east gate of Chang'an City. However, as he was wearing plate armor when he entered the city in the morning, he was still recognized by many citizens. Therefore, as he walked on the streets, Many citizens stared at Li Zishuan without blinking as if they were looking at a rare species. Li Zishuan felt uncomfortable being stared at like that. Therefore, he hurriedly increased the speed of his horse, wanting to leave Chang'an city as soon as possible. Nay, Boss Lin? When he was about to reach the Yanxing gate, Li Zishuan suddenly saw a familiar person through the window of a carriage beside him. He stopped his horse and greeted him. That's right. This person was the first batch of members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, Lin Wenyuan. Li Zishuan could still remember Lin Wenyuan's son, Lin Hao, calling him Grandmaster in order to fool the guards and watch the fireworks on Yunshan Mountain. Marquis? You just finished your morning court session, right? I was just about to go to Yunshan Mountain to visit you. Lin Wenyuan was shocked when he heard that. He hurriedly asked the coachman to stop the carriage, opened the curtains, and jumped off the carriage. He cupped his hands and greeted Li Zishuan. As everyone knew, although Li Zishuan was a noble, he did not attend morning court sessions. Moreover, after Yanhuang College was built last year, Li Zishuan did not live in Chang'an City. Therefore, when he saw that the person outside the carriage was really Li Zishuan, Lin Wenyuan was a little surprised. HM? Boss Lin is looking for me? Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat as he asked curiously. Lin Wenyuan was a little embarrassed. There are some trivial matters, but the weather is hot now. Marquis, if you don't mind, please come to the carriage for a chat. I will go to Lantian County to visit Boss Chow in a while. After Lantian County announced a series of preferential policies for merchants, Chow Wendong moved his entire family to Lantian County. Therefore, if Lin Wenyuan wanted to see Chow Wendong now, he had to go to Lantian County. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right, then let's go to Lantian County together. Marquis, please. Lin Wenyuan said happily. Li Zishuan smiled and did not refuse. He turned around and handed Big White to Pang Feiji, then went straight to the Lin family carriage. As one of the first members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, Lin Wenyuan's carriage was naturally very luxurious. This was a special edition, Don't Touch Me carriage that was custom-made from the Strange Interest Pavilion. Compared to other Don't Touch Me carriages, Lin Wenyuan's carriage had more space inside. Of course, the interior was also more luxurious. Although this was the case, Li Zishuan did not have the time to care about this. After he sat down, After sitting down, he asked directly, Boss Lin, what do you want to talk to me about? Can you say it now? Lin Wenyuan immediately smiled apologetically. Marquis, please forgive me. You have to waste your time on me despite your busy schedule. I feel very uneasy. Li Zishuan waved his hand and interrupted. There's no need to be so courteous. I've known Boss Lin for a long time. Boss Lin, if you have something to say, just say it. Lin Wenyuan knew that Li Zishuan was the kind of person who did not like to beat around the bush. Hearing this, he said directly, Marquis, it's like this. This morning, I heard that you created a kind of immortal carriage that does not require human or animal power to move quickly. Is this true? Li Zishuan could roughly guess what Lin Wenyuan wanted to say. His eyes flashed and he said, That thing is not called an immortal carriage. There are no immortals in this world. That carriage is called an electric bicycle. I modified the original bicycle and changed it from the front wheel to the rear wheel. Then, with the help of the workshop's special electric motor and lead-acid battery, the bicycle can rely on electricity to move quickly. As for the name Immortal Carriage that the people gave to the electric bicycle, although it sounded very domineering, Li Zishuan did not like it because he felt that the name contained too much superstition. Even though his soul had somehow transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, Li Zishuan still did not believe in the existence of immortals in this world. Therefore, he would definitely not use the name Immortal Chariot in the future. Especially now that engineering had developed to a certain extent, many people had begun to truly understand this world. Li Zishuan did not wish to become a theologian when all his students had become propagators of engineering. I see. After listening to Li Zishuan, Lin Wenyuan could not help but be enlightened. Then he asked tentatively, Marquis, I wonder if you plan to sell this electric bicycle to the public in the future? Li Zishuan's eyes narrowed. He thought for a moment and said, if the electric bicycle wants to run for a long time, It must be charged with lead-acid batteries. Before the power lines are widely available, the electric bicycle cannot be sold. Lin Wenyuan was a little disappointed when he heard this. Li Zishuan saw this and asked, "It seems that Boss Lin wants to make money from the electric bicycle?" No. Lin Wenyuan was shocked and quickly waved his hand. "Marquis, please understand. I did not mean that. The bicycle that the workshop made previously has already made me a lot of money. I do not dare to have any other thoughts. Now, I just want to help Marquis with his worries." "Help me with my worries? What do you mean?" Li Zishuan was puzzled. Lin Wenyuan swallowed his saliva and said carefully, "I heard that Marquis is in need of copper, and I happen to know a few Japanese businessmen. They are very fond of Tang's bicycles. They said that in Japan, as long as you have a bicycle, you can exchange it for anything, including copper. To tell you the truth, Marquis, I once used 3 bicycles to exchange for 15,000 caddies of brass." "So much? On average, 1 bicycle can be exchanged for 5,000 caddies of brass?" Li Zishuan was surprised. When the bicycle was first sold, it was only 400 strings of coins. That did not include the discount for membership cards. Later, as the workshop's bicycle production increased, the price of the bicycle was slightly lowered. Now, it was about 350 strings of coins to buy one. In this era, the value of brass was difficult to measure with money because the imperial court did not allow the private sale of brass. However, many people melted copper coins to make bronzeware. Tang's copper coins were about 7 to 8 caddies, and 350 strings of coins weighed about 3,000 caddies. In order to buy a bicycle, the Japanese businessmen were willing to pay a high price of 5,000 caddies of brass. This made Li Zishuan a little bit tempted. After all, he was in need of copper, and the main material of the bicycle was iron. Using a little iron to exchange for a large amount of brass was a business that Li Zishuan thought could be done, but this brass should be under the control of the imperial court in Japan, right? I've heard that the Neon people also use copper coins. How could the Neon court allow those merchants to sell so much brass without permission? Li Zishuan quickly reacted and asked. In China's Tang dynasty, Japan also used the Tang dynasty's Kaiyuan Tongbao, issued in 621. At the same time, they began to issue the Hetong Kaishi, silver cast by Nara in 708, followed by Wanyan Tongbao, Shungong Kaibao, Longping Yongbao, Fusho Shunbao, Chungha Changbao, Changyan Debao, Raoi Shunbao, Zhengguan Yongbao, and Quanping Debao. In 907, when the Tang dynasty ended, they also issued Yanshi Tongbao and Tihu. In short, it was very messy, but many currencies were made of copper. The Japanese rulers were also very strict about the control of copper mines. Lin Wenyuan quickly replied, "Marquis, you may not know, but the current Japan is very different from before. Ever since Shanbei, the son of Crown Prince Shungda, returned to Japan, he immediately ascended to the throne. He imitated the Tang dynasty's 6 ministries to reform the government, and at the same time, he set up an academy and abolished the old customs. It is said that the knowledge taught in his academy is the Marquis New Mathematics. I think that before Big Brother Shanbei returned to the country, he must have bought a few copies of the new mathematics teaching materials and brought them back." Hearing this, Li Zishuan frowned and asked, "What does this have to do with the Japanese businessmen selling brass?" Lin Wenyuan replied, "Marquis, of course it has to do with them. It is said that the newly ascended king of Japan directly abolished the copper coin and used the Tang yuan of Tang as the domestic currency. In addition, he built many seaports, wanting to trade with the sea merchants of Tang dynasty and exchange what they need. In this way, since Japan does not use copper coins, the control of the sale of brass among the people is naturally much smaller." Li Zishuan's face did not show any joy when he heard this. Instead, he could not help but feel his heart sink. If Japan continued to develop like this, in less than 20 years, there would be an extremely powerful opponent around Tang dynasty. At this moment, Li Zishuan was a little regretful that he hadn't kept his big brother king in the Great Tang forever. In that case, we will exchange the copper needed by the workshop with the Japanese businessmen in the future. Anyway, no matter what, we won't lose anything. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and said, he was really short of copper now. If he could exchange a large amount of copper from the Japanese, he could not ask for more. As for the hidden danger of Shanbei, he could only think about it later. Chapter 1447. Lantian County had a gall alumina mine. According to Wang Ji's investigation, the reserves of this mine were not small at all. However, using the wet process to refine copper was a problem. It was basically impossible to refine a large amount of copper in a short period of time. Therefore, after hearing Lin Wenyuan say that bicycles could be exchanged for a large amount of copper from the Japanese merchants, Li Zishuan decided to temporarily use the brass in the hands of the Japanese merchants to solve the problem of the workshop's lack of copper. Boss Lin, go and inform the members of the Chamber of Commerce to get rid of all their bicycles as soon as possible. In addition, I will give you 50 bicycles from the workshop. Take them to the Japanese merchants and exchange them for brass as soon as possible. Get as much as you can. Li Zishuan suddenly said as the carriage traveled on the cement road to Lantian County. Lin Wenyuan could hear the urgency in Li Zishuan's words and couldn't help but wonder, Marquis, why are you in such a hurry to sell all your bicycles? Also, if you take out so many bicycles at once, the Japanese merchants will take the opportunity to lower the price. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter if they lower the price, as long as it's within an acceptable range. This range is probably not lower than 80% of the current market price. Also, there's something you probably don't know, and that is that the workshop will soon release the second generation of bicycles. The electric bicycle I told you about before is based on the second generation of bicycles. Compared to the first generation of bicycles, the second generation of bicycles uses the latest technology from the Strange Taste Pavilion workshop. Not only does it save energy, but it's also safer. It can be said that anyone who has ridden the second generation of bicycles will definitely not be willing to ride the first generation of bicycles. The workshop will soon mass-produce the second generation of bicycles. When that time comes, the demand for the first generation of bicycles will definitely decrease. If you don't hurry up and get rid of all your bicycles, you'll have to sell them at a lower price in the future. After doing business for decades, Lin Wenyuan obviously understood the twists and turns of this matter. Hearing this, he was very grateful and said, Thank you, Mari, for your reminder. I will pass on Marquis' message to the rest of the people before dark today. When the time comes, I will also give you a batch of second-generation bicycles to trade with the Japanese. Lantian County needs copper very much. Li Zishuan nodded and said with some emotion. Li Zishuan didn't know how much copper it would be needed to build a county-level power grid and connect the entire Lantian County to electricity. But it was an astronomical figure, and he could only use all means to get as much copper as possible. I understand. Lin Wenyuan cupped his hands in acknowledgement. Suddenly, after a moment of hesitation, he said, Marquis, ever since the establishment of the Department of Commerce in Lantian County, it has become a paradise for merchants. Here, we merchants are able to receive equal treatment. This Lin has been discussing with my wife recently. We wish to follow Boss Chow's example and move our family to Lantian County. I wonder if Marquis can grant us permission? In fact, Lin Wenyuan wanted to move to Lantian County not only because the Department of Commerce had raised the status of businessmen, but also because of his son's future. Although Lin Hao had Iron Egg as his teacher, and after more than half a year of studying in seclusion, he had a higher chance of passing the Yanhuang College this year. But what if he didn't pass? If that really happened, Lin Wenyuan planned to send Lin Hao to the county school in Lantian County. Moreover, hearing that Li Zishuan needed brass, it was obvious that he wanted to connect the entire Lantian County to electricity. That way, Lantian County would become more dazzling than Chang'an City. When that time came, many people from other counties would want to move to Lantian County. Mr. Lin also wants to move to Lantian County? That's good. You can move directly. The conditions for moving to Lantian County are still very generous. Li Zishuan heard this and said with some surprise. Thank you, Marquis. Lin Wenyuan cupped his hands and said, with Li Zishuan's words, it would be much easier for him to move to the county office later. What? Xian? You want to go to the Black Armored Army to be a clerk? Returning to the Marquis' mansion in Lantian County, Li Zixuan told the two elders in detail what had happened in the morning court. After Madame Li heard it, she was almost scared half to death. After all, she and Li Zixuan only had this one son. In the early years, Li Zixuan had followed spiritual master Lingshu into the mountains to nurse his body because of his weak body. But now that Li Zixuan was healthy and had made a name for himself, how could Madame Li accept this? Li Jingma's face also froze. Although he did not panic like Madame Li, in those eyes that had experienced the vicissitudes of life, he could not help but reveal a deep sense of worry. Mother, don't worry. The registrar of the record is in charge of all the documents and records. He is also in charge of planning and giving advice to the general. He won't lead the troops to charge and break through enemy lines, so there won't be any danger. Now that the Tang Empire and the Turks are at daggers drawn, a war is likely to break out. I have learned some skills from my master. If I don't use them now, when the Tang Empire is trampled by the foreign tribes one day, not only will I regret it for the rest of my life, but my master will also not be able to rest in peace. Li Zixuan patted his mother's hand and patiently persuaded her. Madame Li was about to say something, but Yi Guozhong said at this time, "Little Xian is right. Back then, how heroic was spiritual master Ling Su. He single-handedly fought against hundreds of Turkic wolf cavalry, causing the alien races to tremble in fear. As the last disciple of spiritual master Ling Su, little Xian couldn't be a coward and do nothing when the kingdom war was about to arrive. Moreover, His Majesty has transferred little Xian into the Black Armored Army, the most elite cavalry of the Tang Empire. This shows that His Majesty has high hopes for little Xian. How can this imperial favor be easily rejected?" Madame Li was not an unreasonable person. She understood the general principles, but when it came to her son, she would rather be muddle-headed. At this time, her eyes were red. "Father, Yuzhu doesn't care about imperial favor. Little Xian is my child. I would rather he be useless for the rest of his life than risk his life." After saying that, she nervously held Li Zixuan's hand and said, "Little Xian, you are the only son of our family. According to the laws of the country, you don't have to join the army. Go and talk to His Majesty now and reject this job, okay? A mother's love is great, but sometimes a mother's love is selfish." Looking at the nervous and concerned Mrs. Li in front of him, Li Zixuan didn't feel good in his heart. Humans aren't plants and can't be emotionless. After spending more than a year together, he had long regarded this woman in front of him as his biological mother in this life. After a pause, he adjusted his mood and said, "Mother, I know you are doing this for my own good, but I have a reason to join the Black Armored Army. Currently, my workshop has created a type of armor that is especially suitable for the Black Armored Army. It can greatly increase their battle prowess. I have to help them adapt to this new equipment and practice new tactics. But don't worry, I am just an insignificant member of the army, not a general. I don't have to lead troops into battle, and I won't be in any danger. In fact, I don't want to be rich in this life. I only hope to protect my family and let the people around me live in peace and happiness. Now that the enemy is before us, if I am afraid of the slightest thing, and if the Tang Empire is defeated by the Turks, when the country is destroyed, the millions of families in the Central Plains will be massacred by the foreign races. No one will be spared. Mother, do you really want to see that kind of scene?" After listening to Li Zixuan's description of the terrifying scene, Madame Li couldn't help but tremble. She hurriedly shook her head and said, "Mother, of course I don't want to see that kind of scene. But little Xian, there are many famous generals in the imperial court. Even if you don't go, it won't affect the overall situation, right?" Li Zixuan replied, "Mother, if a war breaks out between the Tang Empire and the Turks, the chances of victory will be 50-50. At this time, if we can increase the chances of victory by a little, we can change the outcome of the war." Yi Guozhong stroked his beard and nodded. "Little Xian is right. Yuzhu, there is no small matter when it comes to the country. It is rare that little Xian is so capable, and His Majesty is willing to give him a chance to serve the country. As his mother, you should understand." Li Jingmo knew that this matter was almost a foregone conclusion. He let out a long sigh and looked at his wife. He also comforted her, "Madam, father-in-law is right. Little Xian has grown up. What path he wants to take is his own choice. As his parents, we can only silently support him from behind. We only hope that we don't cause him any trouble. Seeing that her husband and father were both comforting her, Madame Li knew that there was no turning back. She wiped away her tears and looked at Li Zishuan. Little Xian, then you have to promise me that you will never put yourself in danger at any time. Mother, don't worry. Li Zishuan naturally nodded in agreement. After such a commotion, Madame Li felt physically and mentally exhausted. She shook her head and returned to her room to rest. Li Jingma looked at Li Zishuan with a complicated expression. In the end, all the words he wanted to say turned into a sigh. Xian, you've already grown up. In the future, no matter when or where, before you make a decision, I hope you can think about your mother, your wife, and this family. After saying that, without waiting for Li Zishuan's response, Li Jingma left with his hands clasped behind his back. Han Yushi, who had been standing silently at the side, wrung her hands and silently left. Li Zishuan felt a little guilty, but when he made this decision, he had already expected his family to oppose it. At this time, he couldn't say anything. The next day, the second enrollment announcement for Yanhuang College's medical school was officially published by Datang Daily. After reading the contents of the new enrollment announcement, the public was completely stirred up. Yanhuang College's medical school is accepting students regardless of gender? What? Does that mean Yanhuang College is going to recruit female students? What kind of scandal is this? That's not it. Didn't you see that the medical school is allowed to recruit female students? Right now, Yanhuang College is divided into two major schools, the medical school and the engineering school. It is said that these two schools are separated by a high wall and are completely independent. The medical school is almost like the Imperial Medical Department. That's good. The female students recruited by the Imperial Medical Department will be sent to the palace to be female medical officers. The female students trained by Yanhuang College's medical school might be sent to Marquis's Great Tang Joint Medical Center in the future. When that time comes, there will be more female doctors among the people. Wives and daughters won't have to look for female doctors to treat their illnesses. Yes. That's very possible. I heard that there are already female doctors in the Great Tang Joint Medical Center in Lantian County. There might be more in the future. Marquis is really considerate of us commoners. The Marquis of Yong and is immoral. You are actually praising him here? I am going to the palace to impeach the Marquis of Yong. Don't you dare slander the Marquis of Yong. Do you believe that I won't beat you up? Yes, beat him up. Most of the people were supportive of the Yanhuang College's medical school's recruitment of female students. After all, there was the precedent of the Imperial Medical Department. Moreover, Li Zishuan was doing this for the good of the people. How could they not support him? However, when some of the scholars heard the news, they privately reprimanded Li Zhe for offending public decency. However, whether they were truly angry or enraged out of jealousy, that was something that no one knew. In any case, Yanhuang College was currently in a state of jubilation. Yanfu, did you hear? The medical school is going to recruit female students? What? Is that true? Of course it's true. It's written in today's Datang Daily. I heard that even the emperor agreed. This is too crazy. What a pity. What a pity that a high wall will be built between the medical school and the engineering school. The students from both sides will not be able to walk around. Even if we want to see the new female students, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Ahem. Yuan Shuo, your thoughts are too filthy. If you really want to see the new female students, why don't you just transfer to the medical school? You think I don't want to? If I want to enter the medical school, I have to pass the exam. I don't know anything about medicine. How can I pass the exam? Chu Yanfu was just saying it casually. However, when he heard Yuan Shuo's words, he could not help but vomit blood. Similar conversations took place in every corner of Yanhuang College. It was no wonder that the students were so excited. In fact, Yunshan Mountain was mostly filled with men. It was like a temple for monks. As the saying goes, A gentle and graceful woman is a gentleman's dream. They were still in their adolescence. How could they not be excited when they heard that the college was going to recruit female students? Bao Lin, Ziffin, I have a good idea. In class 1, during the break, Cheng Chumo suddenly shouted excitedly. What good idea do you have, Chumo? Tell me. Tell me. Sun Ziffin's eyes lit up and he immediately said excitedly. Cheng Chumo smirked and whispered, binoculars. We can go to the courtyard on the 4th floor and use binoculars to see the view of the medical school. Smacks. As soon as Cheng Chumo finished speaking, he felt a strong gust of wind at the back of his head. A solid slap landed on the back of his head, followed by an annoyed voice. You're using your cleverness on crooked ways. If Uncle Cheng finds out, won't he break your legs? Chapter 1448. Only Cheng Chumo could come up with such a wicked idea like using an astronomical telescope to peek at a beautiful woman. This kind of thing was something that many restless youths in modern society had done before, but Cheng Chumo, as a man from the Tang dynasty, was actually able to come up with this idea. It had to be said that this guy's brain circuit was a bit different from others. Yamacho, why are you here? Cheng Chumo was about to scold him when he heard Li Zishuan's voice behind him. He immediately changed his words. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said impatiently, Why am I here? If I didn't come, someone would have used the Academy's astronomical telescope to peek at women. Cheng Chumo was speechless. Yuchi Bao Lin and Sun Zifan hurriedly sat upright and still, acting as if this matter had nothing to do with them and they were unconcerned. Li Zishuan looked around and asked curiously, Where's Qin Ke? Why isn't he in the classroom? Cheng Chumo rubbed his head and replied, Oh, Qin Ke saw Yamacho's new electric bicycle at the workshop the day before yesterday and wanted to go to the workshop to build it. He should be looking for Mr. Li Gang or Mr. Mo now, right? Qin Ke wants to build a bicycle? Li Zishuan was stunned when he heard this. Cheng Chumo nodded and said, Yeah, he even told me about it yesterday. Yamacho, tomorrow is Saturday. Can you lend me your electric bicycle for 2 days? As he spoke, Cheng Chumo suddenly shamelessly asked Li Zishuan to lend him his car. Li Zishuan looked at him from head to toe and said angrily, With your careless temper, if I lend you my car, you'll either hurt yourself or someone else. I think I'd better not borrow it. Cheng Chumo panicked when he heard that. Yamacho, how can you look down on me? I, Cheng Chumo, am someone who has ridden a war horse and been on the battlefield. I'm just riding an electric bicycle. How could I hit someone? Li Zishuan didn't want to talk to this idiot, so he turned around and prepared to leave the classroom. He came to the academy today mainly to talk to Li Gang, Yen Silu, and the others about something, and also to check on the teaching situation in the academy. Yamacho, don't go. Are you going to lend me this electric bike or not? If you lend it to me for 2 days, I promise I won't hit anyone. If I really hit someone, I'll do whatever you want me to do in the future without any hesitation. In order to borrow the electric bicycle, Cheng Chumo was going all out. He was betting his future freedom. Li Zishuan was helpless. After all, this idiot was his good brother. He could only wave his hand and say, Oh, lend it to you for 2 days. After school, you can go to the county and get it yourself. Thank you, Yamacho. Cheng Chumo couldn't help but laugh proudly when he heard that. Suddenly, he pointed at the door and said, Yo, Yamacho, Qin Ke is back. Weren't you looking for him just now? Li Zishuan turned around and saw Li Tai walking toward him. He took 2 steps forward and stopped in front of Li Tai. Li Tai saw Li Zishuan and hurriedly greeted him. Yamacho. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Qin, come with me. But Li Tai hesitated for a moment, then followed Li Zishuan out of the classroom. Qin Ke, I heard you wanted to go to the workshop to build a bike. How was it? Did you go to see Mr. Mo? Or Mr. Wenji? Downstairs, Li Zishuan looked at Li Tai and asked. Li Tai nodded and replied, Yes. I just went to see Mr. Mo. He said that as long as Yamacho agrees, I can go to the workshop to study how to build a bike. In the future, I might be able to build a bike that's even better than an electric bike. Li Zishuan found it funny and said, Qin, why do you suddenly want to build a bike? Li Tai was silent for a moment and said, Yamacho, Although the teachers in the academy have taught us a lot of engineering knowledge, Qingke thinks that if this knowledge can't be used in practice, it's no different from Zhaoque's theory. Mr. Wang made sulfuric acid based on practice. Professor Mo made telescopes, electric motors, and generators through practice. Xiaoke is now practicing in the Yanhuang Bank to verify the economic knowledge he learned from Yamacho, and I also want to use practice to verify the knowledge I learned. The day before yesterday, when I saw the electric bicycle made by Professor Mo and Shan Zhan, I felt that only by personally participating in the practice could I deepen my knowledge. Only then would I be able to show the value of engineering. Only then would I be able to create such a magical and convenient tool like the electric bicycle. So, Yamacho, please let Qingke go to the workshop to participate in the practice. Li Zishuan didn't expect Li Tai to say this to him. He couldn't help but look at Li Tai in surprise, then asked thoughtfully, Qingke, are you trying to compete with Xiaoke? He was a little worried that the little fatty had been provoked by Li Ku, so he took the initiative to volunteer to practice in the workshop. This kind of competitive mentality was not good, especially between the princes. Li Tai heard this and shook his head without hesitation, saying, No. I just don't think I'm worse than anyone. Confidence. This little fatty has always been so confident. Li Zishuan paused, then smiled. That's fine. You can go to the workshop to practice, but you can't fall behind in your studies. I'm very pleased that you can understand so many principles. Li Tai was overjoyed when he heard this and quickly cupped his hands, saying, Thank you, Yamacho. Oh, right, I heard from Mr. Mo that Professor Mo and Xiaoning are about to get married, so he hopes that I can take over Professor Mo's work as soon as possible. Yamacho, then I'll go to the workshop today. Li Zishuan was stunned and said, Ink Girl and Xiaoning are about to get married? Aren't they not engaged yet? Li Tai said strangely, They were engaged yesterday. Don't you know about Yamacho? Yesterday? Li Zishuan was busy attending the morning court and dispelling the worries of his family yesterday. How could he have the time to pay attention to Yunshan? However, if what the little fatty said was true, then Yan Xiaoning and Mo Lingwei's wedding date was very likely to be soon. Qingke, do you know when they are getting married? Li Zishuan asked. Li Tai thought for a while and answered, Yamacho, I think I heard from Mr. Mo that they should be getting married at the end of this month. At the end of the month? No wonder Mo Huai wanted Mo Lingwei to hand over her work to Li Tai so quickly. It turned out that in half a month, Mo Lingwei would be getting married. It was indeed not suitable for her to be in public at this time. Li Zishuan thought of this and smiled. That's fine. I know all about it. Qingke, if you have any problems or difficulties, feel free to look for me or Mr. Mo. Li Tai cupped his hands and said, Thank you, sir. Li Zishuan nodded and then left the academy. He went down the mountain and walked towards the workshop. Chapter 1449. Brother Zhang, how's the progress of the new armor? How long will it take to make 5,000 sets? After descending the Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan went to the temporary blacksmith workshop near the Ba River hydropower station. He asked someone to call Zhang Hongxing over and asked. Currently, the workshop wasn't lacking in iron. This was because Li Zishuan had his own iron ore and the Zhangsun clan had also given him their iron ore. Of course, the condition was that Li Zishuan had to give half of the iron he refined from the Zhangsun clan's iron ore to the Zhangsun clan. However, this time, Zhangsun Wuji had generously agreed to give Li Zishuan 200,000 jin of iron ore for free. Thus, he wasn't lacking in raw materials for producing weapons and armor. What he lacked was speed. Zhang Hongxing might have just come over from the forge as his forehead was covered in sweat. When he heard Li Zishuan's question, he wiped his sweat and replied, Marquis, vanadium steel horse lances, horse armor, and horseshoes are easy to make. However, plate armor isn't easy to make. When making it, we have to consider the coordination between the joints of the body and the plate armor. Although we have the hydraulic press now, we can only make 10 sets of plate armor in a day. If we want to make all 5,000 sets of plate armor, it will take about 500 days. 500 days? Li Zishuan couldn't help but frown. He couldn't even wait 100 days, let alone 500 days. After pondering for a moment, Li Zishuan asked, if we add a few more hydraulic presses, can we increase the speed of making plate armor? Zhang Hongsheng scratched his head and thought for a moment before replying, Marquis, this can be done. However, other than the hydraulic presses, I think our workshop needs to recruit a group of blacksmiths. Otherwise, the speed won't increase much. Li Zishuan nodded and said, That's true. I'll ask Faubert to recruit a group of blacksmiths as soon as possible. If you know any blacksmiths, you can introduce them to us. Zhang Hongsheng chuckled and said, Hey, Marquis, now that you mention it, I do think of some blacksmiths that I know. Their skills are definitely superb. If I'm free in the next few days, I'll ask them to come over and help. Li Zishuan heard this and immediately felt relieved. He smiled and said, Whether it's recruiting blacksmiths or adding hydraulic presses, you can go ahead and do it. You don't need to worry about the materials and money. I just need you to get 5,000 sets of plate armor made as soon as possible. 2 months at most. Brother Zhang, are you confident that you can complete the task? 2 months? Zhang Hongsheng couldn't help but be stunned. According to the current speed, it would take a total of 500 days, but Li Zishuan had said 60 days, directly reducing the time to a tenth. Zhang Hongsheng subconsciously wanted to directly say that it couldn't be completed, but seeing the urgency in Li Zishuan's eyes, it was obvious that Li Zishuan wanted to create 5,000 sets of plate armor as quickly as possible, regardless of the cost. Was the Tang Empire about to go to war? Zhang Hongsheng suddenly had such a conjecture in his mind. He was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Marquis, I can't promise you this, but I will do my best. I hope that when the time comes, I won't disappoint Marquis. Zhang Hongsheng clenched his teeth and cupped his fists. Li Zishuan didn't make things difficult for Zhang Hongsheng. Instead, he smiled and said, Okay. Then I'll look forward to your good news. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask Faubert or me. After that, Li Zishuan turned around and prepared to leave. Zhang Hongsheng suddenly said, Marquis, there's something I need your help with. Li Zishuan stopped and turned around to ask, What's the matter? Zhang Hongsheng said, Marquis, I presume that you also know that in order for plate armor to maximize its effectiveness, it first has to match the stature of the soldiers. Otherwise, plate armor will greatly affect the soldiers' movements on the battlefield. Thus, this Zhang wishes to ask Marquis to send someone to measure the bodies of the soldiers wearing plate armor. Li Zishuan couldn't help but think that Zhang Hongsheng was rather thoughtful. But he still frowned and said, This way, I presume that it will greatly affect the speed of the armor production, right? It should. Zhang Hongsheng scratched his head, somewhat troubled. But your suggestion isn't unreasonable. How about this? I'll send someone to measure the bodies of the soldiers, and you'll need to use the data I provide you to divide their bodies into 4 sizes: small, medium, large, and large. Each size actually corresponds to a range of figures. As for how much this range is, you can decide for yourself. This way, we only need to produce 4 sizes of plate armor. Although there will be some discrepancies after the soldiers wear them, it won't affect their normal activities. In addition, when forging the plate armor, Brother Zhang, you must remember to let the craftsmen work together and divide the plate armor into many parts for a specific group of craftsmen to specialize in producing. For example, a group of craftsmen will specialize in making wrist guards, another group will specialize in making shoulder armor, and another group will specialize in making helmets. This way, a production unit only needs to focus on one part of the work. This can greatly increase the efficiency and production. Li Zishuan briefly explained the modern clothing size grading system to Zhang Hongsheng. Compared to tailoring, making clothes according to the size of the clothes could greatly save labor and time. This was also why the clothes in modern shopping malls were labeled with S, M, L, and so on. Speaking of sizes, Li Zishuan remembered that plate armor was very suitable to be made using the assembly line method. So, he taught the assembly line method to Zhang Hongsheng. In fact, in the new workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion, some workshops had already used the assembly line method for a long time, such as the bicycle workshop. However, Zhang Hongsheng joined the workshop relatively late, so he wasn't very familiar with the assembly line method. Hearing this, Zhang Hongsheng's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, Marquee method of dividing the sizes and dividing the work is simply too good. This way, our workshop can really make 5,000 sets of plate armor in 2 months. Hearing Zhang Hongxing's words, Li Zishuan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "That's great. Then we'll have to trouble brother Zhang." "Maki, don't worry." After leaving the plate armor forging workshop, Li Zishuan went directly to the workshop to look for Faubert. He told Faubert about the expansion of blacksmiths and the addition of hydraulic stamping machines. Faubert naturally agreed. After repeatedly reminding Faubert to do his best to ensure Zhang Hongxing's production, Li Zishuan turned and went to the laboratory in the workshop. In the morning, Li Tai said that Yan Xiaoning and Mo Lingwei were about to get married. As a good friend and boss, Li Zishuan had to personally go and see the newlyweds. "Xiaoning, connect it quickly. See if the motor can turn?" She used to be called Little Ningzi, but now she's called Xiaoning. It seems that women who are about to get married are generally more polite than before. But wait. Okay. Ooh. It turned. This small motor can rotate stably, which means that our rectifier circuit is finally successful. When Li Zishuan approached Mo Lingwei's laboratory, he heard such a conversation coming from inside. Finally, he heard Mo Lingwei's cheers. He couldn't help but feel happy. Could it be that the electronic diode was made? So, he quickly quickened his pace and walked into the laboratory. "Xiaoning, Ink Girl, you guys made the electronic diode?" After entering the laboratory, Li Zishuan saw Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning giggling at the small DC motor spinning crazily on the table. "Yamacho, you're here." Hearing Li Zishuan's voice, Mo Lingwei quickly stood up to greet him. Then she said excitedly, "Yamacho, Xiaoning and I not only made the electronic diode, but also the rectifier circuit. We tried it with a small DC motor just now, and it's totally feasible. In the future, as long as we match it with the rectifier circuit, we can directly use AC to charge the battery." Li Zishuan went forward to take a look. Seeing that the motor's rotor was rotating stably, he nodded and said, "Okay. I didn't expect you to make the diode so quickly. I thought you would make the DC generator first, then study how to make the diode." Mo Lingwei glanced at Yan Xiaoning and said embarrassedly, "I originally planned to do so, but a few days ago, Xiaoning was injured by me. Even if I made the DC generator, he couldn't accompany me to the dam to verify it. So, I took care of him in the workshop while trying to make the electronic diode that Yamacho mentioned. I didn't expect the two of us to really make it." Looking at the bright-eyed girl in front of him, Li Zishuan couldn't help but give her a thumbs up and said, "Ink Girl's talent in physics is really admirable. I'm afraid that many men can't even compare to 1/10 of you." Yan Xiaoning was instantly displeased. Hey. Xiao Xian, why do I feel like you're implying something? Your many men probably includes me, right? Li Zishuan smiled and said, "How is that possible? Xiaoning, your talent isn't any worse than Ink Girl's. Isn't that right, Ink Girl?" Mo Lingwei heard and looked at Yan Xiaoning with a slightly threatening gaze. Yan Xiaoning quivered and quickly said, No. Xiao Xian, what are you talking about? My talent is still a little worse than Wei Er's. Li Zishuan was instantly speechless. He thought to himself that his brother would definitely be a henpecked husband in the future. That's more like it. Mo Lingwei snorted and nodded with satisfaction. Li Zishuan looked at Yan Xiaoning and asked, "Xiaoning, how's your recovery? Will it delay the wedding at the end of the month?" Hearing this, Mo Lingwei's face instantly turned red, but Yan Xiaoning's expression froze and he said embarrassedly, "You even know about Yamacho? Don't worry, I'm fine now, it shouldn't delay the wedding." The reason why the wedding date was so tight was all his own fault. If he hadn't pretended to be fine in front of Yan Lai and said that he only had a small injury, Yan Lai definitely wouldn't have chosen the wedding date between him and Mo Lingwei so close. But now that things had come to this, it was too late to say anything. He had to complete the arranged marriage even if he had to kneel down. Li Zishuan looked at Yan Xiaoning's expression and instantly understood. However, this was Yan Xiaoning's family matter, so he couldn't interfere. After all, even an upright official would find it difficult to settle a family matter. After thinking for a moment, he said, I will ask Priest Sun to do more acupuncture and massage for you these few days. With the help of medicinal wine, it should be able to speed up the recovery of your waist and back. However, you have to be careful not to do any strenuous exercise to avoid adding more injuries to your injury. Today was the 4th of June, and there were only slightly more than 20 days until the end of June. However, generally speaking, it would take 100 days for bones and tendons to recover. In this special period, they could only use special methods. Yan Shaoning didn't refuse. He nodded and said, "Thank you very much." Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh and scold, "Go away. You don't have to be so polite with me. Seeing that the two of you are finally together, as your brother, I am very happy for you. Don't worry, when the two of you get married, I will definitely give you a big gift." When she heard Li Zishuan say big gift, Mo Lingwei, who was at the side, couldn't care less about being shy. She cast her gaze on Li Zishuan. Yan Shaoning's eyes also lit up and said directly, "Big gift? Xiao Xian, what big gift? Take it out and let us see it first? If it doesn't suit us, you still have time to change it, right?" Li Zishuan glared at this shameless guy and said, "Scram. Do you want it or not?" This person who received the gift was still being picky. If he wasn't shameless, what else could he be? "No, Xiao Xian, why are you being so unreasonable? You should at least make the recipient satisfied when you give a gift, right? Otherwise, why would you give a gift?" Yan Shaoning started to act shamelessly. It had to be said that this guy had become even more naughty after spending so much time with Mo Lingwei. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said, "Okay, then I won't give it to you." Hey, don't. Let's talk nicely," Yan Shaoning hurriedly said. The person in front of him was a real rich person. If he wanted to give a big gift, it would definitely not be small. Yan Shaoning would rather not miss it. Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered to banter with this guy. He turned to look at Mo Lingwei and said, "Since the diodes have been made, it means that Mr. Wang's electrolysis workshop can operate normally. I'll have to trouble Ink Girl to help Mr. Wang renovate the electrolysis workshop these 2 days. Also, now that we can connect to the alternating current to charge the batteries, it means that the conditions for the batteries to be used on a large scale are ripe. Ink Girl, you need to arrange for the craftsman to make a batch of batteries as soon as possible as a backup." Mo Lingwei said seriously, "Yes. Yamacho." After a pause, she asked, "Yamacho, are we still making the DC generator?" Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and said, "Yes. Of course we're going to make it, but you don't have to. It's relatively simple. Qing Ke from the academy will come to the workshop to help out. You can let her do this work." "His Highness King Wei is coming to the workshop?" Mo Lingwei immediately exclaimed when she heard this. Although the Mo family had lived in a remote place for a long time and did not care about worldly affairs, and would not care about the royal power, but after entering the secular world last year, the Mo family slowly began to fear the royal power. Hearing Li Zishuan's intention to let Li Tai come over to be her student, how could Mo Lingwei accept it in such a short time? Chapter 1450. Qing Ke is very interested in electricity and car making, but this knowledge can't be fully grasped by reading books. Only by experiencing it personally can one have a deep impression of it. It's a good thing that he's willing to come to the workshop to practice. Ink Girl, you're getting married to Shaoning at the end of the month. Use these few days to teach Qing Ke. With his talent, he should be able to understand the principles of generators, motors, and batteries very quickly. Li Zishuan instructed Mo Lingwei in the laboratory of the new workshop. "Yamacho, don't worry. I'll teach Prince Wei well." Mo Lingwei hesitated for a moment before replying. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes as if he could see Mo Lingwei's worries. He smiled and said, "In the academy, there are only teachers and students. There's no Prince Wei, so Ink Girl, don't feel pressured. In general, Qing Ke is very easy to get along with. If you don't believe me, you can ask Shaoning's." Yan Shaoning quickly nodded and said, "Wei, don't worry. Qing Ke and I are very close. If there's anything, just let me handle it." Mo Lingwei was slightly relieved this time. Besides, she wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. After hearing Li Zishuan and Yan Shaoning's words, she smiled and said, "Hee hee. That's fine. If Prince Wei doesn't listen to my teachings, then don't blame me for hitting his palm as a teacher. There was even a hint of excitement in her words. She must be excited that she could hit a prince's palm? Li Zishuan and Yan Shaoning couldn't help but look at each other, speechless. They had almost forgotten that although the lady in front of them looked beautiful, there was a devil in her heart. Now that things had come to this, they could only pray for that little fatty Li Tai in their hearts. What? The Marquis of Yong, and wants to join the Black Armored Army? How can that be? He's just a kid who hasn't even seen human blood. How can he join the Black Armored Army? If he wants to gain merit, he can just go to the other camps in the capital. But if he wants to join the Black Armored Army, I won't allow it. In the afternoon, in the main hall of Duke Fan's mansion in Chang'an City, the angry roar of a middle-aged man could be heard. The master of the Duke Fan mansion was Duan Zhishuan. In the 9th year of Wuda, Crown Prince Li Jianqing wanted to murder Li Er. He bribed Duan Zhishuan with a large sum of money in an attempt to lure him into submission. Duan Zhishuan refused to accept it and informed Li Er of this matter. Afterwards, together with Yuqi Jingda and the others, he started the Black Tortoise Gate Rebellion and killed Li Jianqing and Li Yuanji. Not long after, Li Er ascended the throne. As the #1 contributor to the Black Tortoise Gate, Duan Zhishuan was promoted to the position of Great General of the Left Valiant Guard and was conferred the title of Duke of Fan. Since Duan Zhishuan had participated in the formation of the Black Armored Army and Li Er trusted him, he was basically the one in charge of the Black Armored Army. Xingong, the Marquis of Yong, and did not come to the Black Armored Army to gain military merits. He has already become a marquis at such a young age. Why would he need military merits? He is here to help the Black Armored Army adapt to the new armor. Moreover, he is not a child who has never seen human blood. Last year, he killed more than 50 bandits at the Bloodwind Stockade alone. His martial arts are unparalleled among the younger generation. At this time, Duan Zhishuan's voice came from the main hall. Then, the middle-aged man snorted again. Those were just small bandits who gathered in the mountains. Killing them was as easy as chopping vegetables. What is there to brag about? Duan Zhishuan said in a deep voice, "What about the battle at Snake Spirit Mountain?" At that time, the 7 cultivators of True Virtue sect had a late-stage grandmaster and a peak grandmaster, as well as thousands of disciples. However, Li Zishuan destroyed the entire 7 cultivators of True Virtue sect in one night. To put it bluntly, with his strength, I'm afraid that even you and I are no match for him. You are praising others and diminishing our own prestige. I don't believe that a teenager like him can be so powerful. Isn't it just because he was taught by a famous teacher since he was young? No matter how high his realm is, it is still unstable. Compared to us veterans who have experienced hundreds of battles, he is still too young. In short, I don't agree to let a child join the Black Armored Army. Hearing this, Duan Zhishuan's voice turned cold. Xingong, this is not a matter of whether you agree or not. This is the Emperor's decree. Are you going to defy the decree? If you really have something to say, go to the palace and tell the Emperor directly after you recover. Fine, I'll say it. The glory of the Black Armored Army today is built on the blood and bones of countless soldiers. I will not allow a child to criticize us. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man dressed in a Crimson Warrior's uniform walked out of the main hall. After leaving Duke Fan's mansion, he left directly. This stubborn old man. In the main hall, Duan Zhishuan sat on the seat of honor and muttered to himself. From the frown on his face, it could be seen that the middle-aged man's attitude just now had put him in a difficult position. Master, and requests an audience. After some time, a person who looked like a housekeeper walked up and said carefully to Duan Zhishuan, who was deep in thought. Hearing this, Duan Zhishuan was shocked and immediately recovered from his deep thoughts. He hurriedly said, "Quick! Invite him in." No matter what others thought, Duan Zhishuan admired Li Zishuan. That was why he spoke up for Li Zishuan just now. Master. The housekeeper replied and cupped his hands and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Duan Zhishuan waved his hand and said, "Wait. It is better for me to go out and welcome him personally. In the future, When Marquis Yong and comes, do not report. Invite him directly to the side hall. If I am not in the mansion, immediately send someone to report to the army camp. I understand. The steward hurriedly complied, but in his heart he was astonished at the importance his master placed on Li Zishuan, this new noble of the imperial court. Marquis Yong, Anne's presence brings light to my humble abode. The servants are not sensible. Marquis Yong, and please don't blame them. Arriving at the entrance of the mansion, Duan Zhishuan walked towards Li Zishuan with a face full of enthusiasm and said with a smile. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and returned the greeting. He smiled and said, General Duan must be joking. I came uninvited. I hope General Duan will not take offense. Speaking of which, before this, he did not know where Duan Zhishuan lived. This was only when he went to the academy to ask Chung Chumo in the afternoon. This could not be blamed on him. The main reason was that he was not in the imperial court for many years. He only knew the names of many officials. As for where they lived, he most likely did not know. This Duke Fan mansion was not big, let alone grand. It looked about the same as Li Zishuan's mansion in Yongla district. However, this also showed that Duan Zhishuan was a low-key person who did not like to be extravagant. At this moment, Duan Zhishuan waved his hand and said, Marquis Yong, and what are you saying? Before long, you and I will be colleagues. Aren't you treating me as an outsider? Come, let's talk inside. Housekeeper, quickly get someone to serve tea. Under Duan Zhishuan's beckoning, Li Zishuan came to the front hall of the Duan mansion. It was also the place where Duan Zhishuan and the other middle-aged man had an argument. After a brief exchange of greetings, the servants of the Duan mansion brought a pot of hot tea. After pouring a cup for Li Zishuan and Duan Zhishuan, they left. This is divine tea. Li Zishuan was not interested in other people's tea. However, after smelling the tea fragrance in the air, he could not help but exclaim, This is something that I asked someone to buy from Lantian County. Speaking of this Duan has to say that Marquis Yong and is too stingy. You actually only sell the good stuff in Lantian County. Chang and City either doesn't have it, or the supply is very small. You've almost driven the high officials and dignitaries of Chang and City crazy. Duan Zhishuan said half-jokingly. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, General Duan is right. This junior will take note in the future. However, this junior has something to ask of General Duan today. Duan Zhishuan perked up and said, Please speak, ma. Li Zishuan replied, Here's the thing. The workshop at Chitsu Pavilion is currently working hard to create armor for the Black Armored Army. However, in order to maximize the effectiveness of the new armor, it has to fit the soldiers' bodies. Therefore, I would like to send some tailors to the Black Armored Army's camp to measure the soldiers' bodies. I hope that General Duan can accommodate us. Duan Zhishuan could not help but narrow his eyes. After a moment of silence, he said, So that's the case. However, the Black Armored Army camp is a restricted area. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter. How about this? I will instruct the generals of each camp to measure the height and weight of the soldiers and pass the results to you. How about that? Li Zishuan did not suspect anything when he heard that. He nodded and said, Sure. I will write down the measurements on a piece of paper. General Duan, you can ask the soldiers to fill in the data when the time comes. No problem. Duan Zhishuan nodded and ordered someone to get a pen and paper. After a while, Li Zishuan picked up the pen and a line of small words appeared on the paper. Duan Zhishuan took a closer look and could not help but exclaim, Height, weight, shoulder width, waist circumference, waist circumference, waist circumference. This needs to be measured for so many things? Li Zishuan smiled and said, That's natural. This is also to ensure that the plate armor made will fit the soldiers' bodies better. Otherwise, the plate armor will affect the soldiers' movements on the battlefield. Duan Zhishuan nodded thoughtfully. After a while, he frowned and asked, Although this makes sense, won't this affect the speed of your workshop's craftsmen? Li Zishuan shook his head. There will definitely be an impact. However, it's not impossible to overcome it. Don't worry, General Duan. The interesting pavilion workshop is already producing the armor at full capacity. It is estimated that within 2 months, they will be able to produce 5,000 sets of armor, vanadium steel horse lances, vanadium steel horse armor, and horseshoes. 2 months? So fast? When Duan Zhishuan heard this, he couldn't help but exclaim, although this Duan has never forged armor before, I have heard people say that a skilled craftsman would need at least 3 days to forge a set of radiant armor. The structure of the armor is more complicated than the Mingguang armor. It is amazing that your workshop can make 5,000 sets in 2 months. Li Zishuan heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Zhishuan say, so fast and not so slow. Then, he said half-jokingly, as long as General Duan doesn't think it's too slow. In truth, this is the normal speed of the Oddity Pavilion's workshop. We have the most advanced equipment, the best technology, and the best craftsmen, so we naturally have the fastest speed and the highest quality. Otherwise, the products of the Oddity Pavilion wouldn't be so popular throughout the Great Tang. Duan Zhishuan nodded in agreement and said with emotion, that's indeed the case. In less than a year, the interesting pavilion workshop has grown from a small workshop to the largest in the Tang Empire. Not even the Imperial Palace's general supervisor can compare. In the end, it is all thanks to Mark Yong and's talent. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, the interesting pavilion workshop would not be able to reach its current scale. General Duan overpraises me. Li Zishuan smiled, then he stood up and said, I've achieved my goal today. It's getting late now, so I'll take my leave first. Once the matters at the academy and workshop are settled, I will report to the Black Armored Army's camp. Duan Zhishuan's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. He gave an unnatural smile and said, Good, Marquis Yong, and you don't have to worry about entering the camp. His Majesty has also said that you have to take care of both the academy and the camp. I understand. Although Duan Zhishuan's expression changed quickly, it did not escape Li Zishuan's eyes. Li Zishuan looked at Duan Zhishuan and clasped his hands. Thank you for your understanding, General Duan. However, the matters at the camp are more important. After I settle the matters at the academy, I will return to the camp as soon as possible. I hope that General Duan can calculate the figures of the soldiers as soon as possible. Duan Zhishuan nodded. I will arrange for someone to do it as soon as possible. Li Zishuan clasped his hands and took his leave. Your Highness, the projects from last month have been sorted out. Our bank made a total profit of 35,800 Tang Yuan. After deducting the costs, we made a net profit of 31,400 Tang Yuan. Lantian District, Yanhuang Bank, Back Hall. A middle-aged scholar held a thick account book and bowed to Li Ku. Back then, Li Zishuan gave Li Ku special treatment and imparted some advanced financial knowledge to Li Ku. Then, he arranged for Li Ku to go to the Yanhuang Bank in Lantian County to gain experience. After all, knowledge on paper is shallow, but experience is necessary. Only through practice would Li Ku understand the true way of the economy. Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Song. Li Ku nodded, then he stood up and walked to Mr. Song. He stretched out his hand and said, Let me see the account book. Your Highness. Mr. Song's body trembled inexplicably, but he quickly returned to normal. After hesitating for a moment, he handed the account book to Li Ku. Li Ku took the account book, turned around, and returned to the desk. He flipped through it in front of Mr. Song. The accounts of Yanhuang Bank were recorded using the double-entry bookkeeping method invented by Li Zishuan. It was very clear. In addition, Li Ku was very talented in mathematics and was very sensitive to numbers. Therefore, when he flipped through the account book, he could read 10 lines at a glance. Mr. Song, why is there no record of the payment of 500 Tang Yuan on the 15th of April? Also, on the 20th of April, 300 Tang Yuan, and on the 28th of April, 700 Tang Yuan. Where did all this money go? After a moment, Li Ku frowned and said with an unpleasant expression. Chapter 1451. Your Highness, this, Lantian County, Back Hall of the Yanhuang Bank. Faced with Li Ku's questioning, Mr. Song's face turned red. He wanted to explain, but in the end, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. His surname was Song, and his name was Siming. He could be considered as Li Ku's #1 accountant. Seeing this, Li Ku walked in front of Song Siming and said with a gloomy face, "Mr. Song, you should know better than anyone that this Yanhuang Bank does not belong to me, Li Ku. It belongs to my father, the Marquis of Yong, and the other nobles. The annual profits of the bank also do not go into my pocket. Last month's profits were reduced by a total of 1,500 Tang Yuan. How do you want me to explain this to my father? How do I explain this to the Marquis of Yong and the other nobles?" When Li Zishuan opened the bank, in order to increase the capital of the bank and increase the credibility of the bank, not only did he pull in the royal family, even Qin Qiong, Qing Yaojin, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the other nobles all generously donated to buy the shares of the Yanhuang Bank. Therefore, in theory, the annual profits of the bank should be distributed according to everyone's shares. Although Li Ku was now in charge of the management rights of the Lantian County Bank, he did not have the right to distribute the profits of the bank. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became oppressive. A layer of sweat gradually appeared on Song Siming's forehead, but even so, he did not say anything to explain himself. He just lowered his head as if he had done something wrong and stood quietly in front of Li Ku. Facing such a stubborn old man, Li Ku was a little angry. If it was another person in a higher position, they would probably directly lock this old man up for corruption and interrogate him severely. However, Li Ku knew the character of the old man in front of him. He knew that the other party would definitely not ruin his reputation for such a small amount of money. After a moment of silence, Li Ku opened his mouth again and said, "Mr. Song, this is not a small matter. You should not think of taking responsibility for it yourself. I, Li Ku, do not wrongly accuse a good person, but also will not let a bad person go. Mr. Song, please tell me who exactly used the 1,500 Tang Yuan. Otherwise, when this prince investigates thoroughly, no matter who it is, it won't look good for anyone's face." Hearing Li Ku's words, Song Siming's body trembled. After a moment of hesitation, he finally opened his mouth and said, "Your Highness, this matter must not be made public because the person who embezzled the money is the sixth prince." Li Ku's expression changed. His originally gloomy little face suddenly became like the sky before a storm. Dark clouds gathered. "You mean Xiao Xiao? How dare he?" After taking a deep breath, Li Ku said in disbelief. The so-called sixth prince was Li Er's sixth son. His name was Li Kue and he was born from Yangfei. He was Li Ku's younger brother from the same mother. Because Li Kue was not yet 10 years old and had a mischievous personality and was ignorant and incompetent, he was not favored by Li Er. Thus, he did not have an official title. According to the normal course of history, Li Kue would only be conferred the title of King Liang in the 5th year of Zhenguan's reign. Right now, this troublesome brat was doing his best to cause trouble for the imperial family. In official history, Li Er had once reprimanded Li Kue like this: "Beasts can be tamed after being trained. Iron and stone can be smelted and sculpted to be made into tools. People like Li Kue are worse than beasts and iron and stone." From this, it could be seen how much Li Er loathed this child. At this time, Song Siming said with a bitter face, "Your Highness, last month, the sixth prince and His Highness King Lu came to this Song many times, saying that they needed to withdraw a sum of money urgently. This old man also knew that the money in this bank could not be used, so I flatly refused. However, the sixth prince threatened this old man, saying that Your Highness was in charge of the entire bank and that he was Your Highness's younger brother, so it was no big deal for him to withdraw a bit of money. He also said that if this old man did not give him the money, he would sell this old man's little granddaughter to 100 Flowers Tower. The sixth prince's past misdeeds were all over the place, so how could this old man dare to risk my granddaughter? Your Highness, this old man's granddaughter is only 10 years old." At this point, Song Siming's old face was filled with shame and fear. Bastard! Bastard! Xiao Gui actually dares to commit such atrocities. When Li Ku heard this, even though the other party was his younger brother from the same mother, he could not help but curse angrily. After cursing, he looked at Song Siming and said, "Why didn't Mr. Song tell me about this earlier?" Song Siming smiled bitterly and said, "Your Highness, The sixth prince also said that if this old man told you about this matter, not only would he sell my granddaughter, he would also break the legs of my entire family. This old man will resign today, Your Highness, and bring my entire family to another place to avoid disaster before the sky turns dark. Seeing that his loyal subordinate had been forced to resign and leave, Li Ke could no longer hold it in and said in a deep voice, "Brother Li, don't worry. Mr. Song, you can't go anywhere. This prince promises you today that as long as this prince is alive, as long as you do not violate the laws of the Great Tang Empire, nothing will happen to you and your family. This prince swears to the heavens." The ancients placed great importance on oaths. Seeing that the great king of Shu was actually swearing on his behalf, Song Siming was instantly moved. He hurriedly said, "Your Highness, you are too kind. Your Highness has always been generous and loyal to others. This old man naturally believes in Your Highness." Only then was Li Ke relieved. He nodded, then turned and shouted outside the door, "Guards! Go and capture this prince's disappointing younger brother." He used the word capture and not invite or bring. It was enough to see how angry Li Ke was at this moment. "Your Highness." The two guards who came in could not help but look at each other, but seeing Li Ke's gloomy face, they could only quickly salute and accept the order. Smacks. Bang bang bang. At this moment, the sound of a flower pot falling to the ground came from the courtyard outside the house, followed by a series of hurried footsteps that gradually faded away. Li Ke frowned and said to the two guards, "Quickly go and see what's going on outside." The two quickly walked out of the room. A moment later, "How dare you? Let go of this prince. Quickly let go of this prince. Otherwise, this prince will kill your entire family. This matter has nothing to do with this prince. If you want to capture someone, capture Li Ke. Why are you capturing me? Quickly let go. Otherwise, do you believe that this prince will not let you see tomorrow's sun?" Amidst the commotion, two of Li Ke's guards walked in with two teenagers in tow. "Your Highness, the commotion outside the house just now was caused by the sixth prince and Prince Lu. They should have just arrived at the bank." One of the guards put down Li Ke and saluted Li Ke. Speaking of which, these two children were unlucky. They had planned to use the same trick today and come to the bank to extort a sum of money from Song Siming. They did not expect to see Li Ke lecturing Song Siming when they arrived at the bank. It was fine if he was lecturing Song Siming, but the content of the lecture just so happened to include them. After eavesdropping for a while, they saw that the situation was not good and immediately fled. However, when Li Yuanchang turned around, he accidentally knocked over a flower pot beside him, which alerted Li Ke inside the house. Li Ke's gaze was gloomy. He nodded at the two guards and said, "Both of you can leave first." "Sir." The more one knew about the imperial family's matters, the faster one would die. The two guards had no intention of listening in at all. When they heard that, they hurriedly left as if they had been pardoned. "Third brother." After the two guards left the room, Li Ke hesitated for a moment, raised his head, and looked at Li Ke fearfully as he spoke weakly. Although he was usually quite a scoundrel and often relied on his father as the emperor to cause trouble everywhere, he was not afraid of anything. However, as the saying goes, everything has its vanquisher. Li Ke was still quite afraid of this elder brother of his who shared the same mother. Li Yuanchang stood there calmly and did not say anything. According to seniority, he was Li Ke and Li Ke's imperial uncle, so he was not afraid of Li Ke. Li Ke stared at his younger brother from the same mother without saying a word. Just as Li Ke could not take it anymore, he heard Li Ke say coldly, "Apologize to Mr. Song immediately." The cold voice seemed to have no warmth, and there was no room for negotiation. "What? Third brother, you want me to apologize to this rotten old man? Impossible. I'm a prince. Who does he think he is?" Hearing this, Li Ke exclaimed in disbelief. Song Siming narrowed his eyes and pretended not to hear Li Ke's rude words. Bam! However, Li Ke could not pretend not to hear. He slammed the table angrily and stood up. "Bastard! Shut up! How did Imperial Father teach us? He taught us to be benevolent, humble, kind, and gentle. Look at you now, how are you any different from those hooligans on the streets? hurry up and apologize to Mr. Song, or I will return to the palace today and report everything you did to father. We'll see how father will punish you then. Hey, third brother, please don't tell father. Apologize, I will apologize to Mr. Song right now. When Li Gui heard this, he immediately panicked and said hurriedly. The person he feared the most in this world, other than Li Ku, was Li Er. Li Er was an emperor on horseback. He had been on the battlefield and killed people before. If Li Ku made a mistake, Li Er did not even need to lift a finger. He just needed to glare at him coldly, and Li Ku would not be able to take it. Therefore, when he heard that Li Ku wanted to report the matter to Li Er, this little bastard immediately gave in. Your Highness, I am just a commoner. How can I accept the sixth prince's apology? Please take back your order, Your Highness. Song Simon cupped his fists and said to Li Ku, Old man, at least you know what's good for you. Before Li Ku could say anything, Li Ku could not help but whisper. Although his voice was soft, Li Ku, who had sharp ears, heard it clearly. Li Ku said with a livid expression, Li Ku, Mr. Song is my right-hand man. If you dare to disrespect him again, don't blame me for not acknowledging you as my younger brother. These words were a little harsh. As a princess of the previous dynasty, Yang Fei's status in the palace was already awkward. Li Ku usually did whatever he wanted outside because he had a brother who was favored by Li Er. Third brother, please calm down. I know my mistake. Li Ku hurriedly begged for mercy. When he saw that Li Ku was unmoved, he quickly bowed to Song Simon and said, Mr. Song, I'm sorry. I have offended you in the past. Please forgive me, Mr. Song. Li Yuanchang, who was standing at the side, revealed a surprised expression when he saw Li Yu admit defeat. Song Simon only wanted his family to be safe. He did not have the guts to be angry with Li Ku. Before Li Ku could bow, he had already reached out to support Li Ku. Your Highness, please don't. Please don't. This old man can't bear it. I've already apologized and watched the show. Little Ku, your uncle still has some things to do in the palace. I'll take my leave first. Li Ku's problem was temporarily resolved. Li Yuanchang knew that Li Ku might turn to him next, so he hurriedly wanted to leave. Uncle, please wait. Li Ku hurriedly said. Although the young man in front of him was born in the same year as him, there was still seniority. No matter what, he had to call him uncle. This was not a rule that could be messed up in any dynasty. What? Little Ku, do you also want me to apologize to this old man? Li Yuanchang stopped and looked at Li Ku with a mischievous expression. This little rascal was basically the same kind of trash as Li Ku. From the words he said, it was obvious that he was worse than Li Ku. Li Ku shook his head and said, Uncle, you worry too much. Ku just wants to ask, where did you and Little Ku use the 1,500 Tang Yuan that you and Little Ku transferred from the bank last month? Li Yuanchang and Li Ku looked at each other. Their expressions suddenly became a little unnatural. However, the unnatural expression on Li Yuanchang's face disappeared in an instant. He said as if nothing had happened, Hey, Little Ku, don't slander me and sully my innocence. What 1,500 Tang Yuan? Why don't I know about it? This matter should be done by Little Ku. If you want to ask him. What does it have to do with me? Being heartlessly betrayed by his own teammate, Li Ku's face turned pale. He looked at Li Yuanchang's side profile and said in disbelief, Uncle, you what? What? Did I say something wrong? Didn't you go to the bank last month to withdraw money from Mr. Song? Li Yuanchang stared and said. After he said that, he turned his eyes and looked at Li Ku again, saying, Little Ku. Maybe Little Ku is a little tight on money recently, so he wanted to borrow some money from Mr. Song. It's not like he won't return it. Why do you have to be so serious? Li Yuanchang's face was black for a while, then red for a while. Not only did he remove himself from the situation, he also secretly sold Li Ku to make the other party feel grateful to him. It had to be said that this move of his was really good. Sure enough, Li Ku's eyes, which were filled with resentment before, now had a faint trace of gratitude in them. He turned to Li Ku and said, Yes. Third brother, this money is only borrowed from Mr. Song. I will definitely return it in the future. Don't be so stubborn. Li Ku was unmoved. He said in a low voice, Little Ku, if you still treat me as a brother today, tell me honestly, what did you do with so much money? Hearing Li Ku's question, Li Ku's eyes suddenly dimmed. At this time, Li Yuanchang took the opportunity to say, Little Ku, if you two brothers have something to talk about, you can talk about it. Uncle, I really have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. After that, he lifted his feet and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, at this time, a voice full of energy came from the door. If you two don't explain things clearly today, you can't go anywhere. Chapter 1452. Yanhuang Bank. Just as Li Yuanchang was about to take the opportunity to slip away, a cold voice sent him into the abyss. Just as the voice fell, Li Yuanchang saw a person who often gave him nightmares stride in. Who else could it be but Li Zishuan? Back then, Li Yuanchang ordered the evil servant to cause trouble at the foot of Yunshan. After being taught a lesson by Li Zishuan, he ran back to Li Yuan to complain. Li Yuan had a son late and was rather doting on Li Yuanchang, his youngest son. After hearing the news, he wanted to take revenge for his son. Who knew that after Li Zishuan saw Li Yuan, not only was he not scared to the point of kneeling and begging for mercy, he resolved the crisis with a few words and scared Li Yuanchang to the point of wetting his pants. Since then, Li Yuanchang realized that Li Yuan did not seem to dote on him as much. In the past, he could easily get money and people from Li Yuan, but now it was very difficult to get them. This made Li Yuanchang very confused and fearful. Of course, towards the man who caused all this, Li Yuanchang's heart was filled with resentment and fear. After several months, seeing Li Zishuan again, the shadow of fear in Li Yuanchang's heart did not fade. Instead, it grew stronger, to the point that he stuttered when speaking. Yamacho! Seeing Li Zishuan arrive, Li Ke hurriedly went forward to greet him and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Li Zishuan nodded, then looked at Li Yuanchang lightly and said, Your Highness King Lu, it's really been a long time. I didn't expect that the great King Lu would be interested in a mere 1,500 strings of coins. After returning from Chang and City, he passed by Yanhuang Bank in Lantian County. His heart moved and he wanted to come in and see how Li Ku was doing in the bank. Before he went to the Black Armored Army, he wanted to straighten out all the errands on him, such as the workshop and Yanhuang Bank. Once Li Zishuan went to the barracks, he would have less time to do these chores. That was why Li Zishuan had been busy running around for the past few days. However, he did not expect that there would be a case of someone embezzling public funds in Yanhuang Bank. Moreover, the person who embezzled public funds was that little bastard Li Yuanchang. Li Ke could handle Li Ge, but because of the difference in seniority, he couldn't handle Li Zishuan. Therefore, Li Zishuan stepped in. Yanhuang Bank was basically equivalent to a modern bank, or even a central bank. It would never allow anyone to embezzle public funds. This was because not only would it be irresponsible to the shareholders of the bank, it would also be irresponsible to the people who deposited their money in the bank. Apart from that, it would also be a blow to Tang Yuan's credibility in the entire Tang dynasty. Li Zishuan would never allow such a thing to happen. What 1,500 strings of cash? Marquillon, and what are you saying? I don't understand. Li Yuanchang's face paled as he tried to defend himself. This was really being stubborn even in the face of death. Li Zishuan's eyes narrowed as he said in a deep voice, Your Highness King Lu, don't pretend to be confused. Today I will say these words. If you don't clearly explain the 1,500 strings of cash, no one can leave. When the time comes, I will find His Majesty or the retired emperor to judge. Or you can think about it. Will those nobles who invested in Yanhuang Bank let you off? As he finished speaking, Li Zishuan's voice gradually turned cold. Li Yuanchang and Li Ge couldn't help but shiver. After his expression changed, Li Yuanchang opened his mouth and said, Isn't it just 1,500 strings of cash? I will send someone to return it to you when I return. This money was originally borrowed from Mr. Song. Today, I will return it all to you. In the future, don't bother us anymore. He had thought it through. Rather than completely falling out with Li Zishuan and causing a huge ruckus, he might as well grit his teeth and return the money. He was clear in his heart that even if this matter reached his father, Li Yuan, it would not end well. After all, he was not in the right. Moreover, the shareholders of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce were all nobles of the imperial court. He had affected the interests of so many people, Li Heir would not let him off. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "It is only right to repay debts. The money that your Highness King Lu owes should naturally be returned. However, where did you use the 1,500 strings of cash that you borrowed earlier?" Hearing this, Li Yuanchang evasively said, "This Mark Yong, and you don't have to care. Don't worry, when I return to the palace, I will immediately send someone to send the money to you." Li Zishuan lightly said, "Why can't I care? I have to confirm whether the 1,500 strings of cash are still there or not. Or rather, I doubt your Highness King Lu's ability to repay the debt." Originally, in Li Zishuan's impression, Li Yuanchang was still very rich. However, thinking about how this little bastard had colluded with Li Zishuan to extort money from the bank, Li Zishuan concluded that this little bastard was definitely not doing as well as before. Otherwise, why would he do such a thing? Li Yuanchang's face was instantly filled with anger. He angrily said, "What a joke! A mere 1,500 strings of cash, I don't even care about it. Don't go too far." Li Zishuan heard this and sneered, "Oh? Since your Highness King Lu is so rich, why did you come to the bank to extort money from Mr. Song last month?" "You?" Li Yuanchang was instantly rendered speechless. At this moment, Li Ke looked at Li Zhe and said earnestly, "Xiao Li, tell me the truth. What did you use the money for? Otherwise, if you commit another crime in the future, I will definitely not plead with Imperial Father and Imperial Mother on your behalf." Li Zhe's heart was already shaken when he saw his Imperial uncle, whom he relied heavily on, being completely suppressed by Li Zishuan. Now that he heard Li Ke's words, how could he bear it? He hurriedly grabbed Li Ke's arm and said with a sobbing tone, Third brother, I was wrong. Don't ignore me." Li Zhe. Seeing that Li Zhe was about to give in, Li Yuanchang panicked and hurriedly stopped him. "Your Highness King Lu, don't go too far." Li Zishuan grunted and said coldly. Li Yuanchang had seen Li Zishuan's martial prowess. Sensing the other party's unfriendly gaze, he hurriedly shrunk his neck and didn't dare to say another word. Li Ke struck while the iron was hot. "Xiao Li, if you tell me now, I can still help you. If you don't, Yamacho and I can find out on our own. But when that time comes, no one can help you. Imperial Father and Imperial Mother can't either. Third brother, I'll tell you. Li Zhe suddenly panicked. He hurriedly said, "Last month, Imperial Uncle and I went to bet on football. At first, we won more than 2,000 strings of cash, but then we lost all of it. Even our own capital of more than 2,000 strings of cash was lost. Later, Imperial Uncle and I came up with an idea. We went to the owners of the teams and threatened them in advance before the game that they must lose. Then we would take the opportunity to bet on losing. We would definitely make a lot of money. But you also need capital to bet on losing. At that time, Imperial Uncle and I lost all our money. Later, Imperial Uncle said that third brother, you were on duty at Yanhuang Bank and made a lot of money every day. I came to the bank to look for third brother. Coincidentally, you weren't there on May 15th, so I borrowed 500 strings of cash from Mr. Song. Bet on football." Li Ke's eyes widened in shock when he heard this. He scolded with a face full of resentment, "It's fine if you bet on football, but you actually went to threaten the owners of the teams to fix the game? Xiaozhe, how dare you?" On the side, Li Zishuan's expression could not help but turn serious. He had never imagined that a misappropriation of public funds would actually involve a series of major cases of corruption in football. And he had another identity, which was the president of the Tang Football Association. Therefore, this matter was even more important to him. Li Yuanchang's face was now ashen. He had already decided to go all out, but he still looked at Li Zhe angrily from time to time. "Third brother, I didn't do it on purpose. I just wanted to earn some money so that Imperial Concubine Mother wouldn't treat me like a child anymore. I also wanted to buy a few new clothes and jewelry for Imperial Concubine Mother," Li said with a sobbing tone. Hearing the second half of Li Zhi's sentence, Li Ku's cold eyes couldn't help but soften. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "A gentleman loves money, but he gets it in the right way. If you use this method, no matter how much money you earn, Imperial Mother and I will look down on you. Imperial Mother won't want the clothes and jewelry you bought with your ill-gotten money. In the palace, danger is everywhere. Imperial Mother is cautious every day, afraid of getting involved in trouble. But you, on the other hand, did such a thing outside to smear Imperial Mother's reputation. Do you still have a heart of loyalty, filial piety, and benevolence?" "Third brother, I was wrong. I was wrong." Li Zhi was ashamed by Li Ku's words and could only admit his mistakes. Li Zishuan picked up the account book on the table next to him. With his mathematical attainments and mental calculation ability, he could easily find the problem in the account book. After a while, he looked at Li Zhi and asked, "Sixth Prince, you withdrew 500 and 300 Tang Yuan from the bank on the 15th and 20th of May. According to what you said just now, you should be able to make a lot of money by threatening the owners of the teams to fix the game. But why did you withdraw 700 Tang Yuan from the bank on the 28th of May? Were you still short of money at that time?" Li Zhi knew that Li Ku respected Li Zishuan very much, so he didn't dare to put on airs in front of Li Zishuan. Hearing this, he thought for a while and replied, "Of course, it's very profitable to get people to fake matches, but the teams we found earlier weren't very strong. There weren't many people who thought that they would win, so the gambling house set very low odds for them to lose. All in all, Royal Uncle and I didn't make much money. At the end of the month, Imperial Uncle and I decided to do something big. We found the super strong team that was in the limelight this year, the Wind Thunder team. Their young master is called Jing Qianjun. Imperial Uncle and I revealed our identities and threatened him to deliberately lose the game against the Fire Wolves team the next day. Although the Fire Wolves team is a First Division team, they are at the bottom of the First Division teams. They are no match for the Wind Thunder team. So there will be a lot of people who bet on the Wind Thunder team winning, and we bet on the Wind Thunder team losing, so we can make a fortune in one fell swoop. Do you mean that Jing Qianjun agreed to fix the game for you?" Li Zishuan's face darkened. He interrupted Li Ku and asked. Li Zishuan valued Jing Qianjun. The Wind Thunder team's current achievements were not 80% due to Jing Qianjun, but at least 60%. So Li Zishuan arranged for him to be the tactical coach of the national team. But if he really agreed to fix the game for Li Ku and Li Yuancheng, Li Zishuan had to do things according to the law, no matter how much he thought highly of Jing Qianjun. Li Ku nodded and said, "At that time, the young master of the Wind Thunder team did agree that we would deliberately lose to the Fire Wolves team. In order to win more money, Imperial Uncle and I went to the bank to ask Mr. Song for more money. Under the threat of Imperial Uncle and I, Mr. Song had no choice but to give us 700 strings of cash." Li Zishuan's heart suddenly sank. He said with an ugly face, "How much did you win in this game?" Li Ku said with a sad face, "We didn't win a single penny. We lost everything. That kid surnamed Zheng is not a good person. The day before, he clearly promised us that he would deliberately lose the game. But on that day, the players of the Wind and Thunder team did not show any modesty at all. They kicked the Fire Wolves team to 3-0. The more than 2,000 strings of money that we bet were all lost." Li Zishuan was stunned, but there was a glimmer of hope in his heart. He asked again, "You mean that Jing Qianjun agreed to fix the game for you, but he didn't instruct the players to deliberately lose the game?" Li Ku said gloomily, "Yes." Seeing the boy's aggrieved face, Li Zishuan held back his laughter and said, "Then you didn't take revenge on him in private?" Li Ku said angrily, "Why didn't we take revenge? After the game, Uncle and I took a few guards to the Zheng family's house to find that bastard Jing Qianjun. But the door of the Zheng family's house was closed. No one opened the door. The door of the Zheng family's house was so strong that it couldn't be opened even if we hit it with a piece of wood. In broad daylight, we couldn't make a big deal out of it, so we could only send people to guard outside the Zheng family's house. But after so many days, we didn't catch Jing Qianjun." Li Zishuan nodded satisfactorily and said, "Well, you should be glad that you didn't catch Jing Qianjun. Otherwise, if you caught him and tortured him, you and Prince Lu wouldn't be able to escape." Then he looked at Li Ku and said, "Little Ku, they not only misappropriated public funds, but also secretly bribed the team to fix the game. This seriously violates the Tang Empire's principle of fairness and justice. According to the rules, they should be handed over to the Supreme Court. What do you think?" "You dare. My father won't forgive you." Hearing this, Li Yuanchang immediately panicked. Li Ku said with fear, Third brother, save me. I don't want to go to the Supreme Court. My father will kill me if he knows." Li Ku hesitated for a moment and looked at Li Zishuan and said, "Yamacho, little Ku and uncle are in the wrong. But if this matter is brought to the Supreme Court, my father, can you hand them over to me? I will report to my father and punish them by grounding them in the palace to reflect on themselves." Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and nodded, "Okay, I will give you face today. But first, they have to pay for the money they misappropriated from the bank. Second, they have to give me the list of the teams that fixed the game. Third, they are forbidden to watch any game held by the Tang Empire's Football Association in the future." Chapter 1453. As early as when he promoted football, Li Zishuan expected that football betting would slowly rise along with football. Later, things did indeed develop in the direction he expected. Although he knew that football betting would harm people, it was a matter of mutual consent. He couldn't control it. To put it nicely, it was called a quiz. To put it bluntly, it was called gambling. However, although he couldn't control the people's football betting, he could control the teams that fixed the matches. When the Tang Football Association was first established, Li Zishuan said that any team or individual involved in fixing matches would forever be included in the Tang Football Association's blacklist. Players could no longer play football, team owners could no longer form teams, and people who bribed teams to fix matches would be banned from watching any football matches held by the Football Association. Serious cases would be directly handed over to the Supreme Court to deal with. Considering that Li Ku and Li Yuanchang didn't earn too much money because of this, instead, they lost everything, and that Li Ku was pleading for mercy. If this matter was brought to the Supreme Court, it would be very embarrassing for Li Heir. Therefore, Li Zishuan finally handed these two little bastards over to Li Ku to deal with. Correspondingly, Li Ku also handed over the list of teams that were coerced by them to fix matches. Originally, there were a total of 4 teams. However, because the Wind and Thunder team put Li Ku and Li Yuanchang together, there were 3 teams that fixed matches: the Raging Bull team, the Cool Breeze team, and the Fire Phoenix team. Li Ku and Li Yuanchang were sent back to the palace. Now that things had developed to this point, it was impossible for Li Ku to help his brother hide it. Li Ku originally wanted to immediately enter the palace and report this matter to Li Zishuan, but Li Zishuan asked him to stay alone. "Little Ku, you should have been in the bank for 3 months, right? How do you feel? Did you encounter any problems?" Yinhuang Bank, back hall. At this time, only Li Zishuan and Li Ku were left. After the two of them sat down, Li Zishuan asked. Li Ku thought for a moment and replied, "I have been here for exactly 3 months. In the beginning, I was not familiar with many things in the bank. When I did things, I always felt that there were a lot of restrictions. After a period of time, I sorted out the affairs of the bank and did things much more smoothly. However, it's not that there are no problems." "Tell me about it first," Li Zishuan said with a smile. Li Ku organized his words and opened his mouth. "I feel that there are too few people in the bank who know about the new mathematics and Yamacho's new accounting system. This will greatly affect the efficiency of the bank, and it is easy to make mistakes in the accounts. Once there is a mistake in the accounts, the loss will often be very big, so what I have done the most in the past 3 months is to check the accounts, but this is not a long-term solution. When the scale of our bank is bigger in the future, I will not be able to do 2 things at once. Talent. In the end, the bank still lacked talents. Li Zishuan's new mathematics had only been introduced for less than a year. It was extremely difficult to find a group of bookkeepers who were proficient in the new mathematics and accounting system. This lack of talent situation might improve in a few years, but the bank could not wait. Li Zishuan frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "Actually, it is not difficult to solve this problem. Little Ku, you can recruit a group of students from Yanhuang College who are proficient in the new mathematics and accounting system. Hire them to the bank and use their weekends to check the accounts for the bank. This way, there are two benefits. First, it will allow the bank to operate efficiently and accurately. Second, these students will work part-time and part-time. They can use this to deepen their understanding of the knowledge that they usually learn from books, and they can also get in touch with the daily operations of the bank. When they graduate in the future, those students who are not interested in an official career can stay in the bank as bookkeepers. In terms of salary, they will definitely be able to ensure that their family will not have to worry about food and clothing. Yanhuang Bank's position in Tang Dynasty was equivalent to a modern-day bank or central bank. It was considered a large-scale state-owned enterprise. Li Zishuan felt that assigning his students to work in the bank would not be a disgrace to Yanhuang College's reputation. Yamacho, you intend to let the students of the college to work in the bank as bookkeepers? Li Ku's eyes widened in disbelief. In the minds of the ancient people, there was no such thing as a state-owned enterprise. In their eyes, there was only the imperial court. Scholars studied and obtained scholarly honors in order to enter the imperial court and serve the country. They had never heard of anyone studying specifically to become bookkeepers. But, Little Ku, are you looking down on Yanhuang Bank? Do you feel that it is a waste of talent for the students of the college to stay here? Li Zishuan's sharp eyes seemed to be able to see through people's thoughts. He looked at Li Ku and said with a faint smile. But, could it not mean that? Li Ku hurriedly said. Li Zishuan shook his head and said with a smile, Little Ku, you have been in the bank for a long time. You should know what kind of place Yanhuang Bank is. Today, I can tell you with absolute certainty that in less than 3 years, Yanhuang Bank will become an existence that controls the entire economy of Tang Dynasty. Its importance is definitely not inferior to any of the 6 ministries in the imperial court. As such, do you still feel that it is a waste of talent for the students of the college to stay here? Li Ku was a little shocked. However, after thinking about it carefully, Li Zishuan's words might not necessarily be true. He clasped his hands and said, Yamacho's words are also what Ku hopes for. No matter what others think, Ku will never feel that it is a waste of talent to stay in the bank. Li Zishuan smiled. After pausing for a moment, he said, Yanhuang College teaches engineering. Although there is a subject in the imperial court's imperial examinations, compared to the subjects such as Jinshi and Mingjing, the number of students admitted to this subject is much smaller. The number of students in Yanhuang College who can stand out in the imperial examinations every year is extremely small. And the number of students who can use engineering to gain a foothold in the imperial court is even rarer. Therefore, I feel that instead of letting the students be small officials in the 6 ministries and waste their time doing odd jobs for the officials, it is better to let them come to a place like Yanhuang Bank where they can truly display their strengths. Other than Yanhuang Bank, there is also the workshop of Chitsu Pavilion. That place also needs them. Little Ku, don't look down on the workshop. This workshop is now the most technologically advanced workshop in Tang Dynasty. With the revolution of energy and power machinery, the workshop of Chitsu Pavilion will become more and more advanced, so advanced that it will surpass this era. The students of Yanhuang College can use what they have learned to create wealth here. Wealth that will allow them to live their lives without worry. Master's position today is mostly due to engineering. In the future, among these students, there might be hundreds and thousands of master, hundreds and thousands of marquillon. The meaning of these words was very simple. That was, if the imperial court did not want too many engineering students, then he wanted them. He did not mind having too many. This was a plan that had been buried in Li Zishuan's heart for a long time. It was called the Great Lantian Plan. In his view, since the imperial examination system of this era was mainly based on Confucianism and the imperial court did not want so many engineering students, then he would bring this group of students to Lantian County and create a world that would surpass this era. In any case, he was now the lord of Lantian County. There were many vacant positions under him. He had the ability to give these engineering students generous treatment and high social status. Chapter 1454. Yamacho, now that Confucianism is in power, it is indeed difficult for engineering students to stand out. However, I am willing to help you. After listening to Li Zishuan's words, Li Ku was silent for a long time before he spoke. Oh, how do you plan to help me? Hearing this, Li Zishuan asked with a smile. Li Ku pursed his lips and said, in a few years, I will be going to Shu. Shu has been isolated from the Central Plains for a long time, and the conditions there are very backward. It is in need of large-scale construction to improve the living conditions of the people. At that time, if there are students from the college who are willing to go to Shu to be officials, I will gladly accept them. I believe that with the ability of our college students, it will not be a problem for them to benefit the people. Li Zishuan glanced at Li Ku and laughed. Ha! Little Ku, you have seen Ku Shirqing's good deeds in Shu, so you want to recruit more students from the college to help you manage your fief, right? Don't be fooled by Li Ku's dignified words, as if he was helping Li Zishuan share his burden. In fact, Li Ku's actions were snatching talent from Li Zishuan. However, even though Li Zishuan knew Li Ku's true intentions, he was not angry. This was because the students of the college were free to choose where to develop in the future. Li Zishuan could not control them at all. If Li Ku had the ability to attract these talents to Shu, it could only be said that he was charismatic. Li Zishuan would not be angry about this. After being seen through by Li Zishuan, Li Ku was slightly embarrassed. He coughed dryly and said, Ahem. Nothing can be hidden from Yamacho's eyes. Actually, what I am thinking is that the Central Plains is deeply influenced by Confucianism. Even if the engineering students have made outstanding contributions, it will be difficult for them to compete with Confucianism that has been passed down for hundreds and thousands of years. But Sichuan is different. Since the Qin and Han dynasties, it has been isolated from the Central Plains and is less influenced by Confucianism. As long as Ku can lead the students of the academy and make Sichuan a prosperous place, engineering will be able to gain a foothold there. Maybe Ku can even open a school similar to Yanhuang College there. I hope Yamacho will agree. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh and said, Little Ku, you're helping me spread the seeds and leaves. What reason do I have to disagree? Pausing for a moment, he continued, just as you said, the study of engineering is indeed met with a lot of resistance in the current Great Tang, but I don't think this resistance is a problem. As more and more people realize that engineering can change the world, they will slowly accept it. Of course, if you want to develop engineering in Shu, it might not be a bad idea. This can also be considered as blossoming. Li Ku cupped his fists and said, What Mr. said makes sense. Then from now on, Ku and Mr. will work together to develop our skills. In the past, Li Ku was repulsed by Sichuan. After all, he had lived in Chang, and since he was young, it was inevitable for him to have some resistance in his heart when he was asked to go to Sichuan, which was thousands of miles away. However, after talking with Li Zishuan, Li Ku even faintly looked forward to going to Sichuan as soon as possible. Because leaving Chang and was like a fish entering the sea. At that time, he could be like his idol, Li Zishuan, vigorously develop engineering in his fief and make the people there better. He was looking forward to the land of Sichuan being transformed into a true heaven on earth under his transformation. Li Zishuan nodded. Just as he was about to get up and leave, he suddenly thought of something and said to Li Ku, Little Ku, I just saw on the account book that Yanhuang Bank's monthly income is more than 30,000 strings of coins. Is that right? Hearing Li Zishuan suddenly ask this, Li Ku was a little confused. He paused for a moment, nodded and replied, Indeed. In recent months, the number of merchants in Lantian County has skyrocketed. Countless shops have sprung up in the city like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. These merchants are opening shops and purchasing goods, so it's inevitable that they will encounter problems with funds. Thus, more and more people come to Yanhuang Bank to borrow money, and our income is also increasing. However, if this was a bank in other places, it might not be able to earn so much money. But if there are too many people borrowing money, it might not be a good thing. After all, the money in our bank is limited. At the end of every month, the bank will have a shortage of money. Many merchants want to borrow money, but they can't, so they can only borrow money from those big families who specialize in lending money. Moreover, the amount of Tang yuan issued is closely related to the total wealth of Tang Empire. We can't just rashly print more Tang Yuan, so we can only watch as those merchants are exploited by those big families. Li Zishuan knew that Li Ku was telling the truth. After all, in the current Tang Empire, if one were to talk about the most prosperous places, it would only be Chang and Lantian County. But if one were to talk about the place where the scale of business grew the fastest, it would only be Lantian County. The expansion of business required a large amount of liquidity, and the bank was a place that specialized in providing liquidity for merchants. Currently, the capital of the bank was mainly accumulated from the investments of the bank's shareholders and the profits from the bank's operations in the future. The bank's source of profit was, first, from collecting the fees from the commoners when exchanging copper coins for Tang Yuan, and second, from lending money to the merchants to generate profits. After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan said, "Little Ku, one must know how to be flexible when dealing with matters. Since the bank will encounter a shortage of money at the end of every month, then we should think of a way to attract more funds." Li Ku frowned and asked, "Yamacho, where should we go to find a source of funds?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Of course it's from the commoners. Previously, Little Ku, you were able to think of lending money to the merchants to generate income for the bank. Now, why didn't you think of using small profits to attract the commoners to deposit their money in the bank? You can post a notice to inform the commoners of Lantian County that as long as they deposit their copper coins in the Yanhuang Bank, not only will we not charge them the fees for exchanging copper coins for Tang Yuan, we will also give them a certain amount of interest. This interest is divided into current interest and fixed interest. Current interest means that there is no fixed deposit period. If the commoners need money, they can come to the bank to withdraw it at any time. Fixed interest means that the money cannot be withdrawn until the agreed-upon date. Therefore, the fixed interest rate is higher than the current interest rate. Those commoners who have extra money can deposit their money in the Yanhuang Bank. This way, not only can they ensure the safety of their property, but they can also earn extra interest. I think there will be many commoners who will be willing to deposit their money in the bank." Li Ku's eyes widened when he heard this. His face was full of disbelief. At this moment, his mind was already in a daze. After a while, he finally regained his senses. He swallowed his saliva and asked, "Mountain Elder, if we really release this notice, I can guarantee that our bank's doorstep will definitely be trampled down by the people who will flock to our bank. Are you sure we won't lose money like this?" "Lose money? If a bank can lose money, then there is no business in this world that can make money," Li Zishuan muttered in his heart. Then he smiled and said, "Whether we will lose money or not, it will depend on Xiao Ke's methods. I am only introducing you to a way to solve the problem. In this method, there is still a lot of room for manipulation. For example, the interest rate. When the bank is short of money, you can slightly raise the interest rate to increase the commoners' enthusiasm to save money. When the bank is not so short of money, you can adjust the interest rate to reduce the cost of the bank's deposit. There is a limit in the middle. You need to consider and balance all the factors. As for your worry that the bank will lose money, this worry is completely unnecessary. The interest rate of the bank will always be higher than the deposit rate. Also, money can only create more value when it is in circulation. If everyone hides their money in their own homes, then money will always be money. But if they keep their money in the bank, and the bank uses the money to help businessmen expand their business, then money can easily become 2 strings of money, or even more. That is why I told you before that there is a lot of knowledge in the bank. Using money to generate more money is the fundamental purpose of the bank's existence." Li Zishuan seriously pondered over Li Zishuan's words for a long time. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Listening to Yamacho's words is better than reading books for 10 years. The knowledge contained in the way of the economy is really mysterious and endless. "Thank you, Yamacho, for your teachings today." Li Zishuan waved his hand and said, "Actually, Xiao Ku, you have already done very well. When everything here is stable, I hope that you can return to the headquarters of the Yanhuang Bank in Chang, City and shoulder more responsibilities. Our Yanhuang Bank is under the name of the Ministry of Revenue, but most of the officials in the Ministry of Revenue are old-fashioned. If we rely on them to manage the bank, I am afraid that in less than half a year, the bank will not be able to operate anymore. Therefore, the heavy responsibility of bringing the bank to greater heights still falls on your shoulders. There was nothing wrong with these words on the surface, but Li Ku felt that it sounded a little strange. After a moment of silence, he frowned and asked, Yamacho, what about you? Don't tell me that you intend to leave the bank alone? At this moment, he finally realized that something was wrong. Li Zishuan spoke too much today, as if he couldn't wait to impart all the knowledge in his mind to him. Li Ku suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, and his whole body suddenly became nervous. Li Zishuan was silent for a long time, then sighed and said, Master has more important things to do. But if the bank encounters any problems in the future, Xiaoku, you can still come to me. Li Ku didn't ask Li Zishuan what the more important things were, because he knew that if Li Zishuan wanted to talk about it, he would have told him directly. Since he didn't say anything, it meant that Li Zishuan didn't want to talk about it. Li Ku naturally wouldn't force him. Let's not talk about this anymore. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little stagnant, Li Zishuan laughed and broke the silence. The reform measures that I told you about earlier must be tested in Lantian County, because the demand for money here is large enough. In addition, not only can the bank lend money to merchants, but it can also lend money to the commoners. Now that the commoners in Lantian County are living well, some of the smarter commoners will want to make a living. The bank can lower the interest rate and lend them some money to create more wealth. Li Ku was puzzled. Merchants can use their shops as collateral to borrow money, but what can the commoners use as collateral to borrow money? Li Zishuan thought for a while and said, they can use land deeds. But when the amount borrowed is small, they don't have to use collateral. They are all from the same county, so even if they want to take the money and go far away, they can't go far. In ancient times, most of the commoners were more honest. Farmers were more conservative, and they didn't like to owe money to others. If they did, they would pay it back as soon as they had the money. If they delayed it for another day, they wouldn't be able to eat or sleep well. Therefore, Li Zishuan wasn't worried that the commoners would renege on their debts. Li Ku nodded and said, Yamacho's words make sense. In the future, if the commoners of Lantian County need anything, the bank will definitely lend them money. After leaving the bank, Li Zishuan went straight home. Firstly, it was getting late, and it was time to go home for dinner. Secondly, he was going to the Black Armored Army's camp soon. Before he went, he had to spend some time with his family. He was comfortably going home to spend time with his family, but there were some people who weren't feeling well. One was Li Tai, and the other was Ching Chumo. Around noon, Li Tai went to the workshop to look for Mo Lingwei to learn some technology. Mo Lingwei used the force-feeding method to teach Li Tai the principles of the workshop's newest products, such as DC motors, batteries, and diodes. Li Tai was busy wandering around the workshop, trying to understand everything that Mo Lingwei explained to him. He worked all the way until nighttime. Poor Wei Wang, he had to work overtime in the workshop at night. If word got out, no one would believe it. Now, he and Li Ku were brothers in the same boat. One was fighting in the bank, and the other was researching new technology in the workshop. Although it was hard work, the two brothers were willing to endure it. This electric bike is so fun to ride. It's so much better than riding a horse. Oh no, I can't return the bike to Shaoxian so soon. I have to ride it for 2 more days. In the evening, Cheng Chumo rode the electric bike that he borrowed from Li Zishuan. He was like a young man, attracting the attention of all the passers-by. He couldn't help but mutter to himself on the bike. *CK. So majestic. At this moment, Cheng Chumo saw a woman riding a bicycle towards him. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the woman had a particularly spectacular body part. As the bicycle bumped along the road, Cheng Chumo's eyes widened. Bam! As the saying goes, extreme joy begets sorrow. All happiness is destined to have a price to pay. Cheng Chumo was so focused on looking at the beautiful woman that he forgot to look at the road. With a bang, he and his car crashed into a newly erected electric pole on the side of the road. Help. Soon, Cheng Chumo's painful howls came from under the electric pole. That sound was really miserable. Chapter 1455. Ouch. Softer. It hurt so much. Night fell, But in a ward of Lantian County's Tang Tang Joint Medical Center, there was a faint light. A woman with a good figure was applying medicine and bandaging a burly man. What was annoying was that the man was still crying and howling from time to time. Those who didn't know the situation would think that they were doing something in the room. Serves you right. Who asked you to ride without looking at the road and like to look around? The woman with a good figure could not help but snort angrily. Looking at her face carefully, who else could it be but Guqingyue? And the man half leaning on the couch was Cheng Chumo. It turned out that the woman Cheng Chumo saw on the road today was Guqingyue, who had just finished work and was about to go home. However, this fellow was so fascinated by the scenery that he did not even know that he had crashed into a telephone pole. Hearing Guqingyue's scolding, Cheng Chumo was not ashamed. Instead, he smiled proudly and said, "Gu. Dr. Gu, you can't blame me for this. You said that a piece of iron was sucked away by a magnet. Can you blame the iron? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the magnet for being too attractive." Summer was really a good season. Cheng Chumo, whose hormones were exuberant, seemed to be enlightened at this moment. His speech was obviously much better than before. How could Guqingyue not understand the meaning of Cheng Chumo's words? But it was precisely because she understood that she felt both angry and a different kind of emotion in her heart. Ouch! Ouch, ouch, ouch! Dr. Gu, can you be gentler? Cheng Chumo, who had just said something, suddenly felt a strong force coming from his knee, followed by a sharp pain. It was so painful that he almost cried. Who told you to talk nonsense? Guqingyue's eyes were filled with anger as she glared fiercely at Cheng Chumo. Obviously, she had deliberately taught Cheng Chumo a lesson just now. Cheng Chumo finally understood. Not only did the girl in front of him have a hot figure, but her temper was also quite fiery. He couldn't afford to offend them. Cheng Chumo decided to restrain his wretched and dissolute nature a little, so as to avoid further physical pain later. If Dr. Gu thinks that I'm talking nonsense, then I'm talking nonsense. Today, I really have to thank Dr. Gu. Otherwise, where would I find a clinic at this time? But it would be better if you were a little gentler. Cheng Chumo scratched his head and decided that a wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. Guqingyue snorted and rolled her eyes at a certain someone. She said, "Back then, Guan Gong didn't even make a sound when he scraped his bones to treat his wounds. But you, on the other hand, are in so much pain from a small fall that you want to die? Are you still a man?" *CK. He could tolerate other things, but Cheng Chumo could not tolerate it when it concerned his gender. "Dr. Gu, what you said is wrong. Lord Guan was a peerless hero. Wasn't it natural for him to not be afraid of pain? It can't be that anyone who can't compare to Lord Guan isn't a man, right? Then you really won't be able to get married in the future." What he said sounded like it was true, but as he spoke, this idiot couldn't help but drive. Not only did he drive, but others also had evidence of him driving. Although Guqingyue's personality was stronger than the average woman, she was still an unmarried girl. How could she tolerate others saying that she couldn't get married? You're the one who can't get married. Your whole family can't get married. You're really an ingrate. I shouldn't have saved you today. Guqingyue put her hands on her hips and scolded Cheng Chumo fiercely. Cheng Chumo shrunk his neck. Obviously, he didn't expect Guqingyue to have such a big reaction. He hurriedly said, "Dr. Gu, calm down, calm down. I didn't say that you can't get married. I'm only saying that according to your standards, there aren't many men in this world, so you can't get married. But obviously, there can't be only a few men in this world, so it's impossible that you can't get married, right?" Hearing Cheng Chumo say, "You can't get married," Guqingyue was about to explode. When Cheng Chumo finished speaking, she couldn't help but roar, "You lecher, shut up. Get out. Get out now. Tang Alliance Medical Center doesn't welcome you." "Hey, don't. I'm an injured person, and you're a doctor. Aren't doctors supposed to save the dying and heal the injured? How can you chase me out?" Cheng Chumo also realized that there was something wrong with what he said just now, and hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. Guqingyue just said it out of anger. She didn't really want to chase Cheng Chumo out. After all, Cheng Chumo was still injured. However, Cheng Chumo's words just now were really too hateful. It was impossible for her to admit defeat now. But you won't leave. Believe. Anyway, you've already applied medicine on your leg. You can rest here for a night, and you can walk tomorrow. After a moment of silence, Gu Qingyue said coldly. Cheng Chumo was stunned. He thought to himself, didn't I say too much even if you can't get married? It was just a joke. Why do you have to overreact? He didn't know that his unintentional words had hit Gu Qingyue's soft spot, so Gu Qingyue had such a big reaction. Dr. Gu, wait. Seeing that Gu Qingyue was really going out, Cheng Chumo hurriedly said, it's dark now. Lantian County and Chang'an City are all under curfew. Where can you go? Besides, you're a girl. It's dangerous for you to go out alone so late at night. Hearing the faint concern in Cheng Chumo's words, Gu Qingyue's ears turned red, and her expression was a little unnatural. After a moment, she snorted, no matter how dangerous it is outside, it's still safer than here. Even a fool would be able to understand the deeper meaning of this sentence. After saying that, she walked directly out of the door. Cheng Chumo was stunned and hurriedly said, Hey, Dr. Gu, wait. You stay, I'll go out. But at this time, Gu Qingyue had already left without looking back. How could he still see her? Cheng Chumo was anxious. How could he bear to let a girl wander the streets in the middle of the night? So at this time, he didn't care about the injury on his knee. He directly jumped off the bed and limped out, shouting, Dr. Gu, wait. You stay in the room, I'll sleep in the hall of the medical hall. Cheng Chumo ran too fast and sprained his knee under the strenuous exercise, adding to his injury. His right knee instantly lost feeling, and he fell forward to the ground. Gu Qingyue, who was walking in front, heard the movement behind her and immediately stopped. She turned around and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. Then she hurriedly walked over to Cheng Chumo. Why do you have no sense of seriousness? You're clearly injured, but you still want to get off the bed and run out. Great, your injury that could have been healed in 1 or 2 days will now need at least 7 or 8 days to recover. After helping Cheng Chumo into the room and checking his injury, Gu Qingyue couldn't help but reprimand him. As a doctor, the most annoying thing was when the patient was disobedient and caused the patient's condition to worsen. Gu Qingyue was no exception. Cheng Chumo grinned and said, I'm worried that a girl like you will encounter bad people if you sleep on the streets at night. Let's say first, you'll stay here in a while, I'll go downstairs to sleep in the hall. It's hot now, so you don't have to worry that I'll catch a cold at nights. Who cares if you catch a cold at night? Gu Qingyue rolled her eyes and grumbled in her heart, but she said, Who told you that I'm going to sleep on the streets? Behind this joint medical center is the temporary residence of the doctors. I have to go back and rest, so I'll leave this place for you to stage. After saying that, Gu Qingyue waved her hand and left very suavely, leaving behind a stunned Cheng Chumo. F***CK? There's a place for the doctors to stay in this joint medical center of Tang? Why haven't I heard of it? After sighing, Cheng Chumo silently glanced at his sprained right leg and couldn't help but curl his lips. He probably felt that it wasn't worth it for this brother leg. Fell for nothing. This lecher, although he's a little perverted and his words are a little hateful, he can still be considered a gentleman who knows how to care for people. After talking for so long, I actually forgot to ask for his name. Pei. Why do I need to know the name of this lecher? Gu Qingyue, who had always thought of herself as a strong woman, was inevitably confused tonight. The main reason was that Cheng Chumo was different from the men that the matchmaker introduced to her in the past. She felt that Cheng Chumo seemed to be more real. Whatever he was thinking in his heart, he would show it on his face. He was not like the young talents she had seen before. On the surface, they were all cultured and elegant, but behind their backs, they were all dirty and filthy. Although this little girl's temper is a little fiery and impatient, she's quite good at taking care of people, and she's also very good-looking. On the other side, Cheng Chumo touched the bandage on his knee and whispered with a smile on his face. Previously, when he borrowed the car from Li Zishuan, he had repeatedly assured that there wouldn't be any accidents. He didn't expect that in less than a day, he and the car would crash into an electric pole. Although the culprit was Gu Qingyue's beauty, it was still a collision. He just didn't expect Gu Qingyue to be a doctor, and a doctor of the Joint Medical Center of Tang at that. This was really a bit too much of a coincidence. AI. Get up quickly. It's time to change your medicine. Early in the morning, the sky was just beginning to brighten. Cheng Chumo was still chatting with Zhou Gong in his dreams when he heard a woman's voice in his ear. Moreover, the voice was a little loud, and it was difficult for him to not wake up even if he wanted to. Miss Gu, Dr. Gu, how did you come in? Cheng Chumo rubbed his sleepy eyes and said in surprise. Your door wasn't locked. How do you think I came in? Gu Qingyue rolled her eyes and said in a bad mood. Oh, I don't think I closed the door last night. Cheng Chumo scratched his head and thought for a while before saying. His knee was injured last night. After Gu Qingyue left, he didn't have the strength to get out of bed and close the door, so he fell asleep directly on the bed. Sit tight. I'll help you change your medicine. In a while, the clinic will start accepting patients, and I won't have time to take care of you then. Gu Qingyue put down the medicine box on her shoulder and said to Cheng Chumo as she took out the medicine from it. Oh. Cheng Chumo sat up obediently and rolled up his trousers, revealing the injured area on his knee. This time, Cheng Chumo learned his lesson. When Gu Qingyue was changing his medicine, he didn't take the initiative to say a word, not even umph. It seemed like he wanted to learn from Guan Yu and be a tough guy. Just like that, Gu Qingyue quietly changed his medicine, and Cheng Chumo raised his head and stared at her without saying a word. Although the scene looked a little funny, it was more heartwarming. Gu Qingyue was now squatting. If Cheng Chumo lowered his head and looked, he should be able to see some scenery, but the people of the old Cheng family were all walking and sitting upright. Gu Qingyue was now helping him change his medicine. If he did something like that, how was he different from a beast? It's really strange. Why aren't you in pain today? After changing the medicine, Gu Qingyue stood up and asked curiously. Cheng Chumo said smugly, I used to be on the battlefield with my father. I don't care about such a small injury. Besides, I'm a man who wants to be Guan Yu. Why would I make a fuss over a small injury? Gu Qingyue couldn't help but burst into laughter and said, Keep bragging. Who was the one crying for his parents last night? Then, she felt that laughing like this might make people think that it was unladylike, so she quickly stopped smiling and shifted her gaze elsewhere. But after waiting for a long time, she didn't hear Cheng Chumo's voice. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Cheng Chumo. At this time, Cheng Chumo was completely stunned. If one were to use 8 words to describe it, it would be that his face was dull and his eyes were shining. Because in Cheng Chumo's eyes, Gu Qingyue's smile just now was simply too beautiful. Did I look good? Gu Qingyue's emotionless voice inexplicably came from the air. Yes, yes, yes. Cheng Chumo replied subconsciously. To describe his current state of mind in one sentence, it was, I've confirmed with my eyes that I've met the right person. Lecher. Shameless. Gu Qingyue glared fiercely at Cheng Chumo, then stomped her foot and left in a fit of anger. She didn't even want the medicine box. Ouch! In the ward, Cheng Chumo's wails and howls sounded again. It was Gu Qingyue's angry kick just now that happened to land on Cheng Chumo's foot. F***ck. Women's minds are really strange. If I said it didn't look good just now, would I have been trampled even more miserably? Cheng Chumo hugged his smelly foot and muttered to himself while sucking in cold air. What were you muttering just now? Coincidentally, at this moment, Gu Qingyue's voice sounded again. Cheng Chumo looked up and saw Gu Qingyue standing in front of the door expressionlessly, staring at him with a burning gaze. No, nothing. Dr. Gu, why are you back again? Cheng Chumo laughed dryly and said. Gu Qingyue walked in at this moment and reached out to take the medicine box on the table. Then she said, I'm here to ask what your name is and where you live. Cheng Chumo's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to say something, Gu Qingyue mercilessly interrupted him. Don't think too much. I just want to ask clearly and send someone to inform your family to come and pick you up. At the same time, I'll hand over the consultation fee. Our Tang Alliance Medical Center never takes credit. Cheng Chumo was speechless and his heart instantly broke. Chapter 1456. That's right, the bike outside shouldn't be yours, right? It looks very similar to the legendary electric bike. What's your relationship with Marquis? Inside the Tang Alliance Medical Center, Gu Qingyue was secretly delighted to see Cheng Chumo's injured expression. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She suddenly remembered the car that Cheng Chumo had crashed into the telephone pole yesterday evening and couldn't help but ask. The reason why she was so sure that Cheng Chumo was related to Li Zishuan was because, as far as she knew, there was only one electric bike in the world, and it was in the hands of Li Zishuan. However, Cheng Chumo also had one, so it was either stolen or borrowed. In this world, the number of people who could steal from Li Zishuan could be counted on one hand. This mischievous lecher in front of her was obviously not one of them. Then there was only one possibility: Cheng Chumo's bike was definitely borrowed. To be able to borrow such an expensive bike from Li Zishuan, it meant that Cheng Chumo and Li Zishuan had a close relationship. Cheng Chumo thought about it and decided not to hide it. He smiled and said, "My name is Cheng Chumo. I'm good friends with Marquis. How about it? Miss Gu, do you still want to ask me for the consultation fee?" Cheng Chumo? The son of Lu Guogong, Cheng Yaojin? Gu Qingyue was shocked, but when she saw a certain someone's proud expression, she tried not to show it on her face. Instead, she said lightly, "Yes, of course. Even if Marquis comes to the medical center to see a doctor, he will also take the initiative to pay the consultation fee. Since you are Marquis' good friend, how can you smear Marquis' face? Today, no matter what, you must pay the consultation fee." Cheng Chumo was stunned speechless. Gu Qingyue proudly snorted and said, "You stay here. In a while, I will send a servant to your house to inform Lu Guogong. I believe that with his unparalleled reputation he won't go back on his word, right?" No. Please don't. Wasn't it just a consultation fee? I'll hand it over now. How much is it altogether? When Cheng Chumo, who was on his sickbed, heard that Gu Qingyue wanted to send a letter to the Cheng residence, he was truly startled awake from his deathbed. He hurriedly called out to Gu Qingyue and said, "In the past, during the weekends, he often stayed at Yunshan Villa. Therefore, even if he did not return to his home in Chang, and last night, his father and mother would not think too much about it. However, if Gu Qingyue sent someone to inform them, wouldn't his father know about the embarrassing incident of him crashing his bicycle into an electric pole yesterday? This was something that Cheng Chumo would never allow. Not only did he embarrass himself, but he also embarrassed his father, Cheng Yaojin. Who knows, old Cheng might even beat him up." Gu Qingyue's eyes flashed as she was about to leave. She looked at Cheng Chumo with a smile that wasn't a smile and said, "The consultation fee and medicine fee is 200 copper coins. Will eldest young Master Cheng use Tang Yuan or copper coins?" "Of course it's Tang Yuan." Cheng Chumo rummaged through his pockets and fished out 3 Tang Yuan notes. He handed it over and said rather generously, "Dr. Gu, here's your consultation fee. Keep the change." Gu Qingyue secretly curled her lips. With her family's financial situation, she naturally did not care about a few coins. The reason why she said that was purely to tease Cheng Chumo. "Then you stay here properly. Someone will deliver your meal and change your medicine in the afternoon. Your leg will need at least 2 days before you can get out of bed and walk." Gu Qingyue said worriedly as she took the Tang Yuan from Cheng Chumo's hands. "Won't Dr. Gu be the one to change my medicine later?" When Cheng Chumo heard this, he stared at her and said, "In your dreams." Gu Qingyue rolled her eyes at this blockhead and turned to leave. "Mr. Zhang San, immediately send people to Raging Bull, Cool Breeze, and Fire Phoenix to investigate. You must find out if they were involved in the betting and match-fixing cases between King Lu and the 6th Prince last month." In the morning, Li Zishuan came to the Football Association office next to the academy and told the bearded man about Li Ji's confession yesterday. Since the Football Association of Tang Empire had developed to this point, its personnel allocation was basically complete. As the bearded man was the academy's physical education teacher, and he was not a simple-minded person who was all brawn and no brains, he was good at military strategy and management. Therefore, Li Zishuan handed over the task of the Football Association to him for the time being. The bearded man nodded and said in a deep voice, "Yamacho, don't worry. I will send people to investigate and get to the bottom of this." Li Zishuan said in a deep voice. Of course I'm not worried about Mr. Zhang-san. Once this matter is confirmed, it will not be tolerated. Moreover, it will be announced to all the teams so that the rest can take note of it. The bearded man responded and paused. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. Seeing that the bearded man wanted to say something but stopped, Li Zishuan said, If Mr. Zhang-san has anything to say, please say it directly. Between you and me, what scruples do we have? The bearded man hesitated for a moment and said, Yamacho, it's June now. Although I've been living a carefree life in the academy for almost a year, this season is suitable for me to go out to sea. Back then, I promised Yamacho that I would protect Yunshan for a year and it's about to expire. Yamacho, what do you think? After saying that, the bearded man's face looked a little unnatural. In his opinion, the academy had provided him with good food and drinks for so long, but he was going to say goodbye now. It felt a little unkind. Li Zishuan was stunned. Only then did he realize that the bearded man had actually stayed in the academy for almost a year. Time really flew. The scene of the bearded man being beaten into a pig's head when he went up to Yunshan to ask for the sea map was still vivid in his mind. But now, he was going to say goodbye and leave. After lamenting in his heart for a while, Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, I was negligent and actually forgot about this matter. For almost a year, I thank Mr. Zhang-san for protecting the academy and Yunshan. Since the agreed time is up and Mr. Zhang-san wants to go out to sea, I naturally have no reason to stop you. However, I would like to ask Mr. Zhang-san to stay for a few more days. At that time, I will hand over the sea map and compass and personally send Mr. Zhang-san off. Hearing Li Zishuan mention the sea map and compass, the bearded man's face revealed a hint of excitement. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you, Yamacho. Li Zishuan nodded and left. The bearded man looked at Li Zishuan's back and couldn't help but recall everything that had happened to him in Yunshan for the past year. At that moment, his steel-like heart couldn't help but have a trace of reluctance. Yunshan was infinitely good. The mountains were good, and the people were even better. Unfortunately, the sea was the place that he, the bearded man, yearned for. Perhaps in the future, when he was old and couldn't run anymore, he could retire at Yunshan. The bearded man thought in his heart. Marquis, there's news from the medical hall. They say that the eldest son of the Chung family got into an accident while riding his bicycle yesterday and was admitted to the medical hall. After exiting the academy, Pang Feiji walked over and whispered in Li Zishuan's ear. Chung Chumo got into an accident? Li Zishuan heard and couldn't help but frown slightly. This guy. I shouldn't have lent the car to him. How is he now? Are his injuries serious? Pang Feiji replied, His injuries aren't serious. When Mr. Ching got into an accident yesterday, Dr. Gu from the medical hall was at the scene. His injuries were treated by Dr. Gu. Gu Qingyue? That's good. This idiot is really lucky. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. Gu Qingyue's medical skills were considered the best in the entire Tang Alliance medical hall. With her treating Chung Chumo's injuries, Li Zishuan would be more or less relieved. Let's go to the medical hall to see him. After a pause, Li Zishuan said again. He wasn't feeling sorry for the electric bicycle. He just thought that the speed of an electric bicycle was definitely faster than a bicycle. Chung Chumo's injuries were probably not light. Imperial Palace West Court, Concubine Yang's palace. Li Cheng was kneeling on the ground with snot and tears on his face. He looked as miserable as he could possibly be. Sob sob, Mother, I know I was wrong. Li Cheng looked at Concubine Yang, who was so angry that her face turned green, and quickly cried. Cheng heir, I already knew that you were daring, but I didn't expect you to be so daring. As a descendant of the emperor, you actually threatened a civilian team to play a match. You've completely disgraced the imperial family. From now on, I don't have a son like you. Go to your father to receive your punishment. Concubine Yang looked at her son kneeling on the ground and said bitterly. Although she said it casually, only she knew how painful it was to say the words, I don't have a son like you. Mother. Cheng heir will always be your son. This time, Cheng heir knows he was wrong. Mother, please give Cheng heir a chance to change. Li Qing quickly cried. Li Ku, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but plead, "Mother, please forgive Cheng this time on the basis that he knows he was wrong." This time, he was also bewitched by Imperial Uncle, so he was momentarily blinded and made a big mistake. "Shut up." Concubine Yang quickly interrupted. "Cheng, no matter how wrong King Lu is, he's still your elder. You must not talk about him behind his back." Li Ku's eyes narrowed and he cupped his hands and said, "Yes, Mother. I know I was wrong." Concubine Yang couldn't help but sigh and said, "Sigh. If Cheng is half as sensible as you, I can be at ease. Now, we can only wait for your father to finish the morning court and see how he will deal with Cheng." "Ha, what are you talking about?" Just as Concubine Yang finished speaking, Li Er's voice came from outside the hall. Concubine Yang and Li Ku quickly went up and bowed. "Greetings to your majesty, father." Cheng is also here?" Li nodded. After seeing Li Ku, he couldn't help but be surprised. Replying to father, "I returned to the palace last night. At that time, it was already late. I was worried that I would disturb father's rest, so I didn't pay my respects to father. I hope father can forgive me." Li Ku bowed and said, "Ha, it's fine, it's fine." Li laughed and waved his hand. "Cheng you can be considered to be busy with work in the Yanhuang Bank. Furthermore, I heard that the bank in Lantian County is lending more and more money. Just the monthly interest alone is more than 10,000 strings of coins. It's comparable to a superior county's annual tax. Today, you can tell father about the bank's current situation." Li admired Li Ku very much. Not only was he skilled in both the pen and the sword, he was also very smart and knew his limits. He wouldn't fight for things that he shouldn't. Furthermore, Li Ku was able to obtain Li Zishuan's recognition and learn a set of economic skills from Li Zishuan. This made Li very happy. Although he trusted Li Zishuan, the economic lifeline of Tang Dynasty was still more appropriate in the hands of the royal family. This wasn't only for himself, but also for Li Zishuan's good. "Greetings to father." Li Ku, who was kneeling on the ground, turned around and bowed to Li with a guilty conscience. "Li Ku, you're here too? What are you doing?" Seeing Li Ku on the ground, Li couldn't help but be startled. His face couldn't help but darken. The dragon had 9 sons, and each of them was different. Li Ku was obviously one of the least likable of Li sons. Li who was still smiling when facing Li Ku, instantly pulled a long face when he saw Li Ku. Seeing old Li's long face, Li Ku felt even more terrified. He stuttered, "Father, Your Majesty." Xiao Ke forced the team to play a fake match outside the palace and used it to profit. "Your Majesty, please punish me severely." Yang Fei, who was at the side, saw Li Ku's stuttering and couldn't help but speak up. She knew that Li disliked cowardly people who dared to do things but didn't dare to admit it. The more Li Ku stuttered, the more Li would hate him. Rather than that, it would be better for her to clarify the matter quickly. There's such a thing?" Li gaze darkened. He looked at Li Ku, who was on the ground with resentment, and said angrily, "Bastard. A dignified prince actually dares to threaten the people and do such dirty things. Our reputation is great. How did we give birth to such a disappointing thing like youths?" "Father, please calm down. I know my mistake. I won't dare to do it again." Seeing Li angry, Li Ku trembled in fear and hurriedly begged for mercy. "In the future? There's a future? From today onwards, until the day you set up a government office, you can only stay in the palace. You can't go anywhere. When you have 30% of your third brother's ability, we will let you out of the palace." Li said angrily. Confinement? This was considered a long-term confinement. It would be at least a few years. After saying that, he looked at Li Ku and said, "We'll leave this stinking brat to you. We don't expect him to be as proficient in both the pen and the sword like you. As long as he doesn't do things that disgrace the royal family's reputation, we will be satisfied." Li Ku breathed a sigh of relief. To Li Ku, this was already a pretty good result. Thus, he hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Yes, father." Li flicked his sleeves and left without even sitting down. It was obvious that Li Ku had angered him to no end. When it was close to noon, an imperial edict was sent out to the palace where Li Yuan lived. The king of Lu, Li Yuanshang, was reduced by 300 households, his salary was fined for a year, and he was grounded for half a year. It must be that after Li Er left Yang Fei's place, he investigated the whole matter clearly, so he added such an imperial edict. Compared to Li Ku, Li Yuanshang's punishment was obviously more severe. This fellow had been short of money recently and still had to pay 1,500 strings of coins to the bank. Now that he was punished by Li Er, it made things worse. He probably had a lot to cry about. Chapter 1457. Don't move. It might be a little painful to tear off the bandage. Bear with it. It's okay. Qingyue, just tear it off. If I make a sound, I'm not a man. Who allowed you to call me Qingyue? Lu Guogong is a hero. How did he give birth to a lecher like you? Well, we've been through thick and thin together, right? We can more or less be called friends. It shouldn't be too much to call me Qingyue, right? Otherwise, why would you take the time to come over and help me change my bandage? If you think it's unfair, you can call me Chumo or Chonyo. Who's been through thick and thin with you? Yesterday, at most, you were in trouble. I am your savior, so you better show me some respect. I'm here to help you change your bandage because the other doctors in the clinic are too busy. Besides, I think it's good to call you a lecher. How is this good? If others hear this, how can I survive in Chang and in the future? Tang Union Medical Officer. As noon approached, the sharp-tongued but soft-hearted Gu Qingyue finally came over to help Chung Chumo change his bandage. As for Li Zishuan, who came to visit Chung Chumo at the clinic, he happened to hear this good show at the door. You can do whatever you want. What does it have to do with me? Alright, I've changed your bandage. If you want to eat, you can ask the servant to buy some food and wine for you. Oh, you can't drink with this injury. I'll take my leave first. After changing Chung Chumo's bandage, Gu Qingyue turned to pack her medicine box and said to Chung Chumo, Qingyue, I can't even get out of bed now. How can I call the servant? Why don't you help me buy some food and wine? Cheng Chumo licked his face and pretended to be pitiful. Lecher, you're really pushing your luck. Gu Qingyue rolled her eyes and left with her medicine box. Chumo, I'm here to see you. Cuff cuff. What a coincidence. Dr. Gu is here too? In order to avoid being discovered by Gu Qingyue that he had been eavesdropping at the entrance of the academy, Li Zishuan hurriedly walked out. When he saw Gu Qingyue, he pretended to be surprised. I'm here to help Ding too. Young Master Chung change his dressing. Dr. Sun still has something to do, so I'll take my leave first. You guys go ahead. In the face of Li Zishuan's sudden appearance, Gu Qingyue's face was a little flustered. She tightened her grip on the medicine box on her shoulder and said, Dr. Gu, if you have something to do, then go ahead and do it. Thanks for your hard work. Li Zishuan looked at Gu Qingyue with a smile and said, Who would have thought that the super-strong woman who came to the Tang Alliance Medical Center to apply for a job would have such a panicked side? You're too kind. Saving the injured is the responsibility of us doctors. Gu Qingyue shook her head and said a few words, then left. When Li Zishuan walked to the sickbed, Chung Chumo suddenly looked embarrassed and didn't know where to put his eyes. In the end, he simply raised his head and closed his eyes. Of all things, I shouldn't have knocked over your electric bike. Now, if you want to kill me, do whatever you want. Anyway, if you want me to compensate you with a new bike that's exactly the same, that's impossible. When this guy was flirting with Gu Qingyue a moment ago, he was still acting like a bootlicker. Now that he saw Li Zishuan, he suddenly became a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water, piece of meat. The change of character was so fast that it was really jaw-dropping. Li Zishuan helplessly rolled his eyes and said, Who wants to kill you? When I borrowed your bike, I knew this would happen, but I didn't expect you to fall so hard. I heard from Sun Daozhang that your leg needs at least 7 days to recover. Do you want me to tell Uncle Cheng and ask him to send someone to take care of you? When Chung Chumo heard this, he quickly waved his hand and said, No, no, no. Please don't. Xiao Xian, I'm begging you. Please don't tell my father about this. Why is that? Li Zishuan asked suspiciously. Cheng Chumo said with a bitter face, aren't you asking the obvious? With my father's temper, if he knew that I hit a pole with my bike, wouldn't he come over and beat me up? How can I expect him to send someone to take care of me? Li Zishuan was silent. After a while, he said, in your eyes, Uncle Cheng is that kind of person? What else could it be? I've been his father for more than 10 years. How can I not know him? Cheng Chumo rolled his eyes and said in a muffled voice. Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. He waved his hand and said, okay, I won't tell Uncle Cheng. In a while, I'll leave a guard here to take care of your food and lodging. I'll also apply for a week's sick leave from the academy. Here. I asked the drunken Immortal restaurant to make some food for you before we came. Eat it while it's hot. When Cheng Chumo heard that it was a leave of absence and that there was good food to eat, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He gave Li Zishuan a thumbs up and said, hee hee. What a good brother. The best thing I've done in my life was to recognize you as my good brother at the drunken Immortal restaurant. Li Zishuan teased at this time, hee hee. Your food. But I reckon that this food shouldn't be as good as the food that Dr. Gu bought for you, right? Even though Cheng Chumo had always been shameless, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed at this moment. Moreover, his love for Gu Qingyue was only one-sided. He didn't intend to announce his love for Gu Qingyue to the public. When Li Zishuan said this, he felt as if his old face was burning. Xiao Xian, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm going to eat. If you have something to do, quickly go do it. Cheng Chumo quickly took the food box that Li Zishuan handed over with both hands and ordered him to leave. When Li Zishuan saw this, his heart was suddenly shocked. Because from Cheng Chumo's expression, it was obvious that he really liked Gu Qingyue. Was this still the rash Cheng Chumo of the past? He even learned how to pick up girls? You're really ungrateful. As your brother, I've worked so hard for you for so long. You're not even saying thank you, and you're directly chasing me away? Li Zishuan couldn't help but ridicule. We're brothers, why are we still so polite? Don't you think so, Xiao Xian? Cheng Chumo said in a muffled voice as he ate the food in his bowl. Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered with this idiot. He waved his hand and said, all right, then you eat slowly. If there's anything, just get someone to inform me directly. The next day, the Tong Daily published two major news, which shocked millions of people in and around Chang'an City. The first was an announcement issued by the Tang Football Federation. Tang Football Federation emergency announcement, Raging Bulls team, Cool Breeze team, and Fire Phoenix team, 3 teams of Tang League A, have been permanently expelled from the Tang Football Federation because of 3 match fixing last month. All the players of the 3 teams are permanently banned from participating in any competitions related to the Tang Football Federation. The owners of the 3 teams are permanently banned from establishing any football teams in the Tang Football Federation. We hope that all the teams in the Tang Football Federation will take this as a warning to cherish the hard-won opportunity to participate in competitions and their own honor, and stay away from betting and match fixing. If any players know that their team is about to play match fixing, please take the initiative to report it to the Tang Football Federation. For all the reporters, the Tang Football Federation will not punish them, but will instead reward them. From now on, the Tang Football Federation will increase its monitoring efforts. Teams that play match fixing and go against the spirit of competition will not be tolerated. All the people of the Tang Football Federation will also supervise this. Issued by the Tang Football Federation President, Li Zishuan. The second news was an announcement published by Yanhuang Bank. Yanhuang Bank announcement. From today onwards, Lantian County's Yanhuang Bank will introduce the following preferential policies to encourage the people to deposit money in the bank. First, all the people who deposit money in Lantian County's Yanhuang Bank, no matter how much money they deposit or how long they deposit it for, can enjoy the free exchange of Tang Yuan service. Money can be exchanged for 1 Tang Yuan, fair and square. Second, all the people who deposit money in Lantian County's Yanhuang Bank will receive different amounts of interest depending on the type of deposit, the amount of deposit, and the time of deposit. As for the details, the types of deposit can be divided into fixed deposit and current deposit. Fixed deposit means that the money can only be withdrawn at a fixed time. Current deposit means that the money can be withdrawn from the bank at any time. The annual interest rate for fixed deposit is 1.75%, which means that a fixed deposit for a year can earn 6 when in interest. 10 strings of money is 61, and 100 strings of money is 600 when in interest. The interest rate for current deposit is lower at 0.3%. A fixed deposit for a year can earn 2. For when in interest. Yanhuang Bank will spare no effort to protect the vital interests of every depositor. The money deposited by the depositor will be recorded. The bank and the depositor will each have a passbook that is difficult to counterfeit. The depositor will withdraw money from the passbook. If the depositor loses any money deposited in the bank, Yanhuang Bank will unconditionally compensate the depositor in full. The new regulations will be implemented in Lantian County's Yanhuang Bank as of today. All the people of Lantian County can enjoy the preferential deposit policy. Please pass this message to each other and not miss this good opportunity. In addition, the new deposit policy of Yanhuang Bank in other states and counties will be implemented gradually. Please be patient. Issued by Li Zishuan, Yanhuang Bank's head steward. After seeing these two pieces of news on the front page of Datong Daily, the people were all stunned. These two announcements were issued by Li Zishuan, but they represented two different circles. One was the football circle, and the other was the financial circle. But no matter which circle, these two pieces of news could be said to be super heavy news that could shake the earth and mountains. Countless people were discussing it. What? Team Raging Bull, Team Cool Breeze, and Team Fire Phoenix played fake matches? They are Tongjia League teams. How could they play fake matches? Sigh. If you ask me, they are really stupid. It was not easy for them to become a Tongjia League team. Just relying on the financial support from the businessmen every year is enough for their team to squander for a year. They just had to think about playing fake matches. Now, from the team owners to the players, they can forget about participating in the competitions organized by the Football Association for the rest of their lives. Who said it wasn't? But this is also good. Let's see if any other team dares to play fake matches in the future. Yes. The determination of the Tang Dynasty Football Association to investigate fake matches is unquestionable. Let's see if any other team dares to play fake matches. After a team owner saw this news, he hurriedly shouted, "Quick! Inform all the players to gather in the front yard immediately. I have something to say." Immediately after, when the people saw the second piece of news, they immediately went crazy. What? Not only do you not need to pay a commission to exchange Tang Yuan at the bank, but you can also get interest? Is there such a good thing in this world? When the Tang Yuan was first introduced, there was a free exchange business for the Tang Yuan for a period of time. However, after the imperial court took over the Yanhuang Bank and the Tang Yuan was confirmed as the official currency of the Tang Dynasty by Emperor Li Er, this free exchange business was cancelled. However, even so, it could not stop the enthusiasm of the people to exchange Tang Yuan. Firstly, Tang Yuan had the endorsement of the Tang Dynasty's imperial court, so it was very secure. Secondly, Tang Yuan was very convenient to carry around. People who were used to using Tang Yuan basically did not want to use cumbersome copper coins anymore. With the support of these two reasons, even though there was a certain commission to exchange Tang Yuan, the people were still very happy to exchange all the copper coins in their hands for Tang Yuan. Now, not only was the commission for exchanging Tang Yuan cancelled, but the safety of keeping copper coins or Tang Yuan in the bank was not only not safe, but they could also get interest. In the eyes of the people, this was no different from a pie falling from the sky. This was a good thing that could not be found even if one held a lantern. This little trick of the Yanhuang Bank was not worth mentioning to the modern people who were familiar with all kinds of financial management methods. In fact, many modern people would even feel that it was very low. This was because the interest rate given by the Yanhuang Bank was even lower than some of the modern banks. It was better to store it in the UX bao that could be used at any time. However, the ancient people did not know about all kinds of financial management methods. They only knew that the two preferential methods given by the Yanhuang Bank could be said to be unprecedented. Save money. I want to save all the money in the family in the Yanhuang Bank. Not only is it safe, the interest I get in a year is enough to buy dozens of dongs of rice. I want to go too. Not to mention other things, with this saving until the new year, it is more than enough to use the interest to buy 10 jin of meat for the family. Save. Zhao San, quickly go back and inform Madam to save all the money in the family in the Yanhuang Bank. Not to mention that it is not safe to keep so many copper coins in the house. We have to take them out to dry every once in a while. Saving them in the bank will save us a lot of trouble. And the interest every year, old master, let me calculate. With our family's wealth, the interest every year will be dozens of strings of coins. So, hey, didn't you see that it is only limited to the citizens of Lantian County? The citizens of other counties can't enjoy this kind of preferential treatment. Why is it that only the citizens of Lantian County can enjoy this kind of good treatment? The Marquis of Yong and is abusing his power for personal gain, especially for the citizens of Lantian County. What are you shouting about? Didn't you see what the newspaper said? The Yanhuang Bank in Lantian County is only a pilot operation. If the results are good, the banks in other counties will slowly adopt it. What abusing his power for personal gain? The Marquis of Yong and is selfless, wholeheartedly for the welfare of the citizens. I won't talk to you anymore. I am from Lantian County. I have to go to the bank to save money. Pay. After talking for so long, you are from Lantian County. Why am I not from Lantian County? Chapter 1458. Don't push. Come one by one and line up properly. Everyone will definitely be able to line up today. Lantian County, Yanhuang Bank. When the commoners found out that the Lantian County Bank did not charge any commission and that they could earn interest from saving money, they all brought along most of their copper coins and flocked over. At this moment, the sun had just risen and the bank had just opened for business. The door was already filled with people. The manservants in the bank quickly came out to maintain order and calm the excited hearts of the commoners. After all, these commoners were all carrying a large bag of copper coins. If there was a dispute because of queuing, it was easy to lose money. Considering this situation, Li Ke hurriedly sent someone to inform the Lantian County's Yamen runners to come over and maintain the law and order here. However, there were still too many people who came to save money. There were more than 1,000 people. Although the streets of Lantian County were not narrow after the renovation, it could not accommodate so many people. The entire street in front of the bank was filled with people. There are so many of us. Will the bank not take our money when it's our turn? That's right. There's so much money. The bank can't take it all, right? Some of the commoners who were queuing at the back could not help but worry. The manservant of the bank had clearly been trained. Hearing this, he said loudly, "Don't worry. Since Marquis dares to say that we can save money to earn interest, our bank will definitely be able to take in everyone's money. Furthermore, we will definitely be able to guarantee the safety of everyone's savings. If you have something to do today and cannot wait, go ahead and do it first. Wait until there are fewer people behind you to save money. Our bank will take it all. This I guarantee you." The manservant's words made the commoners feel more at ease. Those who were queuing at the back were prepared to carry their bags of copper coins home. After all, the commoners had a lot of farm work to do during this season. However, there were still some rich people in the queue who were not at ease. They questioned, "You guarantee? You're just a manservant. What guarantee do you have? If everyone listens to you and goes back now, what if the bank doesn't take the money when they come back tomorrow? What will you use to compensate us for our losses?" The moment he said that, there were sparse voices of agreement from the crowd. "That's right. You're just a manservant. What guarantee do you have? When the time comes, who will compensate us for our losses?" "That's right. We can't go back. Today, I must deposit all my copper coins in the Yanhuang banks." Right. I'm not leaving." After such a commotion, the people who were preparing to go home immediately stopped in their tracks. The manservant who shouted earlier couldn't help but blush when he saw this scene. However, no matter how much he said, it was useless because he was only a manservant of the bank. If his promise is useless, then what about mine? At this moment, a young man walked out of the bank's hall and said expressionlessly. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was loud enough to be heard clearly by everyone. Who is this young man? Shut up. That's His Highness, King of Shu. What? It's His Highness, the King of Shu? Soon, someone recognized Li Ke. The chaotic scene instantly calmed down. Since everyone recognizes this prince, then this prince will make some things clear in front of all of you today. Li Ke looked at the crowd and said in a clear voice, waiving commission and saving money to earn interest is a preferential policy that the Yanhuang Bank of Lantian County has introduced to all the people in our county. This policy is long-term and will definitely not be gone tomorrow. I, in the name of the King of Shu, promise all of you. Your Highness is wise. Your Highness is mighty. After hearing Li Ke's solemn promise, the people immediately burst into cheers. After a while, the cheers gradually died down. Li Ke continued, also, there is something that this prince needs to tell all of you in advance. That is, the deposit interest rate of the Yanhuang Bank is not fixed forever. This month it is 1.75%. Next month it may increase to 1.8%, 1.9%, or it may decrease to 1.7%. It may increase and it may decrease. However, this prince can promise all of you that even if the deposit interest rate decreases, it will not be lower than 1.5%. Therefore, there is no need for everyone to rush to the bank to deposit money today. It will be the same when you have time to deposit money. Moreover, the interest rate might be higher by then. What? The deposit interest rate can still increase? Good. Can any of you calculate for me? If the interest rate increases to 1.9%, how much interest would 100 strings of cash earn in a year? Old master, 100 strings of cash earn 15-20 copper coins in a year. That's close to 2 strings of cash. Ah, good. Then 500 strings of cash will be 10 strings of cash. Let's go. There are so many people today. Let's not fight with everyone to save money. That's right. There's no rush to save money. I still have to go up the mountain to water the white stack today. Yes. I'll save money when I have time. Hearing Li Ke's words, those at the back of the line, whether they were rich or ordinary people, all turned and left. Those at the front of the line did not leave. Although the deposit interest rate could increase in the future, it could also decrease at the same time. They might as well save their money in the bank today and be at ease. Seeing that most of the people had left, Li Ke could not help but heave a sigh of relief. This could not be blamed on the small scale of the Yanhuang Bank. It was just that the flow of people just now was too huge and too scary. Even if the bank scale was 10 times bigger, it would not be able to handle it. This was just like a modern bank. If a bank received thousands of depositors at the same time, it would not be able to handle it. Moreover, this sudden surge of customers was not a healthy and long-term way for the bank to operate. What the bank needed was a stable and long-term source of customers. The rest of the people, line up and go in one by one. Pass the copper coins to the servant who is counting the money. Also, tell him whether you want to deposit it for a current or fixed period. Remember to take your passbook and put your fingerprint on it. Li Ke looked at the remaining commoners and ordered loudly. Yamacho, you're here. I have something to ask you. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan had just arrived at the workshop. Not long after, Li Tai came to Li Zishuan with a messy stack of blueprints. Qingke, you didn't sleep last night? Li Zishuan was stunned. This was because Li Tai's hair was messy and there were dark circles under his eyes. This did not match the little fatty's usual clean image. It was obvious that he did not sleep last night or did not sleep well. Li Tai scratched his head, causing his already messy hair to look even more like a chicken's nest. Yamacho, there were some things that I couldn't figure out last night, so I read a little more. However, I still slept for a few hours. Yamacho, quickly help me solve a few problems. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep well tonight. It's over. Looking at the little fatty's appearance, it was obvious that he was possessed. Just like Wang Ji back then. What problems? Tell me. In order to let the little fatty have a good night's sleep, Li Zishuan brought Li Tai to a meeting room and said, Li Tai put down the blueprints in his hand and looked at Li Zishuan. Yamacho, I've already figured out the working principle and manufacturing process of the DC motor, battery, and diode. However, I heard from Professor Mo yesterday that you mentioned to her that there's an electronic device that can amplify current. I think it's called a transistor. It's based on the principle of the diode. Can you tell me more about it? Li Zishuan was slightly surprised. Qingge, why do you suddenly want to hear this? Li Tai replied, Yamacho, I think that with the transistor's ability to amplify current, we can do a lot of things. For example, we can use it to increase the transmission power of the telegraph. Other than that, I believe that it can be used in many other places. It's very important, so we should build it as soon as possible. Hearing this, Li Zishuan's eyes flashed with surprise. He tapped the table lightly with his finger. After a moment of silence, he spoke with a serious expression. Qingge, you're right. The transistor is indeed very important. It seems that the Academy's second killer project is about to start. The second killer project? Li Tai exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, he said excitedly, Yamacho, does the second killer project have something to do with the telegraph? Li Zishuan nodded. That's right. But before we talk about it, I have to confirm if you're willing to participate in the Academy's second killer project. Li Tai didn't even think before replying, I'm willing. Of course I'm willing. Li Zishuan was gratified. That's good. Today, I'll briefly explain the second killer project to you. The main purpose of this project is to improve the existing telegraph so that it can achieve ultra-long distance wireless communication. This ultra-long distance should be at least 1,000 miles. 1,000 miles? Li Tai opened his mouth in shock. Then wouldn't it be able to cover the entire Tang Empire? Li Zishuan nodded. That's right. Although this sounds a little exaggerated, it's not impossible from a technical point of view. With the transistor and the diode, we can increase the transmission power of the telegraph. On the other hand, we can create detectors to enhance the telegraph's ability to identify useful information in electromagnetic waves. In addition, we can set up telegraph relay stations in the various provinces and counties to receive and transmit electromagnetic waves. With this three-pronged approach, it won't be difficult to achieve ultra-long distance communications. Although Li Zishuan's explanation was simplified as much as possible, there were still many technical terms in it. Li Tai only understood half of it. Yamacho, if the improved telegraph can really achieve ultra-long distance communication as you said, then our Tang Empire will very likely dominate the world in the future. Li Zishuan smiled. It's not just very likely, it's definitely. Tang Empire will definitely become stronger and become invincible in the world. In fact, the second trump card project has another purpose, and that is to use the improved telegraph to lay a certain foundation for Tang Empire's electronic industry in the future. For example, the electronic diode, the transistor, the resistor, the capacitor, the inductor, and so on. We have to find a way to produce some basic electronic components. Only then will we be able to produce more advanced and convenient communication tools than the telegraph. Li Tai listened attentively. Hearing this, he couldn't help but excitedly clasp his hands and say, Student Li Tai is willing to help Yamacho. Although he had given up on fighting for the throne, he was still a Tang Empire citizen. He hoped that Tang Empire could become stronger, especially after he learned geography at the Academy. After he understood how big the aristocratic families were and how many countries there were, his desire to make Tang Empire invincible in the world became even stronger. The pride and national honor of the Tang Empire was incomprehensible to others. Li Zishuan smiled and said, You are talented and smart, and you like to study. Of course, this second trump card project can't be done without you. I just hope that you won't complain about being tired when the time comes. Li Tai shook his head and said, Yamacho, don't worry. I've survived the military training. There's no obstacle in this world that I, Li Tai, can't overcome. Quickly teach me how to make the transistor. That was why it was said that military training was the best way to train people. After going through the military training, the little fatty was filled with the courage to overcome all difficulties, because he already felt that there was nothing more difficult than military training in this world. Li Zishuan nodded. He picked up the blueprint in Li Tai's hand and began to write and draw. It's not wrong to say that the transistor is based on the diode, because compared to the diode, the transistor only has an additional grid. The so-called grid is a mesh or spiral electrode made of metal filaments. It controls the electric field on the surface of the cathode, thus changing the cathode's emission of electrons or capturing the secondary emission of electrons. Qingke, you can make it like this? After Li Zishuan's explanation and step-by-step teaching, Li Tai finally understood the workings of the transistor and how to make it. After digesting it for a while, the little fatty frowned and said, Yamacho, after the transistor is made, how can I be sure that it can really amplify the current? Do I have to connect an electric lamp at the back and judge the strength of the current based on the brightness of the lamp? This question stumped Li Zishuan. After a long silence, just as Li Tai was about to lose his patience, Li Zishuan finally spoke. He looked at Li Tai with some sympathy and said, Of course we can't use this method. Firstly, it's not accurate, and secondly, it's too troublesome. Therefore, I think it's time to start Yanhuang College's third trump card project. Hearing this, Li Tai almost fell off his chair. After calming down, he said with some surprise, The third trump card project? Yamacho, isn't this a bit too fast? The second project hasn't even started, and you're already starting the third. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, It's a bit too fast, but we have no choice. The Academy's technology is developing too fast, and many of the basic facilities can't keep up. We can only carry out the trump card projects together. Li Tai thought for a while and felt that Li Zishuan's words made sense. He sighed helplessly and said, Yamacho, what's the third trump card project? Li Zishuan said slowly, the ammeter, the voltmeter, and some other basic instruments. The Academy wants to take this opportunity to set up its own standards committee. Chapter 1459. Li Zishuan had always wanted to set up units and standards for new physical quantities. In addition to these, Li Zishuan also planned to let Yanhuang College set the standards for new technologies in the future. In Li Zishuan's previous life, a certain superpower had launched a trade war using technology as the vanguard in order to curb the rise of China. Some international organizations and technical standards committees had wanted to kick out China's outstanding companies in an attempt to cause China's high-tech industry to collapse. At that time, although Li Zishuan was angry, his words carried little weight and his ability was limited. But in this life, Li Zishuan had the ability and status. He had to push China's technological development and let China's technological strength stand at the top of the world. Maybe his generation couldn't do it, but he could lay a solid foundation for future generations. This was why Li Zishuan was so busy and tired when he could just eat and wait to die for the rest of his life. Not only did he want to build a military power, but he also wanted to build a technological power. Yamacho, are these ammeters and voltmeters specifically used to measure current and voltage? Li Tai asked in surprise after hearing about Li Zishuan's third trump card project. Li Zishuan nodded and said, That's right. Any physical quantity must have a measurement scale and a quantitative measurement tool. In the future, if we want to develop more precise and complex integrated circuits, it's impossible without an ammeter and voltmeter. In addition, we also need to make instruments specifically used to measure electrical resistance. So, Qingge, we have a heavy responsibility on our shoulders. Li Tai nodded in agreement, then he frowned and said, But Yamacho, how am I going to make an ammeter and voltmeter? Li Zishuan knew that it would be difficult for a child who had only been exposed to electricity for less than a year to make an ammeter and voltmeter. So, he picked up a pen and drew a sketch on rice paper and said, Look, green sparrow. We can use the principle of electromagnetic induction to make an ammeter. When an electric current passes through, the electric current passes through the magnetic field along the spring and the rotating shaft. The electric current cuts the magnetic induction wire, so under the effect of the magnetic field, the coil is deflected, driving the rotating shaft and the pointer to deflect. Since the magnitude of the magnetic field force increased with the increase of the current, the magnitude of the current could be observed through the degree of deflection of the pointer. As for the voltmeter, we can use the above principle to get the current, then connect a resistor with a known resistance, and multiply the current by the resistor to get the voltage scale. The ammeter that Li Zixuan was talking about was called a magnetoelectric ammeter. It was the kind that was often used in modern school laboratories. Li Tai nodded his head as he listened. After a short pause, the little fatty asked, "Mountain leader, where do we get this resistor with a known resistance value?" Li Zixuan was stumped by this question. If they were in modern times, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to make a resistor with a known value? He could get as many as he wanted, but this was ancient times. Most people in this era didn't even know what a resistor was. Where would he get a resistor with a known value? After pondering for a long time, Li Zixuan finally said, "Since we don't have a resistor with a known value, let's set our own standard. Let the workshop forge a steel block that is 1 inch in length, width, and height, and use it as a standard resistor of 1 ohm to make a voltmeter. With a voltmeter and an ammeter, we can measure the resistance of all devices." In the end, it was still a matter of standards. There were many standards in this era that didn't exist, so he could only create standards. Otherwise, there would be a lot of follow-up work that couldn't be done. Li Tai heard this and said with deep admiration, "Yamacho is wise." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Qingke, you will probably encounter many similar problems in the future. You must diverge your thinking, have the courage to think, and have the courage to do. Otherwise, you will never be able to surpass me in the future, because you learned all your knowledge from me. Only by having the courage to forge ahead will you be able to surpass me." This guy was painting a pie in the sky for Li Tai again. To be honest, even if Li Tai was a celestial being, even if Li Tai worked hard, he would still never be able to surpass Li Zixuan in engineering. Even if there was a chance, the probability was only 0.001%. After all, this guy's brain contained hundreds of years of engineering knowledge, the crystallization of more than 10 generations of knowledge. How could Li Tai surpass him? However, Li Tai definitely didn't know this. This poor kid was nodding energetically and said, "Tai will remember Yamacho's teachings." Li Zixuan nodded with a gratified expression and said, "N. Go." Li Tai stood up and saluted Li Zixuan, then turned around and left in high spirits. TSK. No wonder the teachers in my previous life liked to give their students chicken soup for the soul, because it really works. Li Zixuan sighed softly as he watched Li Tai leave with his head held high. If Li Tai heard this, he would definitely vomit blood. "Faubert, I'll have to trouble you to arrange for someone to make something for me." After helping Li Tai, Li Zixuan came to Faubert's office and said, "Young master, what do you want to make?" Faubert stood up and asked with a smile. Li Zixuan took out a stack of blueprints and said embarrassedly, "Faubert, the thing I want to make this time is more complicated. Take a look at it first. If there's anything you don't understand, I'll explain it to you later." Faubert nodded and then immersed himself in the blueprints. After a while, the surprise on Faubert's face became more and more obvious. After looking at the last blueprint, Faubert couldn't help but ask, "Young master, you want to make a car?" Li Zixuan nodded and praised, "Faubert has good eyesight." "That's right, I want to make a car." Faubert frowned and said, "But what kind of car is this? Why does it look bigger than a horse carriage?" Li Zixuan replied with a smile, "I call it an electric car. The principle is similar to an electric bicycle. It uses a battery and an electric motor to drive the wheels to achieve the purpose of fast travel. It's just that this electric car is bigger, can carry more people, and needs more electricity." Faubert paused and said doubtfully, "Young master's idea is good, but this way, the car will become heavier. If it carries more people, I'm afraid it will be difficult to drive the car." Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "Faubert, you don't have to worry about this. The electric motor of this electric car is definitely different from that of an electric bicycle. It has more power and traction. You just have to arrange people to make it according to the blueprints. You can ask Qingke or me about the parts related to electricity. But you must remember to keep it a secret from Xiaoning and Ink Girl." Hearing this, Faubert asked curiously, "Young master, why is that?" Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Faubert, this car is my wedding gift to Xiaoning and Ink Girl. I plan to give them a surprise when the time comes." No matter what, Yan Xiaoning was still his good brother. His good brother's wedding gift definitely couldn't be shabby, so Li Zishuan came up with this idea. Faubert heard it and understood. He nodded and said, I see. Young master, don't worry. I will arrange for people to make the car for you and keep it a secret. Faubert's old face was full of gratification. Yan Xiaoning and Li Zishuan, one was his current boss and the other was his former boss. Faubert had always had deep feelings for the Yan and Li families. Since Li Zishuan was so concerned about Yan Xiaoning's marriage, it proved that Li Zishuan really saw Yan Xiaoning as a brother. Of course, Faubert was happy. At the same time, Uncle Fu became more and more attentive to the car-building matters that Li Zishuan had instructed him to do. He secretly told himself that he had to be 120% alert and keep an eye on the people below to build the car building properly. I heard that countless people flocked to the Yanhuang Bank to save money today. I wonder if you can still handle it over there? Do you want father to send more people to help you? In the evening, Li Ku was unexpectedly summoned back to the palace by Li Er. After dinner, Li Er began to show concern for Li Ku's daily work. Li Ku was flattered. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you for your concern, father. However, I can handle the bank. Yamacho told me this afternoon that he wants to recruit a group of guards for the Yanhuang Bank. After all, there is too much money in the bank. If there are criminals coveting it, the loss will be too great. Li Er nodded thoughtfully and said, Yes. Marquis Yong An's arrangement is very appropriate. Let's do as he says. Father, I won't do anything unnecessary. Father, what are you saying? Yamacho and I are already grateful that you can personally inquire about the bank's affairs. Li Ku quickly cupped his hands and said, Although these words were somewhat flattering, they were also somewhat sincere. After all, Li Er didn't ask about the bank's affairs before. Don't flatter father. I'm already tired of hearing such words. Li Er waved his hand and said with a smile. Then he asked again, Now that the people are flocking to the Yanhuang Bank, wanting to save money to earn interest, can the Yanhuang Bank take in so much money? When the time comes, can we pay off the promised interest to the people? Originally, the free exchange of Tang Yuan for the commoners was already an act of the bank to give up on profits for the sake of the commoners. Now, not only is the bank not collecting the money for the commoners, but it is also giving them interest. In the long run, won't the Yanhuang Bank be unable to make ends meet? Li Ku pondered for a moment and said, Father, the Yanhuang Bank will definitely not lose money. The annual interest rate we give the citizens is 1.75%, and the annual interest rate for lending money to the merchants is 8%. If we can borrow 100 strings of coins from the citizens to the merchants, then the Yanhuang Bank can earn 6.25 strings of coins a year with these 100 strings of coins. One thing that can't be ignored is that the 100 strings of coins didn't originally belong to us, but to the people who came to save money. In other words, our bank doesn't use any capital and can earn 6.25 strings of coins a year from the people's 100 strings of coins. This is a business without any capital, and the profits are not low at all. Where else can we find such a business? How can our bank lose money? Modern banks had many types of business income, including the interest rate difference between deposits and loans, commission fees, investment income, etc. But the most important thing was still the interest rate difference between deposits and loans. This was the foundation of the bank. Similarly, today's Yanhuang Bank's most important way of making profits was the interest rate difference between deposits and loans. When Li Er heard this, he nodded thoughtfully. Then he asked, What you said just now makes some sense. But if there are too many people who come to save money, and the merchants who come to the Yanhuang Bank to borrow money are not enough to support such a large amount of savings, for example, if the people save 100 strings of coins, and the bank only lends out 100 strings of coins, then wouldn't the Yanhuang Bank still suffer a loss? To be able to say this, it proved that Li Er had done his homework. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked such a sharp question. Li Ku couldn't help but laugh. Father, you don't have to worry about this. The reason why this policy of saving money for interest was first tested in Lantian County is mainly because the merchants in Lantian County are very active. All kinds of shops, big and small, have sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain, appearing in the market of Lantian County. The merchants in the surrounding counties came and went. Under such circumstances, the merchants in Lantian County naturally have a higher demand for money than the merchants in other places. At the end of every month, the Yanhuang Bank in Lantian County would have a shortage of money. Now that the people are actively saving money, the bank probably won't have a shortage of money in the future. This is very beneficial to the expansion of the bank's business. Before this, I have carefully calculated with the bank staff. According to the current business situation of the bank, as long as the deposits are less than 500,000 strings of coins, we definitely won't lose money and will even make a big profit. Oh, you're so confident? Li Er couldn't help but ask with a smile. Li Ku replied, "Of course. Imperial Father, don't forget, although the interest rate of our bank's loans is higher than the deposit interest rate, compared to the other large families that lend money, the interest rate that our bank charges for loans from merchants is as low as it can be. Just based on this point, as long as the merchants lack money, they will definitely come to our Yanhuang Bank to borrow money. Therefore, we don't have to worry about whether we will lose money or not." Oh, the annual interest rate of the Yanhuang Bank in Lantian County is only 8%. Compared to the loans of the people, the interest rate is really low. Li Er had some understanding of the affairs of the people and nodded. This 8% annual interest rate may be a little scary in the eyes of the modern people, but to the ancient people, this interest rate was simply too cheap. In this era, a monthly interest rate of 10% could be called the conscience of the industry. With a monthly interest rate of 10%, the annual interest rate would be over 100. It was a little too expensive. Especially during the Sui and Tang dynasties, the imperial court set up a special fund called the public capital for official loans. Its function was a little similar to a modern-day bank. The public capital was managed by the various prefectures. Lending out 50,000 yuan, the monthly interest rate was 4,000 coins, and the annual interest rate was about 100%. Therefore, the interest rate of the Yanhuang Bank was simply a blessing from the heavens to the merchants who lacked money. Chapter 1460. Marquis, this Lin has exchanged 120,000 caddies of brass from the Wei Nation merchants. It has all been transported to Lantian County. The next day, early morning, Lin Wenyuan came to Marquillon and Manor and reported to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was delighted and said, "So fast? Good. 120,000 caddies, plus Mr. Wang has already set up the production line at the Gall alumina mine. Our Lantian County shouldn't be lacking in brass for a short period of time. Boss Lin, you have done this Marquis a huge favor." 2 days ago, he had just received news that the production line at the Gall alumina mine in Lantian County had been set up. According to Wang Ji's estimation, the first month's output of brass from the Gall alumina mine should be about 3,000 caddies. Although it sounded a little, but in this era where there was a lack of brass, it was quite a lot. Furthermore, as the refining process matured, the monthly output of brass would definitely increase greatly. By then, the Great Tang Imperial Court would also pay attention to the wet smelting copper technique. The Gall alumina mine would definitely become very popular. You're too kind. To be able to work for Marquis is this Lin's honor. Lin Wenyuan bowed slightly and quickly cupped his hands. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Boss Lin doesn't need to be so modest. Now that we have such a huge amount of brass, this Marquis can arrange for people to set up electric wires in Lantian County. By then, the people of Lantian County can be like Yanhuang College and use electric lights. Boss Lin has to be credited for this." I wouldn't dare. Lin Wenyuan cupped his hands and suddenly his eyes flashed and sighed. This Lin just moved from Chang and City to Lantian County a few days ago. I didn't expect to be able to enjoy such a magical thing like electric lights. No matter what, this is all thanks to Marquis's kindness. So helping Marquis to exchange brass is also helping this Lin. This Lin doesn't dare to claim the credit. Li Zishuan chuckled and asked, "Oh? Boss Lin has settled down in Lantian County? Is there anything you need this Marquis's help with?" "Settled down. Everything has been settled. The residence that I purchased is in Yong and Lane. It's only a few steps away from the Marquis's estate. Lin Wenyuan smiled and cupped his hands. Although the population of Lantian County had increased explosively in recent months, it was basically hard to find a place to live, and the prices of the houses and shops had increased by a lot, especially in Yong and Lane where the Marquis residence was located. Those who could live here were either rich or respectable, and ordinary people simply couldn't afford to buy a house here. However, Lin Wenyuan was still part of the first batch of members of the Yen Huang Chamber of Commerce. With his wealth, it wasn't difficult for him to buy a house in Yong and Lane. As for why he wanted to settle his family in Yong and Lane, those who understood would naturally understand. Oh, doesn't that mean Boss Lin is my neighbor? Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and smiled. Lin Wenyuan hurriedly said, I dare not. I just want to be able to listen to Marquis's orders better. Li Zishuan didn't comment on this, but smiled and asked, Boss Lin, if you have any difficulties in doing business in Lantian County in the future, you can come and find this Marquis. This Marquis may be able to help you with some matters within the law. The officials of this era generally looked down on merchants, but Li Zishuan had never looked down on merchants. The workshop's products sold well all over the world, and the prosperity of Lantian County today were all due to the merchants. Sometimes, Li Zishuan was also willing to give the merchants some benefits to let them help him develop his territory. Thank you, Marquis. Lin Wenyuan's heart was instantly filled with a huge surprise. He stood up and cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan. If Marquis has any errands in the future, I will definitely be at your beck and call. Li Zishuan thought for a moment, then smiled and asked, It's already June. How is your son, Lin Hao, preparing for the exam? Hearing Li Zishuan mention Lin Hao, Lin Wenyuan's old face was immediately filled with gratification. He cupped his hands and smiled. Thank you, Marquis, for your concern. My son has been diligently preparing for the exam under Han Zhao's guidance for more than half a year. He hasn't slacked off at all. This old man has watched this child grow up, but I have never seen him put so much effort into anything. From this, it can be seen that he really wants to get into a sacred place like Yanhuang College. Li Zishuan smiled and said, You reap what you sow. With your son working so hard, he will definitely reap some rewards. Immediately, he felt that it was a bit inappropriate to say that. It was as if he was hinting that Lin Wenyuan would secretly recommend his son to get into Yanhuang College, so he quickly added, However, even if your son is careless and fails in the exam, it doesn't matter. Now that the Lin family is considered to be part of Lantian County, Lin Hao can directly study in the county school. There are many teachers in the county school who have taught in Yanhuang College. After studying there for a year and a half, and then getting into Yanhuang College, the success rate will greatly increase. Under normal circumstances, Li Zishuan would not open the back door in the matter of college enrollment. In the past, royal children like Li Ku and Li Tai relied on their own abilities to get into Yanhuang College. Even if Lin Wenyuan helped Li Zishuan do more things, Li Zishuan would not open the back door for his son, Lin Hao, in the matter of college enrollment. Hearing this, Lin Wenyuan's eyes flashed with a trace of imperceptible disappointment. It was mainly because Li Zishuan's first half of the sentence gave him hope. Otherwise, he would not have felt slightly disappointed. Marquis is right. When I decided to move my family to Lantian County, I also had this layer of consideration. After all, in other provinces and counties, it is basically impossible for a merchant's son to get into a local government school. Lin Wenyuan cupped his hands and smiled. At this moment, he had already thought it through in his heart. This was because compared to other merchants, he was undoubtedly much more fortunate. The prosperity of Lantian County today relies on the prosperity and vigorous development of commerce. Behind this, it cannot be separated from the efforts of merchants. This Marquis will not be like other officials in other provinces and counties, ostracizing merchants and their sons. Li Zishuan said with a solemn face. Marquis is righteous. Lin Wenyuan cupped his hands. Then, as if he suddenly thought of something, he said somewhat embarrassedly, Speaking of commerce in Lantian County, this Lin is planning to build an inn recently to provide a place for merchants to rest. However, in the construction of this inn, there are many problems. I wonder if Marquis can help? Build an inn? What kind of inn does Boss Lin plan to build? According to what Lin Wenyuan said, this inn was definitely not an ordinary inn. Otherwise, he would not have come to ask for help. Li Zishuan could not help but ask curiously. Lin Wenyuan cupped his hands and replied, Marquis, this Lin plans to imitate the style of the Cloud Mountain Villa. With reinforced concrete and colored glass, this Lin plans to build a 6-story inn. The interior decoration will be a copy of the Cloud Mountain Villa's decoration. There will be sofas, transparent colored glass windows, and so on. I hope that Marquis can allow it. If it was someone in a higher position, they would definitely not agree. After all, people in a higher position were all tyrannical. They did not wish for someone to imitate their own home to build an inn. However, Li Zishuan did not care about this. Instead, he was somewhat surprised that Lin Wenyuan could see the potential value of the Cloud Mountain Villa and discover it. He waved his hand and said, Boss Lin is using your own money to build an inn. How can this Marquis disagree? If you like the architectural style of the Cloud Mountain Villa, I have some similar blueprints here. You can use them when the time comes. But then again, after Boss Lin's inn is built, it won't be cheap to stay for a night, right? When he was building the Cloud Mountain Villa, Li Zishuan did not only design a set of blueprints, but also many backups. Now that he did not have the energy to build a house, it was not a bad idea to give it to Lin Wenyuan as a favor at little cost. Lin Wenyuan was pleasantly surprised. He cupped his hands and said, Many thanks to Marquis for the blueprints. After this inn is built, this Lin hopes that it can become a big landmark of Lantian County. In terms of price, it should be slightly more expensive than other inns. Immediately, his face showed a difficult expression. He hesitated and said, But this inn needs a lot of cement and craftsmen who know how to build cement buildings. This Lin boldly asks Marquis to help. Cement, craftsmen. Li Zishuan's heart moved. He said, The workshop has a lot of cement in stock right now. I can transfer some to you. As for craftsmen, this Marquis has an idea. What do you think? Lin Wenyuan said respectfully, Marquis, please speak. Li Zishuan said slowly, When Yanhuang College and the Cloud Mountain Villa were built, most of the craftsmen were local farmers in Lantian County. This Marquis thinks that if the style of the Cloud Mountain Villa can be liked by the merchants, this Marquis can let some farmers who know how to build a construction team to specially contract the construction of this style of building. Firstly, it will be convenient for you. Secondly, it will allow the commoners to have more income and live better lives. What do you think? Wonderful. 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 Marquis' plan is wonderful. Lin Wenyuan's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, You don't know. There are definitely a lot of merchants in Lantian County who have the same idea. They also want to build a clean and beautiful, tall and sturdy house like the Cloud Mountain Villa. However, they don't have cement or skilled craftsmen. If Marquis really wants to let the commoners form a construction team, there will definitely be a lot of merchants who will hire them. When Li Zishuan heard this, he immediately said, That's good. This Marquis will first let the Han family village and Plum village set up a construction team. Then, I will first supply a batch of cement to Boss Lin. After your inn starts construction, this Marquis will encourage the people of the other villages to set up construction teams and open a few cement factories to speed up the production of cement. Lin Wenyuan said gratefully, Thank you, Marquis. It's just that. If this Lin is so bold, I would like to ask Marquis to help this Lin give this Lin's inn a name. Li Zishuan said with a strange expression, You want me to give your inn a name? Are you sure? Lin Wenyuan had a bad premonition in his heart. However, since he had already said it, there was no reason to take it back. Therefore, he braced himself and said, Please give me a name, Mart. Li Zishuan was helpless. He pretended to think for a while and then said with some mischievous interest, Then let's call it Dragon Gate Inn. Dragon Gate Inn? When Lin Wenyuan heard this, he was immediately suspicious. He thought to himself, Why did Marquis want to name it Dragon Gate Inn? I heard that there's a Longmen County in Hedong Province's Jianghu. Could it be that Marquis has some connection with that place? I have to find time to take a look. Li Zishuan didn't know that his little mischievous interest had implicated a big matter. Now that the brass was in place and the dozens of bicycles given to Lin Wenyuan had all been replaced, Li Zishuan immediately ordered to start setting up electric wires for Lantian County. At the workshop, the second generation of bicycles had also entered the stage of mass production. As for the electric bicycles, Li Zishuan planned to postpone it for a while. After all, it would take some time to set up electric wires and connect electricity to every household in the county. There was no point in selling electric bicycles before that. In addition, that afternoon, Li Zishuan found Old Hu, Lu Qingfeng, and Lu Wanshan and told them about the joint construction team in Plum Village and the Han family village. Young master, it's not a problem for us to set up a construction team to help others build houses like Yunshan Villa. However, the wheat in the fields is about to be harvested. During the busy farming season, no one in the village would be willing to work in the city. Old Hu scratched his head and said, Second Master Lu also nodded and said, Xiao Hu is right. We farmers naturally have to prioritize our crops. We can't let our crops rot in the fields just to earn money in the city. It wasn't Hu Hanyun and Second Master Lu's fault for not giving Li Zishuan any face. It was just that farmers had always valued their crops more than anything else. This concept was already deeply ingrained in them, and no one could change it. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Uncle Hu, Second Master Lu, there is no conflict between harvesting crops and working in the city. I didn't say that everyone in the village should join the construction team. That's not realistic. We only need a small number of young people who know how to build to join the construction team. The rest can still harvest crops in the village. Even if we don't have enough manpower, we can just pay outside the village to hire people to help harvest crops. We won't lose anything because the construction team will be very generous. Hearing this, the few of them looked at each other. Finally, Second Master Lu said, That's a good idea. Young master, don't worry. We will go back and recruit people to set up a construction team. When the time comes, we will go to the county to help people build houses. Li Zishuan nodded. Lu Qingfeng then asked hesitantly, Young master, where should we buy the cement needed by the construction team? Li Zishuan smiled and said, Lu Lijing, you don't have to worry about this. I have already arranged it. Also, I plan to choose a few suitable locations and open a few cement workshops. When the time comes, we won't be short of cement. Lu Qingfeng nodded and said, That's good. Then the few of them got up and left. Looking at their backs, Li Zishuan couldn't help but smile. He had always wanted to increase the income of the people. Previously, he had promoted bean sprouts and greenhouse vegetables. This year, he had promoted cotton. Logically speaking, farming could only provide food for the people. If he wanted the people to be rich, he had to think of other ways. The construction team was just a good start. According to Li Zishuan's plan, in the future, he would encourage those poor farmers to open some small workshops. When workshop production replaced the pure handicraft industry, production efficiency would be greatly improved. It would be difficult for the commoners not to be rich even if they didn't want to. Chapter 1461. The next day, a piece of good news came from the workshop. The transistor was completed, and Li Tai used a very crude ammeter to verify that it could indeed amplify the current. Li Zishuan heard the news and immediately rushed to the workshop. Yamacho, it's done. It's really done. According to my preliminary measurements, after the current passes through the transistor's grid, it's amplified by about 5 times. If we connect a few more transistors, the amplification can be even greater. As soon as he walked into the laboratory, Li Tai greeted him with a face full of excitement. Li Zishuan walked to the test bench and saw a glass tube slightly smaller than a fist and a crude instrument. The instrument didn't even have a casing, and the magnets, springs, wires, and pointers were all exposed. There were only a few simple fixtures. Although Li Zishuan could roughly guess the function of the instrument, the appearance of this thing was really not flattering. As for the glass tube that was slightly smaller than a fist, it should be the world's first transistor, because the glass tube had 3 electrode connectors exposed outside. However, this transistor was too big. The transistors that Li Zishuan used in his previous life were all semiconductor, crystal, transistors, which were only the size of a fingernail. With the development of microelectronics, some crystal transistors could even be smaller than 10 nanometers in size. In comparison, the electronic transistor in front of him could be called a giant. Qingke, connect it to the electricity for me to see. Li Zishuan knew that now was not the time to be picky. After all, under the current conditions, Li Tai was already not easy to make a transistor. It would be a bit difficult to ask for more, so he pointed to the transistor on the table and said to Li Tai, "Okay, Yamacho, wait a moment." Li Tai nodded in response and quickly started to connect the wires. After a while, he turned on the power switch and pointed to the ammeter. "Yamacho, look, the current at the cathode end is 0. 7. Now I connect the ammeter to the anode end. Look, the current is 3. 8, which is about 5 times amplification. This proves that the weak signal change on the grid can modulate the current from the cathode to the anode. Therefore, we can get the same current change as the input signal, but the intensity is greatly increased." Li Zishuan saw this series of operations and couldn't help but clap his hands and sigh. Good. Qingke, I didn't expect you to be able to make a transistor so quickly. It's not easy. Now that we have a transistor, and a resistor with a stable resistance value, the Academy can start the work of modifying the telegraph. Li Tai thought for a while and asked, "Mountain Leader, the factory has already made the resistor that you mentioned before. However, I feel that its volume is too big. If we need a bigger resistor in the future, its volume will be even bigger. If it is used in the circuit, it will seriously affect the volume of the entire product. Is there any material that can replace steel as a resistor?" Previously, in order to make it easier for Li Tai to make the voltmeter, Li Zishuan proposed to make a standard resistor with a length, width, and height of 1 inch of steel. However, although the conductivity of steel was not as good as copper, it was still good. The resistance of a piece of iron wire was very small, so it was not suitable to use it as a resistor. Modern resistors were mostly made of nickel-chromium alloy, while SMD resistors were made of metal powder and glass uranium powder mixed together and printed on a substrate by screen printing. With the current technology, it would be difficult to make these two resistors. After thinking for a long time, Li Zishuan said, "Yes. Of course there are materials that can replace steel. Qingke, you can mix carbon black, resin, and clay according to a certain ratio, press the mixture, and then heat treat it to make a resistor rod. The resistors made of this material are thinner than chopsticks, only about 1/4 of an inch long, but the range of resistance value can be very wide. It can completely meet the needs of any situation." The resistor he was talking about was called a carbon resistor in modern times, and its resistance value was represented by a color ring. Its material was cheap, its cost was low, and its resistance value was wide, but its performance was poor, so it was rarely used. In the market, it was replaced by more stable metal film resistors and SMD resistors. But for the current Tang Empire, it was already quite amazing to have carbon resistors. Carbon black, resin, and clay? Yamacho, can the resistors made of these materials be used? Li Tai was stunned. Carbon black, resin, and clay as resistors, no matter how he looked at it, it did not sound reliable. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Why can't they be used? Not only can they be used, but they are also very useful. If you don't believe me, Qingke, you can find a craftsman in the workshop later to try and make a batch of resistors like this for you." Li Tai scratched his head and said, "Okay. Then I will find someone to try and make one later." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Then this matter is settled. This afternoon, I will officially announce the start of the 2nd and 3rd trump card projects at the Academy. Qingke, you will also attend the meeting." Yamacho, what can I do at this kind of meeting? I'm not going, I still have a lot of things to do here." Li Tai heard and quickly shook his head. When it came to important projects like the trump card projects, the teachers of the Academy were basically in charge. The students only played the role of assistant. Li Tai felt that it was better for him not to attend this kind of meeting. It was a waste of time. However, Li Zishuan still insisted, "Qingke, you have to attend this afternoon's meeting. After all, the next 2 trump card projects can't be done without you." After that, he did not wait for Li Tai to respond and directly left. "Can't be done without me? Yamacho, what do you mean by that?" Li Tai was puzzled. Gradually, he suddenly thought of something and could not help but feel a little excited. Today, I have called all the teachers for this meeting mainly because I have something important to announce. At 3 in the afternoon, all the teachers of the academy were called to the big meeting room on the first floor of the Guanghua building. As for the students, the first 2 classes in the afternoon were naturally changed to self-study. Anyway, it was near the end of the semester and all the classes were basically finished. The students just needed time to review. Seeing that all the teachers were here, Li Zishuan said in a deep voice. Seeing that Li Zishuan was so serious, everyone could not help but raise their spirits and wait for him to continue. Li Zishuan said, "All the gentlemen present here have passed the Academy's confidentiality exam and signed confidentiality agreements. Today's meeting is a top-secret meeting, and the minutes of the meeting will be classified as top-secret documents. After the meeting, Mr. Yen will send someone to file and lock it. What's more, what you hear later is not allowed to be leaked to others, including your family members. Violators will be charged with treason and handed to the Supreme Judiciary for punishment. I hope you can treat it seriously." Hearing this, everyone could not help but become serious. Ever since the Academy established a strict confidentiality system, there had never been a top-secret incident. One must know that top-secret technology was related to the safety and survival of the country. It was not easy to define a document as top-secret. However, it also showed the high standard of today's meeting and the importance of the content. Everyone cupped their hands and said solemnly, "Yes. Yamacho. We will strictly abide by the confidentiality system of the Academy and will not leak the content of today's meeting." Good. Now let's officially start the meeting. Li Zishuan nodded and said in a deep voice, "Today, I called everyone here to inform you that from today onwards, Yanhuang College's 2nd and 3rd trump card projects will be officially launched. Yes, you didn't hear wrong. 2 trump card projects will be launched at the same time." All the academy teachers present felt that it was incredible. At the beginning of the year, Li Zishuan proposed 100 trump card projects for Yanhuang College, and the Ba hydropower station was the first trump card project. Until now, the first trump card project had not been completed, because the later work of the hydropower station had not been completed. However, now Li Zishuan directly proposed 2 more trump card projects. In everyone's eyes, the progress was too fast. Moreover, at the beginning of the meeting, Li Zishuan defined these 2 trump card projects as top-secret projects. This kind of high standard made the academy teachers feel a sense of seriousness. "Yamacho, what are the contents of the 2nd and 3rd trump card projects? Will it be too much pressure to launch them at the same time?" Mo Huai couldn't help but ask. Everyone else also looked at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan replied, "Of course there will be pressure, but it must be overcome. The reason why I chose to launch 2 trump card projects at the same time is because I have sufficient reasons. Now, let me talk about the specific tasks of these 2 projects. The 2nd trump card project is to improve the current telegraph. First, we need to add signal amplification circuits to the telegraph to increase the transmission power of the telegraph. Second, we need to install detectors for the telegraph to identify useful information in the electromagnetic waves and enhance the telegraph's signal recognition ability and anti-interference ability. Third, we need to build telegraph relay stations in key states and counties to be used as transmission and reception relays of electromagnetic waves, further increasing the telegraph's communication range. The ultimate goal of this trump card project is to increase the telegraph's effective communication range to more than 1,000 miles, or even further. The workshop has already prepared the key electronic components needed for this project. Those who are involved in the project can go to the workshop later to understand the details. The communication range is 1,000 meters. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. 1,000-mile telepathic transmission. This was really equivalent to a 1,000-mile telepathic transmission. If this had happened in the past, they would have scoffed if they had heard this. However, in the past year at Yanhuang Academy, they had seen too many incredible things. Therefore, even if the teachers felt that it was inconceivable, no one refuted it. Seeing everyone's incredulous expressions, Li Zishuan smiled and said, Although this sounds incredible, everyone has been at the academy for so long. You all have a certain understanding of engineering, especially those in the physics group. You should know that the goal I mentioned just now is not completely impossible, right? The group of physics students around Mo Huai all showed hesitation in their eyes, and their expressions showed that they were tempted. Mo Huai cupped his hands and said, "What Yamacho said just now is not completely impossible. The key question is, does the workshop have devices that can amplify power and detect electromagnetic waves? If there is, then the 1,000-mile communication range can be achieved." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Mr. Mo, you can rest assured. Now, everything is ready. We only need one thing. Now, let me talk about the third trump card project. From today onwards, the Academy will establish a Standards of Measurement Committee. I will be the chairman, and Mr. Su Hongji, Mr. Mo Huai, and Mr. Wang Ji will be the vice chairman. The purpose of establishing the Standards of Measurement Committee is to establish measurement units and standards for some new physical quantities, such as current, voltage, resistance, and so on. For the third trump card project, first of all, we need to establish measurement units and standards for the three physical quantities of current, voltage, and resistance, and make measuring instruments. In addition, I plan to reformulate the units of length. From small to large, they are millimeters, centimeters, decimeters, meters, and kilometers. Among them, 3.07 meters is equivalent to 1 zheng. 1 meter is equivalent to 10 meters, 100 centimeters, and 1,000 millimeters. According to this conversion relationship, the Academy needs to make new measuring tools. In the future, all the projects of the Academy will use this new unit of measurement. This will be conducive to more precise production. The reason why we need to establish and carry out these two trump card projects at the same time is mainly because there are many cross-links between these two projects, which can play a role in promoting each other. According to historical records, 1 zhang in the Tang dynasty was equivalent to 3.07 meters. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a faint buzz of discussion in the conference room. Li Zishuan wanted to establish units and standards for the new physical quantities, but he also wanted to change the unit of length that had been deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. This was a bit difficult to adapt to. However, Li Zishuan's reason was too strong, because the new unit was indeed more precise than the previous inch, foot, and zheng. It was also more conducive to precision processing and precision production. I know that you may not be able to accept the new unit of measurement for a while, but when you participate in the precision manufacturing project in the future, you will know the benefits of this new unit of measurement. Seeing the difficult expressions on everyone's faces, Li Zishuan smiled and comforted them. Then he said in a deep voice, "Next, I will announce the personnel appointments for these two trump card projects. I will appoint Mr. Mo Huai as the chief designer of these two trump card projects, and Li Tai, Mo Chue, and Su Hongji as the deputy chief designers. The few of you must quickly select the outstanding students and teachers in the academy who have outstanding results in mathematics and physics to join these two trump card projects as soon as possible. The deadline for these two tasks is half a year. Within half a year, the set goals must be achieved." Like a stone that raised 1,000 ripples, everyone was stunned. At this time, the teachers of the academy noticed that Li Tai had been standing behind Li Zishuan all this time. Was Li Zishuan crazy to let a student be the vice president of the trump card project? Chapter 1462. Yamacho, I can't be the deputy chief designer. You'd better let the other gentleman do it. In the meeting room on the first floor of Guanghua Building. As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, Li Tai was the first to exclaim. He had expected Li Zishuan to let him take on heavy responsibilities in the two killer projects, but he didn't expect Li Zishuan to let him be the deputy chief designer directly. He was just a student. In the past year of Yanhuang College, an academic atmosphere of respect for teachers had formed. In the college, no matter if you were a high-ranking official or a noble, once you came here, you had to listen to the arrangements of the teachers. Therefore, when Li Tai heard that he was going to be the deputy chief designer and lead a group of teachers in the college to work on the projects, the little fatty was immediately flattered. At this moment, The teachers in the meeting room were also discussing spiritedly. Some of them even looked a little unconvinced. After all, Li Zishuan's move was publicly announcing that their abilities were not as good as Li Tai's. How could some of the proud teachers be convinced? Yamacho, Qingke is talented and has excellent grades in the college. This is undeniable, but he is still a student. Now that the college's final exam is imminent, Qingke should seize the time to prepare for the exam. If he is appointed as the deputy chief designer, I'm afraid it will affect his studies. Yamacho, please reconsider. Sure enough, as soon as Li Tai finished speaking, one of the teachers in the college stood up and saluted Li Zishuan. The person who spoke was Mo Chue. As the next powerful successor of the Mo family, Mo Chue's personal ability was naturally impeccable. Otherwise, he wouldn't be one of the deputy chief designers of the second and third killer projects. However, Mo Chue also had his own pride. Now that Li Zishuan asked Li Tai to be on equal footing with him and to be the deputy chief designer together, Mo Chue felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. However, Mo Chue was not the kind of person with low EQ. He didn't directly express his displeasure in his heart, but used a slightly better excuse. Thus, Yamacho, Qingke is still a student after all. She should prioritize her studies. That's right. As a student, Qingke can participate in the trump card project, but if he takes the position of deputy chief designer, it will definitely delay his studies. As soon as Mo Chue's voice fell, there was a sound of agreement in the conference room. Li Zishuan frowned and said in a deep voice, "Studies? Exam? Do the students of Yanhuang College study hard every day just for exams? Do you remember what I said on the first day of Yanhuang College last year? The most important thing for students of Yanhuang College is to apply what they have learned. I compiled engineering textbooks and imparted engineering knowledge to them, not for them to deal with midterm or final exams. I need them to use this knowledge to create value for the academy and the Tang Empire. In Yanhuang College, Meng Wenhao and Han Li made outstanding contributions in quelling the rebellion in Guan City. Later, Ku Shiqing led the people of Shu County to build roads and mines, and became rich through hard work. They are the pride of our academy. Even if their work affects their studies, they are still the role models of all the students of our academy. In my opinion, as long as Qingke can help us complete these 2 trump card projects, even if he doesn't participate in this semester's final exam, I will still give him an excellent grade in all subjects, because the value he creates is far greater than the final exam. You may not know this, but Cyan Sparrow has already produced the key components needed for these 2 trump card projects. Therefore, I believe that he is absolutely capable of carrying out these 2 trump card projects. In addition, I will emphasize again today that there will never be a ranking in Yanhuang College based on qualifications. The capable will go up, and the mediocre will go down. Regardless of age or qualifications, this has always been my principle of employing people. In the future, please don't use this secular principle in the Academy's scientific research projects. Yanhuang College had developed rapidly, but in the process of development, some problems were inevitably exposed, such as the ranking of qualifications. This was a fixed practice that had been passed down from the Chinese nation until now. Of course, Yanhuang College also had it, but it was not obvious under Li Zishuan's deliberate suppression. Recently, Li Zishuan had been busy with the medical center and workshop, so he didn't stay in the academy much. This directly led to the revival of the unhealthy trend of ranking qualifications. Li Zishuan felt that it was necessary to take advantage of today's meeting to clean up the atmosphere in the academy. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the entire conference room suddenly became solemn, and the academy teachers present couldn't help but sit up straight. Li Gang spoke at this time. Yamacho is right. The most important thing in the academy to teach and educate is to let the students apply what they have learned. Examinations are just a way to test the results of their studies, and the trump card project is where the students can really express what they have learned. As long as there is a chance, the academy should not prevent the students from participating in the trump card project. This old man remembers that Yamacho once said that the knowledge gained on paper is shallow, and the knowledge gained must be experienced. If the academy blindly focuses on theoretical education and examinations and neglects practice, it will be extremely detrimental to the development of the students. The old teacher was now old, and he usually didn't speak on many important matters in the academy. Now that Li Zishuan wanted to clean up the atmosphere in the academy, the old teacher had to speak up. His words had the effect of making the final decision. Yen Silu immediately stood up and said, "This old man agrees with Yamacho's point of view. The purpose of Yanhuang College is to establish a heart for the world and life for the people. If we only rely on theoretical knowledge in books and midterm and final exams, how can we establish a heart for the world and life for the people? If Qin Ke is really capable, what's wrong with letting him be the deputy chief designer?" When the three big shots of the academy agreed on a matter together, it was basically the decision for this matter. Mo Huai spoke up, "This old man agrees with Yamacho's suggestion." Su Hongji cupped his hands and said, "This old man also agrees." Ma Zhou nodded and said, "This old man agrees." Wang Ji said, "This old man also agrees." Seeing this, the rest of the academy teachers cupped their hands and said, "We all agree with Yamacho's suggestion." Li Zishuan nodded and said in a deep voice, "That's good." Since everyone agreed, then this matter was settled. From today onwards, all of you must work together to complete the second and third trump cards of the academy as soon as possible. For this, spare no effort in manpower, material, and financial resources. This is not only for the glory of the academy, but also for the Tang Empire to become invincible in the world as soon as possible. Yamacho. Everyone cupped their hands and agreed. Meeting adjourned. Li Zishuan immediately announced the end of the meeting and walked out of the conference room first. Li Tai hurriedly followed. The two walked out of Guanghua Building. In the corridor on the first floor, Li Tai hurriedly called out to Li Zishuan, "Yamacho, please wait." Li Zishuan immediately stopped and turned around. He looked at Li Tai with a playful smile on his face and said, "What's wrong? Qin Ke? Could it be that you still don't dare to accept this task?" Li Tai's expression froze and he said helplessly, "Yamacho, it's not that I don't dare, it's that I can't. Although the academy doesn't care about seniority, Tai has to respect the teachers. Yamacho asked me to be the deputy chief designer of the second and third trump cards projects. If there's any work in the future, how can Qin Ke dare to instruct the teachers of the academy?" Li Zishuan shook his head and said, True respect is in the heart, not in the mouth. Besides, there will always be some difficulties at the beginning, but these difficulties are not insurmountable. You need to find a way yourself. Today, I'll only tell you one thing. Xiao Ku is now able to take charge of the Yanhuang Bank. After the final exam of Yanhuang College is over, he will recruit some students who are proficient in mathematics and let them help him manage the Yanhuang Bank by working and learning. When Li Ku was first sent to the Yanhuang Bank by me, wasn't he like you now? He had no experience and no connections, but he was able to achieve such results in the Yanhuang Bank. Qin Ke, are you inferior to him? Provocation. But even if Li Tai knew that this was provocation, he had to accept it. Because from the moment he was born, Li Tai believed that he would not lose to anyone, especially his own brother. Even if he had given up on fighting for the position of crown prince, he was not willing to fall behind others in terms of personal results. Good. Yamacho, I accept this task. Tai promises you today that I will complete the second and third trump cards projects of Yanhuang College within half a year. After listening to Li Zishuan's words, Li Tai's eyes suddenly became very firm. He promised Li Zishuan without hesitation. Good. Then go ahead and do it. The future of Yanhuang College will definitely belong to diligent young people like you and Ku. Li Zishuan smiled and patted Li Tai's shoulder. When he first met Li Tai, he wanted to dilute Li Tai's competitiveness because he did not want Tang Dynasty's stable political situation to be ruined by Li Er's sons fighting for power. But now that Li Tai, Li Ku, and the others had clearly given up on fighting for the position of crown prince, Li Zishuan slowly began to arouse Li Tai's competitiveness. After all, in his opinion, appropriate and healthy competition was beneficial to personal improvement. And from Li Tai's reaction, the effect was not bad. Faubert, How many second-generation bicycles have you produced? After 2 days, Li Zishuan once again came to the new workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion. He found Faubert and asked. Faubert wiped his sweat and replied, Young master, the chains of the second-generation bicycles require hydraulic stamping machines. And the workshop's machines are fully supplying Zhang Hongsheng's plate armor. The bicycles can only be given one stamping machine at most, so the progress is naturally slower. These few days, we have only produced a total of 50 second-generation bicycles. The workshop is now manufacturing more hydraulic stamping machines to speed up the production of bicycles. Li Zishuan heard this and could not help but be silent. Speaking of which, the workshop now produced too many things. Cement, glass, carriages, steel, water wheels, first-generation bicycles, batteries, motors, generators, light bulbs, second-generation bicycles, plate armor, lances, and so on. The workshop was a little too big. Not to mention Faubert, even Li Zishuan sometimes could not take care of everything. Li Zishuan pondered in his heart. Perhaps he could assign some of the less technical tasks to the people of Lantian County to do. I got it. Faubert. When the number of second-generation bicycles reaches 100, send someone to inform me. We will sell 100 of them immediately. After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan opened his mouth and said, Young master. Faubert nodded his head and replied, Faubert, how is the progress of the special bicycle that I asked you to produce? Li Zishuan suddenly asked. The special bicycle that he was talking about was the wedding gift for Yan Shaoning and Mo Lingwei, the electric bicycle. Faubert heard this and laughed. Young master, the workshop has been using the stamping machines to forge the outer shell of the bicycle. I estimate that it will be done before the end of the month. Li Zishuan breathed a sigh of relief and said, That's good. That's good. Oh, there's one more thing. The workshop can't neglect the production of the batteries and DC motors. When Lantian County gets electricity, and the second generation of bicycles starts selling well, we will officially launch the electric bicycle. Then, we will be able to recoup some of our funds and cover more places in Lantian County with electricity. Now that he had copper, he could bring the electricity from the Ba River hydropower station to the county seat of Lantian County. After all, his residence was in the city. He was busy coming and going, so he had to seek some convenience for himself, right? Faubert nodded his head and said, Young master, don't worry. The battery and motor workshop has been producing. I guarantee that we will be able to launch a batch of electric bicycles before Lantian County is electrified. Oh, Mr. Wang has already refined a batch of higher purity brass. Now, the generators at the Ba River hydropower station have all been replaced with this type of high-purity brass core. I think that the power generation ability will be stronger than before. Oh, the generators have been upgraded? That's great. Li Zishuan heard this and said with a face full of surprise, Now, everything is ready. We just need to wait for the final push. I believe that before long, Lantian County will become the first city that never sleeps in the Tang Empire. After listening to Li Zishuan's description, Faubert's old face couldn't help but be filled with yearning. He smiled and said with emotion, Who would have thought that I would be able to see a city that never sleeps in my lifetime? Following you, young master, I can see all kinds of miracles. Li Zishuan couldn't help but smile and said, Faubert, since you want to see it, then keep looking. There are more miraculous things to come. Maybe in a few decades, ordinary people like us won't even need to take carriages when we go out. We can just take a flying vehicle and travel from Chang into Luoyang in 2 hours. Faubert waved his hand and said, I'm content. I'm content to have lived until now. I don't dare to ask for anything else. Now that Fu Bin, that brat, has made a name for himself under young master's command, this old man really has no regrets. Chapter 1463. Let's go. We're going to work in the city. Early in the morning, when the eastern sky was just a shade of red, 2 groups of young men walked out of the Han Manor and Plum Village. The Han Manor group was led by Old Hu, while the Plum Village group was led by Second Master Lu's eldest son. Second Master Lu also wanted to come, but he was too old, so no one dared to let him come. After the two groups of young men left the village, they met at the foot of Cloud Mountain and headed towards Lantian County. Hey, isn't this old Hu? Where are you going so early? On the way, there were many early risers who bumped into the group entering the city, and they couldn't help but ask curiously. Boss Lin wants to build an inn, so our Han Manor and Plum Village formed a construction team to help Boss Lin do the work. We can earn some money. Old Hu didn't hide anything when he met someone he knew, and directly told them about the construction team. The summer harvest is in a few days. Why are you still going to work in the city? What can we do? If we can't get away, we can only ask someone to help us harvest the wheat. Who asked Boss Lin to rush us? Lantian County wasn't small, but it wasn't big either. Very quickly, the news of the Han Manor and Plum Village forming a construction team spread. Did you hear? Boss Lin of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce wants to build a big inn, and he invited people from Plum Village and Han Manors. Why did he invite them? Why didn't he invite the craftsmen in the city? You don't know about this, right? The villagers of the Han family manor and Plum Village have all participated in the construction of the Yanhuang Academy and Yunshan Villa. I heard that Boss Lin even went to the workshop of the interesting pavilion to hire a few craftsmen who specialize in construction. It seems like the inn he is going to build will definitely be extraordinary. Based on what you said, Boss Lin wants to build an inn the same as Yanhuang College and Cloud Mountain Villas? That I don't know. But the wages that Boss Lin gave to the Han Manor and Plum Village's construction team shouldn't be low. Otherwise, why would the villagers of these two villages help him build an inn when the summer harvest is coming? Of course. Old Hu from the Han family manor said that they weren't willing to work in the city at this time, but they couldn't resist Boss Lin's urging. I think Boss Lin's salary must be very generous. TSK. When Yanhuang College and Yunshan Villas were being built, many people from the Wang family village also went there. We also know how to build those kinds of houses. Later on, we'll also form a construction team. If there's a boss in Lantian County who wants to build a house like that, we'll also take on the job. Our Liujia village also has people who can build that kind of house. We also want to set up an engineering team. I heard that the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion is also hiring. They are hiring a lot of people. The workshop is recruiting again? How could this be? I think there are already many people in Marquis's workshop. Hey! I heard that Marquis wants to build a power line from the Ba River all the way to Lantian County. This requires a lot of people. What? Does this mean that Lantian County is going to be electrified? That's great. In the past, when I saw that Yunshan Village was still brightly lit at night, I was very envious. Now that Lantian County has electricity, it will be like Yunshan Village at night. Everywhere will be brightly lit. That's right. I just don't know when our village will be able to use electricity. I've seen it before. Electric lights are much brighter than candles and oil lamps. I want to work at the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion. I'll work for a few days before the summer harvest. I can also earn quite a bit of money. I'll go too. While the commoners were discussing animatedly, an empty plot of land in Lantian County's Rising Dragon Lane was already bustling with activity. Oxcart after oxcart of cement was unloaded under the shade of a tree beside the construction site. The construction team and commoners were digging the foundation, mixing cement with cement, and sawing wood. It was very lively. Old Master, we've invested so much money to build an inn. When will we be able to recoup our capital? You've never done an inn business before. Why did you suddenly think of doing this time? In a nearby shed, Madame Lin looked at the bustling construction site. Not only was there no joy on her face, but there was also a hint of worry. This was because she knew that this construction site was burning money at every moment. Lin Wenyuan patted his wife's hand and said with a smile, "Hee. Madam, don't worry. After our long men inn is completed, it will be the tallest building in Lantian County. Just based on this gimmick, it will attract countless businessmen to stay here. What's more, it's not like you haven't seen Yunshan villas before. Tell me, do you like that kind of house? That kind of architectural style is hard to come by in the entire world. If we seize the opportunity to build it, Do you have to worry about attracting customers? Madam, just wait and see. When our inn is completed, or even when it's only halfway done, there will definitely be many people who want to build houses like us. It's just that it's hard to say if they'll be able to get cement by then. At the end, Lin Wenyuan couldn't help but smile proudly. Although Li Zishuan planned to build a cement factory and increase the production of cement, there was still a period of time before the factory could be put into production. He could use his status as a member of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce to get a batch of cement from Li Zishuan in advance. This was a great opportunity. And in business, the most important thing was to seize the opportunity. Those who walked in front would have meat to eat, while those who came late could only drink soup. Seeing that Lin Wenyuan was so confident, Madame Lin heaved a sigh of relief. She said, "It's good that old master knows what to do. I believe in old master's foresight. Our Lin family has already made a fortune from the bicycle business. Now, with this Longmen Inn, it's fine even if we lose some money." Lin Wenyuan laughed heartily. "Ha! Speaking of bicycles, our Qin Yazhai's second-generation bicycles will definitely become a best-selling model. Madam, just wait and see. It's getting late. Let's go back to Qin Yazhai and see if the shop assistants have tidied up properly." Newspapers for sale. Newspapers for sale. The new generation bicycles developed by Curious Pavilion are for sale today. Those who want to buy a bicycle, buy a newspaper to read. Newspapers for sale. Newspapers for sale. Curious Pavilion's second-generation bicycles are for sale today. They run faster than horses and are not easy to overturn. Those who want to buy them now. At 7 in the morning, the sun had just risen. The city that had slept for an entire night had completely awoken. At this time, the citizens had just finished their meals and were preparing to start the day's work. On the streets, the newsboys' cries injected a bit of liveliness into the morning of Lantian County. It was just that the content of the newsboys' cries today was especially attractive. Bicycles? Strange Interest Pavilion has made a new bicycle? Run faster than horses? Is it that exaggerated? Is this second-generation bicycle really that good? That kid! Give this old man a copy of the newspaper. Quick, quick, quick! Give this old man a copy too. Once they heard that Curious Pavilion seemed to have made an even better bicycle, some of the bicycle lovers immediately clamored to buy a copy of the newspaper to read the details. The current Lantian County was no longer the poor and run-down county of the past. Countless businessmen had moved in and countless shops had sprung up. In addition, the roads in Lantian County had been upgraded and all of them had been replaced with cement roads. They were both flat and spacious. This had increased the popularity of Lantian County by a lot. The number of rich people living in Lantian County was not much less than Chang and City. The number of people who could afford bicycles was also not a small number. After months of research and development, the workshop has produced a new generation of bicycles that are rear-wheel drive and chain-driven. Compared to the previous generation of bicycles, the second generation of bicycles is at least twice as fast in terms of maximum speed. It also saves a lot of energy and makes it harder to fall when braking suddenly. The second generation of bicycles has truly turned riding into enjoyment. From today onwards, the second generation bicycle will be on sale. There will be a limited number of 100 bicycles on the first day. Chang and City's West City's Craftsman Pavilion, Lantian County's Chao Family's Appraiser Pavilion, Lin Family's Qin Yazhai, Zhang Family's Elegance Pavilion, Liao Family's Jade Treasure Hall, Feng Family's Earth Treasure Pavilion, Lin Family's Wisdom Depository Zhai, and Wang Family's Jubao Zhai will be on sale at the same time. The starting price will be 599 yuan. All customers can try before buying. Note: Curious Pavilion's new products will not be discounted with membership cards. However, membership card holders can still enjoy priority in queuing. Seeing the introduction of the second-generation bicycle in the newspaper, the commoners instantly exploded. The second-generation bicycle is rear-wheel drive. This is a good change. But what is this chain-driven thing? How come I've never heard of it? It's good that you've never heard of it. This is the latest technology developed by Marquee Workshop. If you've heard of it, Then why are all the craftsmen in Curious Pavilion working so hard? TSK. The second generation bicycle is twice as fast as the first generation? That's too awesome. It's just that the price is a little expensive. It's 599 yuan and there's no discount. The products from Curious Pavilion are definitely the best. So what if it's a little expensive? As long as it's worth it. Besides, is 599 yuan really that expensive? Even a slightly better horse carriage costs more than that. In my opinion, it's better to buy a second-generation bicycle than a horse carriage. But I'm a little curious. What does the newspaper mean by the price starting at 599 yuan? Could it be that the second-generation bicycle has more than one price? I don't know about this. What I'm troubled about is that our bicycle was bought less than half a year ago. Now that there's a second-generation bicycle, what should we do? What's there to be troubled about? Whether we buy it or not, let's go take a look first. Didn't they say that we can try before buying? Let's go. Let's go and see if the second-generation bicycle is as amazing as the newspaper says. Brother Meng is right. Let's go take a look. This place is closest to the Lin family's Qingyazhai. Let's go there and take a look. Alright. It's all thanks to Boss Lin's Qingyazhai in Lantian County. Otherwise, we'd have to go all the way to Chang and City. That's right. Lantian County is getting more and more lively. Didn't the Chao family's appraisal pavilion move here too? What was worth mentioning was that under Chao Wendong's lead, the few major members of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce had all moved their shops and businesses to Lantian County. For example, the Lin family's Qingyazhai, the Zhang family's Elegant House, the Liao family's Jade Treasure Hall, and the Feng family's Kuanbao Pavilion all had branches in Lantian County now. What's more, people like Chao Wendong and Lin Wenyuan had directly treated their shops in Lantian County as their main stores, and their shops in Chang and City had become branches. At 7 a.m., less than half an hour after Datang Daily opened for sale, a large group of businessmen rushed to the appraisal pavilion, Qingyazhai, Elegant Pavilion, Jade Treasure Hall, Earth Treasure Pavilion, and other major shops in Lantian County that were selling bicycles. Why hasn't the shop opened yet? Where's your boss? Get Boss Lin to open the shop. In front of Qingyazhai, some of the businessmen saw that the shop's doors were still closed and could not help but shout. Yeah. What time is it? Why hasn't Qingyazhai opened yet? Open the door. We want to buy the second-generation bicycles. Are those two bicycles the second-generation bicycles that the Datang Daily was talking about? That's right. The style is indeed different from the previous generation bicycles. Didn't they say that we can try them before buying? I want to try them. Boss Lin is coming out. Just as the customers could not help but want to try the bicycles, Lin Wenyuan finally walked out from the side door of Qingyazhai. He gestured with his hands and said in a clear voice, "Dear customers, please be patient. Our Qingyazhai will open for business in half an hour. Now, you can try the two new generation bicycles in front of the shop and see if the rumors are true. Everyone, please line up and come one by one. Please do not crowd." After he said that, some of the businessmen were immediately dissatisfied. Why must we open for business in half an hour? Can't we open for sale now? I don't want to try it out, I just want to buy it. That's right. I also don't want to try it out, I just want to buy a second-generation bicycle. Reality proved that there were many rich and willful people in the crowd. There were many people who responded to that rich young master. Lin Wenyuan said helplessly, "Dear customers, it's not that I don't want to open for business earlier, but Qingyazhai only opens for business at 9 a.m. every day. All the shops in this county also open for business in half an hour. How can I break the rules? Everyone, please be patient and try out the new bicycle first. You can line up later to buy it." Hearing Lin Wenyuan's words, everyone knew that it was impossible for Qingyazhai to open for business. Thus, they could only line up to try out the two second-generation bicycles. This young master came first, I'll try it out first. A well-dressed young master stepped out from the crowd and walked towards one of the bicycles. He nimbly got on the bicycle and sat on the seat. With a light tap of his foot on the pedals, the bicycle immediately started to move. Easy to ride. This second-generation bicycle is really easy to ride. It's 1,000,000 times easier to ride than the previous bicycles. That rich young master's eyes lit up and he shouted excitedly. The businessmen who were lining up at the back couldn't help but discuss among themselves. It does look a lot easier to ride than the first-generation bicycles. There's a reason why it's expensive. Of course. I've said it before. Strange Taste Pavilion's products are definitely the best. Although the things here are expensive, the quality is definitely worth the price. I'll buy this bicycle. Today, this young master must buy this second-generation bicycle. The well-dressed young master rode the bicycle and circled the empty space in front of Qin Yezhai twice before getting off the bicycle and laughing loudly. Chapter 1464. Nice ride. It's really nice to ride. The feeling of stepping on the pedals is obviously different. It's completely different from the previous bikes. 599 strings isn't expensive at all. That's right. I feel that this second-generation bicycle is much more stable than the previous one. It also saves a lot of energy. Just step on the pedals and the bike can move a long distance. Although it's a bit more expensive, it's totally worth it. If I can buy one, I'll definitely buy one. The newspaper said that the second-generation bicycle uses a chain to drive the rear wheel. The chain is probably the thing that connects the pedals to the rear wheel, right? TSK. Strange Interest Pavilion is really amazing. They can even make such an exquisite transmission mechanism. They didn't disappoint me. That's right. I also noticed the chain just now. The design is exquisite, and the manufacturing is even more exquisite. I'm afraid that only the craftsmen of Strange Interest Pavilion can make something like this. I must buy one of these second-generation bicycles. The newspaper said that 100 second-generation bicycles will be released today. I wonder how many will Qin Yezhai get. There should be at least 10, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm ranked 6th. I also have a Yanhuang Merchant's Supreme membership card. I'll definitely be able to buy one today. Lantian County Market, in front of Qin Yezhai. After a group of customers tried out the second-generation bicycles, they were all full of praise. It could be said that if the conditions allowed, there was no one who wouldn't want to buy a second-generation bicycle. As for the previous generation bicycles, they would never want to ride them again. Of course, it wasn't that the previous generation bicycles weren't good. When the first bicycle was released, it still stunned everyone. It was just that the second-generation bicycles were even more stunning. Its dazzling edge completely overshadowed the many advantages of the first-generation bicycles. Boss Lin, why is there another bicycle over there? And the style seems a bit different? At this time, the first rich young master who tried out the second-generation bicycles pointed at a brand new and shiny bicycle by the side of Qin Yezhai and asked, "Yeah, that bicycle looks even better. Could it be that the Strange Interest Pavilion produced a more high-end bicycle? More high-end? The second-generation bicycles are already high-end enough. How much more high-end can it be?" Everyone looked in the direction of the rich young master's finger and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Lin Wenyuan smiled and said, "That's the professional version of the second-generation bicycle, the super variable speed disc brake bicycle." The rear wheel of the bicycle was equipped with the latest transmission developed by Qi Chugu. The transmission was made up of a toothed disc and a flywheel. The flywheel had 8 gears of different sizes, while the toothed disc had 3 gears of different sizes. Therefore, the bicycle could change between 24 different speeds. Not only was it fast, but it also saved a lot of energy. This kind of bicycle is extremely troublesome to manufacture. In the first batch of bicycles that Strange Interest Pavilion made, there were only 3 of them. Our elegant pavilion was lucky enough to get one. Due to the high cost of building a variable speed bicycle, we are temporarily unable to provide a test ride service. Please forgive us. Furthermore, this speed-changing bicycle has already been pre-ordered by someone, so today, only the ordinary second-generation bicycle is available for sale. Needless to say, this marketing strategy must have come from Li Zishuan. Since he had transmigrated from the modern world, He had also started to play with the concept of normal and high-end versions in Tang Dynasty. This bicycle can even change speed? It was too magical. It was too magical. When everyone heard this, their eyes couldn't help but brighten. The rich young master rubbed his palms together and looked at Lin Wenyuan, saying, "Boss Lin, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Just tell us how much this variable speed bicycle costs. I am willing to raise the price by 500 strings of coins. I hope Boss Lin will be willing to part with it." Lin Wenyuan frowned. When he first saw the rich young master, he felt that he looked familiar. Now that he heard the rich young master introduce himself, he finally remembered who he was. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "So it's second young master Chai. Sorry for the disrespect." Who else could this well-dressed young man be other than Chai Lingwu? He had been living in Lantian County recently to watch football matches. His father, Chai Xiao, had just returned from a victorious battle in Shufang last month and received a lot of rewards. The Chai family was in the prime of their lives. As Princess Ping Yang's favorite son, how could Chai Lingwu lack money? Of course, he had to buy the best car. Only then would he be able to show off in front of his bunch of friends, right? Boss Lin cut the crap. How much is this speed-changing bicycle? Are you selling it today or not? Hurry up and give me a definite answer. Chai Lingwu said impatiently. Lin Wenyuan was helpless. He cupped his hands and said, "Second young master, the speed-changing bicycle workshop set the price at 1,199 strings of coins. However, this bicycle has already been reserved. I hope second young master can understand. If it really doesn't work, I will personally deliver the bicycle to Duke Qiao's residence when the next batch arrives. What do you think? 1,199 strings of coins? This speed-changing bicycle is actually 600 strings of coins more expensive than an ordinary second-generation bicycle?" After Lin Wenyuan said that, the customers in line couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Chai Lingwu snorted and said unhappily, "Humph, how about it? I will give you face on account of your relationship with the Marquis of Yong. I will give you 1,700 strings of coins. You will immediately sell this speed-changing bicycle to me. Otherwise, The hidden threat was self-evident. This, Lin Wenyuan was suddenly put in a difficult position. Uncle Lin, since second young master Chai wants it, you can sell this speed-changing bicycle to him. We are open for business. How can we not make money when there is money to be made?" At this moment, a young man's laughter came from the crowd. The onlookers followed the sound and saw an elegant young man in a white, unlined shirt and holding a folding fan walk over. This is the young master of Misty Rain Villa. Why is he here? Misty Rain Villa is still in charge of the Immortal Tea Garden. Old Master Zhang's business is getting bigger and bigger. I heard that the King of Lu and the Sixth Prince were looking for trouble with him a while ago. He has been staying at home all this time. Why does he dare to come out now? What do you mean? Did he offend the King of Lu? Maybe, soon, someone recognized the elegant young man. Who else could it be but Zheng Qianjun? To some extent, Zheng Qianjun's name was even more famous than Chai Lingwu's in Lantian County. That was because he was the boss of Team Tempest, and Team Tempest was currently the hot favorite to win the League One championship. I was wondering who it was. So it is the young master of Team Tempest. Team Tempest is not bad. I like the style of play of those players. If you can win the League One championship this time, I will support Team Tempest in the future. Apparently, Chai Lingwu also knew Zheng Qianjun. He lifted his chin and said with a fake smile. Zheng Qianjun smiled and cupped his hands. "Thank you for your kindness, second young master Chai. I heard that Uncle Lin had been allocated a speed-changing bicycle, so I decided to reserve it. I didn't expect second young master Chai to be a car lover. Today, I will transfer this speed-changing bicycle to second young master Chai. I hope we can be friends." Chai Lingwu glanced at Zheng Qianjun and said with contempt, "Humph! I bought this bicycle with money. Why should I owe you a favor? Besides, it is not that easy to be friends with me. Boss Lin, what do you say now? Since Zheng Qianjun is willing to give up this bicycle, are you going to sell it to me or not?" After that, he turned his eyes to Lin Wenyuan. Lin Wenyuan was a little hesitant, but when he saw Zheng Qianjun nodding at him secretly, he could only cup his hands and say, since nephew Zheng is willing to give up this bicycle, and second young Master Chai is the first, I will sell this speed-changing bicycle to second young Master Chai. Chai Lingwu smiled proudly and said, that's more like it. Lin Wenyuan looked at the sundial in front of the shop and said loudly, it's now 9 a.m. Qingye Zhai is officially open for business. This time, nephew Zheng gave the Misty Rain Mountain Villa spot to me, so this time, Qingye Zhai will be given a total of 15 ordinary second-generation bicycles and one speed-changing version of the car. Everyone please line up. Don't be discouraged if you can't get it. Strange House Workshop is speeding up production, and the next batch of second-generation bicycles will be on sale soon. Back then, Zheng Yinhong had used the shares of the Celestial Tea Garden to exchange for shares of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce, and became a member of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce in one fell swoop. This time, when the second-generation bicycles were released, the Zheng family also received some of them. However, the Zheng family did not have a shop in Chang, so Zheng Qianjun transferred the 5 bicycles that the Zheng family received to Lin Wenyuan. Of course, in exchange for Lin Wenyuan's speed-changing bicycle, Zheng Qianjun reserved it. But who would have thought that Chai Lingwu would come out of nowhere and snatch Zheng Qianjuan's spot? 15 bicycles? Then I won't be able to get it? Hey! 15 bicycles. This is beyond my expectations. I'll definitely be able to get it. I've made a fortune this time. After Lin Wenyuan finished speaking, there were howls and cheers from the crowd. But he had no choice. 15 bicycles was the most he could get. Chai Lingwu was quite generous at this time. He asked the servant to leave behind 1,700 Tang Yuan, and then rode away on the speed-changing bicycle, leaving behind only a gust of wind and the view of his back to the customers. This speed-changing bicycle is so easy to ride. Chai Lingwu's excited shout came from not too far away. Nephew Zheng, this is my fault. I should have hidden the speed-changing bicycle in advance. Otherwise, it would not have been snatched by the second son of the Chai family. Qingye Restaurant's main door was wide open, and the customers were lining up in an orderly manner to buy the bicycles. At this time, Lin Wenyuan came out and apologized to Zheng Qianjun. Zheng Qianjun waved his hand and smiled. It's okay, Uncle Lin. It's the same to buy the bicycles when the next batch comes. Anyway, we are all members of the Chamber of Commerce. It's more convenient than other people buying bicycles. The second son of the Chai family is not easy to deal with. We don't have to annoy him because of a bicycle. Lin Wenyuan quickly said, Nephew Zheng, you are a righteous person. Brother Yinhong has a successor for having a son like you. Don't worry, nephew. As long as the Qingye restaurant can get the speed-changing bicycles in the next batch, I will save one for you no matter what. Zheng Qianjun smiled casually. Then I'll thank Uncle Lin in advance for your kind intentions. It's getting late. I have to pay a visit to Marquis. No matter what, I have to thank Marquis in person for this incident. Lin Wenyuan knew that Zheng Qianjun was talking about the incident where Li Yuanchang and Li Shi tried to force the Fenglei team to play the match but failed. He nodded understandingly and said, Nephew, go ahead. However, I suggest that you seek help from Marquis in advance if you encounter similar incidents in the future. Marquis is a benevolent person. He will definitely uphold justice for us. Zheng Qianjuan's eyes lit up. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you for your reminder, Uncle Lin. I'll remember it. After that, he bid farewell to Lin Wenyuan and left. What? Gone? Gone so quickly? How many bicycles did the appraisal hall prepare? Why are they gone so quickly? In Chang'an City, in the appraisal pavilion, a group of customers gathered in front of the door and shouted, Dear customers, we got a total of 15 bicycles this time. However, most of them are sold in Lantian County. There are only 5 in Chang'an City, so please come back a few days later. The servant in the appraisal pavilion bowed and smiled apologetically. What? Chang'an City only got 5? Is this how the appraisal pavilion does things? Is Chang'an City or Lantian County bigger? Besides, is your boss Chow from Chang'an and City or Lantian County. How can you betray us like this? A hot-tempered customer immediately roared. Dear customer, I'm very sorry. My master used to be from Chang and City. He moved to Lantian County last month and is now a Lantian County resident. The servant replied with an and said embarrassedly. The crowd instantly fell silent. Or rather, the atmosphere was extremely awkward. A similar situation happened in Chang and City's Qingyazhai. In the past, the citizens of Chang and City thought that they could enjoy the best products before foreigners because they were in the capital. However, this privilege gradually disappeared as Lantian County increased the status of merchants and gradually expanded the scale of business. Now, the citizens of the capital realized that their lives were not as good as the citizens of Lantian County. The supply of the new second-generation bicycles from Strange Taste Pavilion was actually more in Lantian County than in Chang and City. Indeed, the river flows east for 30 years, and 30 years west for 30 years. Every dog has its day. What? Little Xian's workshop came up with a new type of bicycle? It's easier to ride, more energy efficient, and faster? Then why are you still standing there? Why don't you get someone to buy one for me? Do you think it's easy for me to go to court every morning? Qing Manor. Cheng Yaojin had just finished his morning court session and was riding his bicycle back when he heard his second son, Cheng Chuliang, talking about the news that had spread throughout Chang and City. He immediately slapped Cheng Chuliang on the back of his head and roared at him. Cheng Chuliang felt wronged. He rubbed the back of his head and said in a wrong tone, Dad, the first batch of bicycles was very little. When I went there, they were already sold out. I had no choice. So fast? Looks like this second-generation bicycle is really better than the one I ride. Cheng Yaojin stroked his beard and muttered to himself. Then he said, Let your big brother go find little Xian. Forget it after breakfast, I'll go there personally.